Gu Jianing hadn't expected the county leaders to visit, especially to see her and Zishi specifically. However, because her two brothers had gotten jobs thanks to this leader Xia Chongjing, Gu Jianing had a good impression of him. Xia Chongjing also thought highly of Gu Jianing and Sheng Zishi. Their clear eyes and extraordinary demeanor marked them as anything but ordinary people. After praising Gu Jianing for making the newspaper and for saving someone right after returning, Xia Chongjing asked, "So, Dr. Gu, how long will you be staying this time?" "At least a month," she replied. After Gu Jianing explained, Xia Chongjing realized that the couple were only able to come back because Sheng Zishi was being transferred and had some time off. A whole month, that's a good amount of time. "Dr. Gu, here's the thing. Everyone in Qishan County knows about your medical skills. The doctors at the county hospital especially admire you. I was wondering if you might have time to give a few lectures at the county hospital so our doctors could learn from you." He made this suggestion because his old friend, the hospital director, had asked him for help the night before. Xia Chongjing thought it was a great idea, so he agreed to give it a try. Gu Jianing understood. "Leader. Hey, just call me Uncle Xia. I'm like your parents' generation. Can I call you Xiaoning?" Gu Jianing smiled and nodded. "Uncle Xia, actually, I was planning to hold a free clinic this month." After hearing her out, Xia Chongjing was even more excited, feeling he'd truly found the right person. He hadn't expected Gu Jianing to want to give back to the community with a free clinic. A free clinic is a fantastic idea. You have no idea how famous you're in Qishan County now. I think you should hold it at the county hospital. As for the lectures, let's skip them. You can just give some pointers to the doctors during the free clinic when you have time. That's already more than enough. After all, Xia Chongjing had heard that Gu Jianing was pregnant. Just doing the free clinic was already a huge effort. If she had to give lectures on top of that, it would be too exhausting. Gu Jianing was a true talent, a treasure of Qishan County. They couldn't let her tire herself out. Xia Chongjing's suggestion made Gu Jianing's eyes light up. "All right, let's do it your way, Uncle Xia." "Great. I'll handle the arrangements and publicity." "Xiaoning, when can you start the free clinic?" "I can start tomorrow." "Perfect, then let's set it for tomorrow." In the end, Xia Chongjing left feeling very satisfied and, of course, he stayed for lunch with the Gu family. After returning, he wasted no time. He immediately called his old friend, the hospital director, to tell him about Gu Jianing's free clinic. The director was overjoyed when he heard the news. Dr. Gu truly has a heart full of love and compassion. Chapter 256. Such a beautiful and outstanding wife, she's his. She belongs to Sheng Zishi. After hanging up the phone, the hospital director immediately called a meeting with the doctors and nurses to discuss Gu Jianing's upcoming free clinic. "I'm planning to assign a few people to assist Dr. Gu during her consultations. Who would like to volunteer?" As soon as he finished speaking, every doctor and nurse eagerly raised their hands. Are you kidding? This was a rare chance to work closely with Dr. Gu, maybe even get some guidance from her. Opportunities like this don't come often. Who wouldn't want to seize it? The director couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. If it were possible, he'd love to let everyone participate, but that just wasn't realistic. After thinking it over, he said, "Here's what we'll do. Dr. Gu will be holding the free clinic for a month, split into 4 weeks. We'll divide everyone into 4 groups to take turns assisting her. This was the fairest way and everyone would benefit." Everyone agreed. This was the best arrangement. "All right, let's get moving and prepare an office for Dr. Gu to use during her free clinic. Remember, if Dr. Gu needs anything, make sure to provide it right away." While the director was giving detailed instructions to the doctors and nurses, over on the other side, Xia Chongjing had already arranged for news of Gu Jianing's free clinic at the county hospital to be announced on every street. He wanted to make sure anyone interested could come. "I was just thinking how great it would be if Dr. Gu worked at our county hospital. If we ever got sick, we could go straight to her. Who would have thought she'd be holding a free clinic starting tomorrow? This is wonderful. Dr. Gu is truly kind-hearted. She really cares about the people of Qishan County. She hasn't forgotten where she came from. My daughter-in-law is heavily pregnant. The doctors at the county hospital said her pregnancy didn't look quite right, but couldn't explain why. I have to take her to see Dr. Gu tomorrow. Of course you should. It's a free clinic, no charge. I'm planning to go myself. My old knee acts up whenever it rains. I wonder if Dr. Gu has a cure. I heard Dr. Gu can even help people get pregnant. Her eldest sister-in-law was married for years without having kids, but Dr. Gu treated her, and now she has a son and a daughter. Really? Then I have to go. My daughter's been married 3 years without conceiving, and her in-laws keep pressuring her. I'll take her to see Dr. Gu too. I'm not sick, but I want to go anyway. Anyone who can give birth to twins and help the Gu family prosper must be blessed. Maybe I can get a little of Dr. Gu's good fortune. I'm going too. So, the next day, when Gu Jianing arrived at the county hospital in the car driven by Shang Zishi, she found the place unusually lively. As soon as she got out of the car, the noise grew even louder and she instantly became the center of attention. Dr. Gu is here. Fortunately, Shang Zishi was there to shield her. Otherwise, Gu Jianing felt she might have been swallowed up by the enthusiastic crowd. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she made it to the office. At that moment, the director arrived with the doctors and nurses. In fact, the director and his staff were shocked by the sheer number of people. As expected, Dr. Gu's influence was tremendous. The director assigned some people to maintain order among the patients and told Gu Jianing that doctors and nurses would be rotating shifts to assist her. Dr. Gu, if you need anything at all, just let them know. Of course, if there's anything that needs to be done, don't hesitate to ask. No need to be polite. All right, Gu Jianing agreed to everything. She greeted the doctors and nurses, who were all visibly excited and nervous. Since there were so many patients, Gu Jianing didn't waste any time. She quickly put on her white coat. Let the first patient in. System, start binding. Because she only received points for each patient if they were bound by the system, Gu Jianing had the system automatically bind every patient. Shang Zishi didn't leave. He stayed nearby, ready to help with anything Ning needed, water, or anything else. After all, it was the first day, and he couldn't help but worry. As for the future, he'd see how things went. Meanwhile, the line of patients kept growing longer as time passed. To see as many patients as possible, Gu Jianing worked quickly. Despite her speed, she never cut corners. Her diagnoses were always precise. Wow, just a few needles and my knee doesn't hurt anymore. What? My daughter can have children? Maybe it's my son-in-law who can't? Well, I'm going to have a word with him right now. Doctor, my child suddenly has a stomachache. Can you take a look? Not only did Gu Jianing work quickly, she also explained her methods to the doctors and nurses assisting her. She knew they'd been assigned to her in hopes of learning from her, so she didn't hold back. The doctors and nurses listened intently, and every time Gu Jianing finished explaining, they had sudden realizations. As time went on and Gu Jianing saw more and more patients, their admiration for her reached new heights. She was truly amazing. With just a glance and a pulse reading, she could pinpoint all of a patient's problems so accurate. Her acupuncture skills were nothing short of magical. Every patient she treated looked at her with gratitude and admiration. Everyone around her was in awe. After all, a young, beautiful, and highly skilled female doctor like Gu Jianing was a rare sight. How could anyone not admire someone like her? So, Shang Zishi suddenly noticed that everyone around was looking at his wife with shining eyes. Some of the younger men even seemed to have other thoughts. Shang Zishi couldn't help but feel a little jealous. But more than jealousy, he was filled with pride. After all, such a beautiful and outstanding wife was his. She belonged to Shang Zishi. He straightened his back, his face glowing with pride, like a schoolboy who'd just gotten a gold star from his teacher, brimming with delight and satisfaction. Although Gu Jianing only held her free clinic for 6 hours a day, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, she worked so quickly that she saw hundreds of patients in those 6 hours. The hospital had become much busier since Gu Jianing started her free clinic. After all, while her consultations and prescriptions were free, patients still had to pay for their medicine. And they all filled their prescriptions at the hospital pharmacy. So, lately, The busiest place in the county hospital was the pharmacy. Chapter 257. If only the college entrance exam could really be restored. When Gu Jianing was holding her free clinic, Gu Baozhu and her mother were still in the hospital. After hearing what Gu Jianing said, Wu Meili realized that Baozhu's condition would require a few more days in the hospital. Mom, has the hospital been lively these past couple of days? After feeding her baby, Gu Baozhu sipped the chicken soup her mother brought and asked. That's right, it's been bustling lately. Ning has been running a free clinic here, and she said she'll be doing it for a whole month. Lots of people from Qingshan County have come, and I've even heard that people from neighboring counties rushed over when they heard the news. Wu Meili felt that Gu Jianing was truly a doctor with skill, ethics, and a kind heart. A doctor like that was the best kind. Yao Chunhua was really blessed to have raised such a beautiful and capable daughter. So that's what's going on, Gu Baozhu said, suddenly understanding. Gu Baozhu was, of course, grateful to Gu Jianing. After all, she was the benefactor who had saved both her and her daughter. Mom, this time Jianing saved both me and the baby. We really need to thank her properly. Of course, but as for how to thank her, let me think about it a bit more. For the moment, Wu Meili couldn't come up with anything. Oh, right, Mom. Have Yang Guangming and his mother been sentenced yet? At the mention of her heartless husband and mother-in-law, Gu Baozhu's face darkened. She really hadn't expected those two to be so cruel. First, Yang Guangming had an affair with a city girl, and when she found out, he actually pushed her to the ground. Then, her mother-in-law, just so her son could marry a city girl, completely ignored her difficult labor. Those two were so heartless, they locked her up at home. If it hadn't been for Nyonyo calling her mother, and her mother calling Gu Jianing, she and her baby would have died. Not yet, but it should be soon. Not only those two heartless people, but that other woman has been arrested too. Baozhu, I've already helped you file for divorce. Once you're discharged, you can bring Nyonyo and the baby back home. Gu Baozhu had no objections to the divorce. With a family like that, she'd have to be crazy to stay. But, will Dad and my brother and sister-in-law agree? Wu Meili's eyes widened. They wouldn't dare disagree. Just thinking about it made Wu Meili angry. Her husband and son were both so timid. When something so serious happened to their daughter, she nearly lost her life. They did nothing but worry, without any real action. But precisely because of their weakness, Wu Meili had always been the one making decisions in the family. Baozhu, I'm the one in charge of this family. As long as I'm here, you'll always have a place in this home. As long as I have a bite to eat, you'll never go without. Hearing her mother's unapologetic, protective words, Gu Baozhu couldn't hold back her tears. Mom, why are you so good to me? If only I were as capable as Jianing. Wu Meili quickly patted her on the shoulder and scolded, Silly girl, what are you crying for? You're still in confinement, you can't cry or you'll hurt your eyes. I admit, Ning is capable, but my Baozhu isn't bad either. You're one of the few high school graduates in our village, and your grades were excellent. You have no idea how proud I was of you back then. If only the college entrance exam hadn't been cancelled. If it was still around, my Baozhu would definitely be a college student by now. A college student? Gu Baozhu thought she had always wanted to go to college. All these years, even after getting married and having children, she'd kept her books and would take them out to review from time to time. Even though Yang Guangming would sometimes mock her, saying the college entrance exam had been suspended for years and going to college was just a pipe dream, Gu Baozhu stubbornly kept studying. She was confident that if the college entrance exam were restored, she'd have a good chance of passing. But it had been suspended for so many years. How could it possibly be reinstated just like that? She'd better think about what kind of work she could do after her confinement. Even though her mother was willing to let her and the children stay at home, she couldn't just sit around and rely on her parents forever. If she did, even if her parents didn't mind, her brother and sister-in-law would definitely have opinions. And she herself would look down on that kind of life. If Gu Jianing knew what Gu Baozhu was thinking, she'd definitely say, soon, very soon. It's already the end of September. By the end of October, the college entrance exam will be back. After 3 days in the hospital, Gu Baozhu was brought back to her parents' home. Wu Meili had thought of many ways to thank Gu Jianing, but in the end, she decided to spend a good sum on a lavish meal, inviting Gu Jianing and her husband, as well as Yao Chunhua and her husband. Gu Jianing and the others accepted the invitation. Although Gu Jianing felt that saving lives was simply a doctor's duty, to Wu Meili, Gu Jianing was their family's benefactor and gratitude had to be shown. Gu Jianing thought that by accepting the meal, Wu Meili and Gu Baozhu would finally feel at ease and not owe her anything. Not only that, Wu Meili even got a bottle of liquor for the occasion. During the meal, Yao Chunhua and Wu Meili seemed to get along much better. By the end, they'd both had a bit to drink and were chatting away. Yao Chunhua, you really have good fortune. Such a wonderful daughter like Ning, and a great son like Gu Yunting. Of course, my children are naturally good. You know, if my Baozhu had married your eldest, she would have had a happy life. My eldest is a good man and treats his wife well. I know you've held a grudge over this all these years, but feelings and marriage can't be forced. I know. I just wanted my Baozhu to marry a good man. She's really a great girl, so smart when she was in school. Baowu is excellent. Baozhu really is excellent. I can't stand people who look down on girls. Just look at my Ning and your Baozhu, aren't they both wonderful? Yes, we really do have good taste. By the end, the two women were praising each other and even started calling each other sisters. When old Gu finally helped his wife home, Yao Chunhua was still reluctant to part with Wu Meili and wanted to keep chatting. Before leaving, Gu Jianing went to Gu Baozhu's room. She checked on both mother and child and found they were recovering well. Knowing that Gu Baozhu was getting divorced, she asked about her plans for the future. If only the college entrance exam could be restored. I'm sure I could pass and become a college student, Gu Baozhu said wistfully. Gu Jianing was taken aback for a moment, then said confidently, it definitely will. Maybe the restoration of the college entrance exam isn't far off. Gu Baowu gazed at Gu Jianing, feeling that her words were full of certainty. Could it be that she knew something? If only the college entrance exam could really be restored. Chapter 258. From today on, University's Resume Unified Admissions and Examinations. Thinking of this, Gu Baozhu couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, Gu Jianing couldn't say outright that the college entrance exam would be reinstated in just over half a month. She couldn't say it directly, so she could only drop hints. Seeing that Gu Baozhu had caught on, Gu Jianing felt relieved. It was also during this trip to rescue Gu Baozhu that Gu Jianing remembered things about her. She recalled that in her previous life, Gu Baozhu had died, both she and her unborn child. They said it was due to complications in childbirth. Later, Yang Guangming remarried a city woman. Wu Meili wanted to raise Nyonyo, but the Yang family refused. As for Nyonyo, he died at the age of 7. They said he accidentally fell into the river in the dead of winter and drowned. Gu Jianing thought, maybe in her previous life, just like now, Gu Baozhu was killed by Yang Guangming and his mother. But it was all covered up. Now, Gu Baozhu had been saved by her. The crimes of Yang Guangming and his mother had also been exposed, and they would be punished. Having survived such a disaster and gotten a divorce, Gu Baozhu and her 2 children would have a chance at a new life. Although her mother, Yao Chunhua, didn't get along too well with Aunt Wu before, Gu Jianing and Gu Baozhu always had a good relationship. So, if possible, she still hoped that in this life, Gu Baozhu could walk a different path. In the blink of an eye, it was already October 22nd. Today was also the last day of Gu Jianing's free clinic. After today, she would spend 2 more days at home, then their family of 4 would set off for the Eastern Islands. Honey, you seem especially happy today? Shang Zishi asked as he drove her to the hospital. After years of marriage, Shang Zishi knew Gu Jianing well. He could sense any change in her mood instantly. Gu Jianing smiled. Yes, I'm really happy today. I just have a feeling something good is going to happen. Shang Zishi raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Is that so? He felt like his wife was very certain about it. So, did she already know something good would happen today? What could it be? Shang Zishi was very curious. After dropping Gu Jianing off at the hospital and seeing her start the clinic, Shang Zishi left, feeling reassured. I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Okay. Before leaving, Shang Zishi glanced at the line of people. Maybe because it was Ning's last day of free consultations, there were even more people than any previous day. He'd also heard that quite a few people from neighboring counties had come. Once Gu Jianing started seeing patients, she was completely focused. She didn't know how much time had passed until suddenly there was a commotion outside. "Dr. Gu, I'll go take a look," said a female nurse helping her, getting up and hurrying outside. At first, the nurse looked serious, thinking maybe someone was cutting in line and she'd have to say something. But just a few seconds later, she rushed back in like the wind, her face full of excitement and shock. "Good news. Huge news. The college entrance exam is back." "What?" "The college entrance exam is back." That's right, the commotion outside was because the college entrance exam had been reinstated. Gu Jianing raised her eyebrows. So the announcement really did come at this moment. Her third brother must have heard by now, too. Sure enough, Gu Yunzhou knew. Gu Yunzhou worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, where the radio played all day long. Suddenly, the radio, which had been broadcasting a story, stuttered. Then, a breaking news bulletin began to play. "We interrupt this program for an important announcement from the official broadcasting station. From today, universities will resume unified admissions and examinations." In that instant, the entire supply and marketing cooperative fell silent. The first time, some people wondered if they'd misheard. But when the same announcement played 3 times in a row, there was no doubt. "The college entrance exam is back. The college entrance exam is back." Everyone in the cooperative, young and old, cheered. After a moment of shock, Gu Yunzhou broke into a smile. The college entrance exam was back. So all his preparations had not been in vain. He could finally take the exam and go to university. This was wonderful, just wonderful. Back in Huaihua village, the same broadcast sent the whole village into an uproar. Especially the educated youth, they were so excited that some even cried. The college entrance exam was back. As long as they got in, they could return to the city. Those who had held out and not married felt that all their perseverance had been worth it. But some who had given up early and married villagers looked a bit grim. Because not only had they married, they'd had children. Although married, educated youth could still take the exam, if they got in, what would happen to their spouse and children left in the village? For a while, everyone's thoughts were complicated. Gu Baozhu had finished her month of postpartum confinement just yesterday. Although she was staying in her old room at home, she knew her sister-in-law was already a bit resentful about her staying so long. Sometimes, her sister-in-law's words were laced with sarcasm. She even said that once Baozhu was out of confinement, she'd introduce her to a good match. Of course, she didn't dare say this in front of Baozhu's mother, or she'd get scolded. So she only dared say it to Baozhu herself. Baohu knew that, in this family, except for her mother, neither her father nor her brother and sister-in-law really cared about her. Baoyu was proud, too. During her confinement, she'd been thinking about what kind of job to find, or what work she could do. Ideally, she wanted a chance to move out. She just hadn't figured out a way yet. Then, suddenly, she heard the news on the radio that the college entrance exam was back. Listening to the repeated announcement, she could vaguely hear the cheers from the village outside. Her eyes reddened without her realizing it. Just then, her mother, Wu Meili, seemed to rush back from the fields, still covered in dirt. She burst into the house, her face full of excitement and joy. "Baozhu, Baozhu, did you hear? The college entrance exam is back. The college entrance exam is back. Baozhu, you can go to university now." Wu Meili was so excited her eyes were red, and tears welled up. Baozhu nodded. "Yes, I heard. The college entrance exam is back. Mom, do I still have my old books? I want to review and take the exam." Yes, your books. I've kept them safe for you." Back then, her father and brother and sister-in-law wanted to sell Baozhu's books, saying they took up space and selling them could get a few coins. But Wu Meili refused. She knew those books carried her daughter's dreams. She wanted to protect her daughter's dream of going to college. Now it was finally coming true. Mom, when I get into university and become a city person, when I make something of myself, I'll bring you with me. I'll take care of you. Yes, yes. Mumeli, who had been holding back her tears, couldn't hold them back anymore. They streamed down her face. I know you'll get in. Who says raising a daughter is useless? She dared to say, her Baoju was even better than any son. Chapter 259. For the first time, when Zhuqing uses the word greasy to describe a woman. At this moment, several dozen kilometers away from Huaishu village at Hongxing Farm, when Zhuqing was working when he heard the news that the college entrance examination, Gaokao, was being reinstated. He was instantly stunned. The Gaokao is back? It's actually coming back? If he were still in Huaishu village now, wouldn't he be able to take the Gaokao? As long as he got into university, he could return to the city. But now, when Zhuqing looked down at his hands, these hands, which were meant for holding a pen and had remained well cared for even after coming to Huaishu village, were now rough and cracked from endless days and nights of hard labor. Using a puddle nearby as a mirror, when Zhuqing caught sight of his own face, his once fair and refined features had long since darkened and grown coarse. People say fair skin hides a multitude of flaws, but now, with his skin so dark, even his once attractive features no longer looked so good. The thought of having to stay in this place for another 7 years was unbearable to Wen Zhuqing. No, this was not the life Wen Zhuqing was meant to have. He should be taking the Gaokao, becoming a university student, climbing higher and higher, and then standing at the top, settling old scores. What are you standing around for? Get back to work. Don't make us go hungry again. What, you think just because you used to be an educated youth, you can take the Gaokao now? The people working with Wen Zhuqing burst out laughing. Now that you're here, you'd better get used to staying here for the rest of your life. Wen Zhuqing pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze, his eyes filled with gloom. When the work was finally done, Wen Zhuqing only received 2 black, coarse buns. When he first arrived, Wen Zhuqing had found these hard, bitter buns impossible to swallow and was very picky about them. But now he was used to them. But just as Wen Zhuqing was about to eat, a hand suddenly shot out and snatched both buns away. Wen Zhuqing looked up to see Bao Shanyan and her daughter Baoingzi, as well as the thin, timid little boy of about 2 hiding behind them. If he looked closely, the boy's features resembled Wen Zhuqing's. But when Wen Zhuqing saw the boy, his eyes were full of disgust. Give them back. Wen Zhuqing growled through gritted teeth. Give what back? Doesn't the child need to eat? You're his father, what's wrong with giving him 2 buns? Bao Shanyan said matter-of-factly. If you want them, come and take them. Did Wen Zhuqing want to snatch them back? Of course he did. The black buns tasted awful, but they were all he had to fill his stomach. But he also knew he couldn't win against Bao Shanyan and her daughter. Seeing Wen Zhuqing's hesitation, Bao Shanyan spat at him. Useless. The only thing he had going for him was his face. But Bao Shanyan only wanted the child. She had little affection left for Wen Zhuqing, especially now that they were divorced. Little wolf, let's go. Bao Shanyan stuffed one of the stolen buns into her son's hand and left with him. Wen Zhuqing watched their retreating figures, his eyes dark and venomous. Bao Shanyan had ruined his life. That son, though he looked like him, carried Bao Shanyan's blood, which made Wen Zhuqing despise him all the more. With his food stolen, Wen Zhuqing had no choice but to go hungry. And, because he was so hungry, he had no strength left for the afternoon's work. His poor performance meant he didn't even get dinner that night. That evening, Wen Zhuqing lay alone in the straw hut. He drank plenty of water, but it did nothing to ease his hunger. He was starving. Absolutely starving. He desperately wanted something to eat. Wen Zhuqing was so hungry, he felt dizzy, and just as he thought he might die of starvation, suddenly, the aroma of meat buns wafted into his nose. Buns, buns, he murmured. At that moment, the loosely closed door of his hut was pushed open from outside. A tall figure blocked out the moonlight, casting a large shadow. Want a bun? A meat bun. If you want it, you know what you have to do. Wen Zhuqing struggled to stay conscious and looked at the person in front of him. No, he thought, this person couldn't even be called a person. She was more like a wild boar. He used the word wild boar because she was fat, dark, and rough-skinned. In an era when so many people went hungry, this woman's body was covered in jiggling fat. And for the first time, when Wuing used the word greasy to describe a woman. Greasy, her face was as round as a pancake, her features ugly, her expression lecherous, enough to make anyone lose their appetite at a glance. When Wuing knew who she was Jiang Zhenju, the only daughter of the farm director. From the moment he arrived, Jiang Zhenju had set her sights on him. She wanted him. But when Wuing was not a faithful man, in fact, he fancied himself a bit of a playboy. But he was also someone who cared about looks. In his mind, marrying Bao Shanyan had already been the lowest he could accept. He never imagined he'd meet someone like Jiang Zhenju, who was even more repulsive than Bao Shanyan. But when Wuing also knew how much the director doted on his only daughter. For Jiang Zhenju, there was nothing he wouldn't do. So now, Jiang Zhenju brought the meat bun right up to Wuing's face. Her words sounded like the voice of a devil, tempting Wuing over and over. As long as you're with me, not only will I give you meat buns, but I can also get you a spot in the Gaokao. Wuing instantly looked up at her. You heard the news today, right? The Gaokao is back. I know you're an educated youth. Of course you want to take the exam, you want to go back to the city. As long as you're with me, I'll give you whatever you want. So, do you want it or not? As she spoke, she brought the meat bun right up to Wuing's mouth. Wuing let out a hungry, wolfish growl. He was trying to resist, to struggle. But his resistance lasted barely 2 seconds before he snatched the meat bun and devoured it ravenously. Even when he choked because it was too dry, he didn't care. He just kept stuffing it into his mouth. He had no choice, he was too hungry. Far, far too hungry. Don't rush, eat slowly. There's more, Jiang Zhenju said happily as she watched Wuing eat. In the end, Wuing ate 6 big meat buns before he finally stopped. Only after he was full did Wuing feel alive again. Now that you're full, you haven't forgotten what you're supposed to do, have you? You still want to take the Gaokao, right? Yes, the Gaokao. Wuing wanted to take it. He wanted to leave this hellhole. A night of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let's not waste any more time. In the end, the pig-like figure engulfed the frail Wuing. Not far from the straw hut, in another hut, lived Bao Shanyan and her family of 3. Chapter 260, Young Man taking the college entrance exam? Building roads. At this moment, Bao Shanyan was pulling open the door, leaving a narrow gap. In the moonlight, her gaze landed unerringly on Wuing's thatched hut. Wuing really will do anything to get what she wants. She's even willing to let Asao have its way with her. She really knows how to bend and stretch. But Wuing was ruthless and heartless enough. Bao Shanyan felt that if Wuing ever gained power, neither she, little wolf, nor her mother would have any good days ahead. As for herself, she didn't really care. But her mother had always protected her. Originally, her mother didn't need to come to the farm, but she came anyway for her sake. And little wolf was her own flesh and blood. No matter what, she had to protect these two. In Huaihua village, Guyunzhou was planning to take the college entrance exam. There were still 2 months before the exam. Although Guyunzhou had been reviewing all along, he couldn't afford to slack off during these last 2 months. So he could no longer keep his job at the supply and marketing cooperative. After some discussion, the job was given to his second sister-in-law, Su Miao. As for his eldest sister-in-law, Young Man, she said she wanted to prepare for the college entrance exam too. Although Young Man only had a junior high school education and didn't continue studying afterwards, it wasn't because of poor grades or a lack of desire, but because her family couldn't afford it. Life at her parents' home had been average. Ironically, after getting married, her life improved. When her husband, Gu Yunting, learned that she liked reading, he borrowed books from his younger sister, Gu Jianing, for her. Over the years, Young Man had self-studied and finished all the high school coursework. Since this year's college entrance exam had no educational prerequisites, Yang Man wanted to give it a try. Sure, go for it. Her mother-in-law, Yao Chunhua, was the first to support her. Who knows, maybe our family will have 2 college students. Yang Man hesitated. But the 2 kids. I'll take care of the kids. You just focus on the exam. With her mother-in-law's reassurance, Yang Man had no more worries and threw herself into studying. Meanwhile, Su Miao took over the job at the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Miao only had a primary school education and didn't like studying. Although she envied those who could take the college entrance exam, she knew she wasn't capable. It was better to work steadily. Besides, the job at the supply and marketing cooperative was a great opportunity. The day after the college entrance exam was reinstated, Gu Jianing also finished her free clinic. Although the free clinic ended, Gu Jianing's popularity didn't fade. Her free clinic even made the front page of the local newspaper. The reporters, of course, knew about Gu Jianing's fame. She had been featured in major national newspapers like the Beijing Daily and Shanghai Daily, and had even been received by high-ranking officials and given awards. Now that Gu Jianing had finally returned to Qingshan County, how could they not seize the opportunity? Especially after learning about her free clinic. Originally, they wanted to do an exclusive interview with her. But Gu Jianing refused. She didn't like being in the spotlight. Besides, she was here to run the free clinic and spend time with family, and would only stay for about a month before leaving again. She really didn't have time for anything else. Although the newspaper didn't get the interview, they didn't give up entirely. No interview? Fine, but they could still write a report. So, the newspaper covered Gu Jianing's free clinic, putting it on the front page with a large feature and lavish praise. Unsurprisingly, that issue of the newspaper sold extremely well. Of course, the publicity meant that people from outside Qingshan County also learned about Gu Jianing's free clinic and flocked to the county hospital from all over. Besides the newspaper, the county leaders also highly praised Gu Jianing's free clinic. It was just a pity. A talent like her, Qingshan County was too small to keep her. But Gu Jianing was, after all, a native of Qingshan County. Once she made a name for herself, she would surely give back to her hometown. And that was indeed the case. This time, Gu Jianing had another purpose in coming back. She wanted to build a road for Huaihua village. As for the money, it came from her share of the profits from selling ointments and stomach pills to the military district. Although she only got a 10% cut, paid monthly, over the years it had added up. Gu Jianing already owned several properties, and Xing Zishi's salary and savings were all given to her. She also earned a monthly salary as a doctor in the military district, plus occasional bonuses. Moreover, the childbirth system often rewarded her with goods for curing patients. After several years, the space provided by her childbirth system had accumulated quite a lot of things. This free clinic had also earned her a lot of points and rewards. So, Gu Jianing was neither short of money nor supplies. With extra money, she wanted to do something meaningful, like building a road for the village. In both this life and her previous one, the villagers of Huaihua had always been good to Gu Jianing. In her past life, when Zhuqing had deliberately spread news of her disappearance, her parents spent all their savings looking for her, and when they ran out, the villagers pooled money together to help. Gu Jianing hadn't known about this at first. She only found out after she died. Her soul lingered by Xing Zishi's side. It was only when Xing Zishi investigated that she learned the truth. So, in this life, now that she had the means, she wanted to give back to her hometown. Building a road was the best way. As for other things, she'd see about them later. The roads in Huaihua village were indeed terrible. In these times, when people could barely feed themselves, who had money to build roads? So the roads had never been fixed. The bumpy dirt roads could rattle your soul out if you rode a bicycle. Gu Jianing knew this all too well. During the recent free clinic, even though she was driven around in Xing Zishi's jeep, which had shock absorbers, the ride was still rough. Good thing the baby in her belly was sturdy. She thought if it had been someone with a weaker pregnancy, the baby might not have survived the jolts. On rainy days, the potholes filled with water. Going out meant coming back covered in mud. So, building a road was very important. Gu Jianing brought this up with the village secretary soon after arriving in Huaihua village. The village secretary was overjoyed and excited. Ning girl, I knew even if you married far away, you'd still care about your hometown. Everyone in our village owes you thanks. You're really capable. Our Huaihua village must be a blessed place to have raised such a talented girl as you. He praised Gu Jianing over and over, unable to wipe the smile off his face. After they agreed and Gu Jianing provided the money, the village secretary immediately arranged for people to start planning. So, just as Gu Jianing was about to leave Huaihua village, the road construction began. Our villagers have already given this road a name, the village secretary said with a smile. After confirming that Gu Jianing would fund the road construction, he gathered the villagers to tell them about it, mainly so everyone would remember to be grateful. Only when people know how to be grateful will they not go astray in the future. The villagers were deeply moved when they heard the news. Someone suggested a name for the road, and everyone quickly agreed. Once the road is finished, it will be called Anning Road. The Ning in the name comes from Gu Jianing's own name, and Anning, peace and tranquility, carries a wonderful meaning. Gu Jianing hadn't expected this. She just wanted to build a road for her hometown, but the villagers actually named it after her. She knew this was their way of expressing gratitude. To be honest, Gu Jianing didn't really care whether the road bore her name or not, but since the villagers had decided, she had no objections. All right, let's go with that. As construction on the road began, Gu Jianing and her family of 4 were also preparing to leave for the Eastern Islands. The Gu family was reluctant to part. Zhuang and the other children were especially sad to see Xingxing and Yaya go. When they learned the family was leaving, they all burst into tears. Yao Chunhua, Gu's father, Gu Yanting, and others accompanied them to the train station. Yao Chunhua hugged Gu Jianing tightly, unwilling to let go, her eyes red with tears. Who knows how long it'll be before we see each other again after this farewell, she said. I thought you'd be able to stay home for a whole month, which isn't short, but I didn't expect the month to pass so quickly. Gu Jianing hugged her mother, cherishing the warmth and scent that belonged to her. Don't worry, Mom. As long as we have time, we'll definitely come back. Gu Jianing truly treasured the days spent with her family. For a married daughter, every visit home means one less chance to see her parents. How could she not cherish it? How could she not want to come back? Gu Jianing really didn't want to leave, but in the end, it was Yao Chunhua who pulled herself together first and comforted her instead. Then she hugged Xingxing and Yaya. Xingxing, Yaya, you two have to take good care of your mom, okay? Grandpa, Grandma, we will. Good kids, you're all good kids. At this point, Gu Yunzhou stepped forward and looked at Xing Zishi. Zishi, is your transfer to the Eastern Islands only for a year? Yes, that's what they said. After a year, I'll probably be able to transfer to Beijing. Third brother, study hard for your exams. Didn't you say you wanted to get into Beijing University? Go ahead and wait for us there. After a year, when Zishi transfers to Beijing, we can all be together again. As Gu Jianing spoke, she took out a set of keys. This is for a courtyard house I own near Beijing University. If you need it, you can stay there. And as for sister-in-law, Gu Jianing turned to Gu Yanting. Big brother, I don't know what level sister-in-law is at, or which university she might get into. But if she also gets into a university in Beijing and needs a place, she can stay there too. Gu Yanting nodded. We'll see. If your sister-in-law gets into university in another city, I'm planning to take the kids and join her once she's settled. It wasn't that he didn't trust young man, but Gu Yanting felt that things had changed since last year. The country was opening up more and more. He believed that moving to a big city would bring more opportunities. He didn't want to be stuck in the tiny village of Huaihua forever. He wanted to give his wife and children a better life. Gu Yanting shared his thoughts. Gu Jianing hadn't expected her big brother to be so forward-thinking. Indeed, the coming years would be full of opportunities to get rich. Big brother, I agree with you. I believe you can do it. Anyway, if you need anything, just let us know. We're siblings, of course, we should help each other. Gu Yanting patted her head, his eyes full of warmth. I know, little sister. After hugging everyone and saying their goodbyes, With repeated reminders, Gu Jianning's family of 4 finally boarded the train. It wasn't until the train had left and their loved ones were out of sight that Yao Chunhua and Gu's father finally let their tears fall. They had been holding back, afraid that Gu Jianning would be even more reluctant to leave if she saw them cry. Gu Yunting looked at his tearful parents, then at the departing train. "Mom, Dad, let's go home. I believe little sister's family will only get better and better. We can't hold them back. We have to seize opportunities too and make the Gu family stronger. Our family will always be little sister's strongest support." Gu's father and Yao Chunhua nodded immediately, their attention shifting. "Yes, we need to develop too. If Ning ever needs us, we'll be able to help. Even if we can't help, at least we'll always have her back." On the train, Xingxing and Ye were also feeling down. The 2 little ones had red eyes, clearly reluctant to leave their grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins. Even though they'd only spend a month together, children make friends easily, especially when they're family. In the end, it was Xingzishi who pulled out a new storybook and started reading to them, slowly distracting them from their sadness. This time, the journey to the eastern islands would take only a day and a night by train. But after the train, they'd still have to take a boat across the sea to reach their new home, a garrisoned island called Huancha Island. Next to her, while Xingzishi told stories to the kids, Gu Jianning checked the weather forecast. Since she was on the train, the weather updates kept changing with her location. For now, she couldn't get the forecast for Huancha Island. But she'd heard before that the weather there wasn't great. In the hottest part of summer, temperatures could reach over 30, even close to 40 degrees Celsius, sometimes even higher. Winters weren't very cold, though. The lowest was a few degrees above zero, never below freezing. So, Huancha Island never saw snow. But because it was an island surrounded by sea and connected to a vast ocean, typhoons hit every year. If a big one came, it could seriously affect the island, the soldiers stationed there, and the residents. That's why Gu Jianning felt that having access to weather forecasts was very important. "Do the people on Huancha Island make their living by fishing?" Gu Jianning asked Xingzishi. Xingzishi nodded. "Yes. Like they say, people rely on the mountains if they live near them, and the sea if they live by the sea. There isn't much land there, and it's not suitable for farming, so fishing is the only way to make a living. The government provided standardized boats, and every day everyone would go out together. After handing over a portion of their catch, the rest would be distributed to each household." This was actually similar to what the villagers of Huaihua village did. Every family went to the fields to earn work points, and each year, after turning in a portion as public grain, the remaining harvest was divided among the households according to their work points. Listening to Xingzishi explain all this, Gu Jianning couldn't help but think about the future. It wouldn't be long before the household contract responsibility system would be introduced. By then, land could be contracted out, forests could be contracted, and even fishermen could buy their own boats from the government and go out to sea on their own. It was coming soon, very soon, just around the corner. "I wonder if the military wives on the island are easy to get along with," Gu Jianning murmured. After several years with the military wives in the Northwest Military District, Gu Jianning had a very good impression of them. Of course, there were some who weren't so easy to get along with, but because of her status as a doctor, Xingzishi's position as deputy regiment commander, and her reputation as the gentle-faced Yama in the military district, no one dared to disrespect her. "Don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you or Xingxing and Ye, just bully them right back. I'll back you up," Xingzishi said, almost thumping his chest. Gu Jianning smiled, her eyes crinkling. "You're so good to us. Having a husband who always had her back, what a blessing." Xingxing and Ye looked at their father with shining eyes, full of admiration. "I remember you once said there's a kindergarten on the island just for military children?" Gu Jianning asked. "Yes, there is." Since they were moving to the island, Xingzishi had naturally looked into the situation there. As it happened, Xingzishi had a comrade, Zhao Weigua, who was the head of the logistics department at the Huancha Island military district. So Shang Zishi had already asked him about the situation on the island. Are you thinking of sending Xingxing and Yaya to that kindergarten? Shang Zishi guessed what Gu Jianing was getting at. You'll be busy, and I'll be transferred to work at the hospital on Huancha Island too. Neither of us will have much time. Xingxing and Yaya are already over 2 years old, almost 3 by traditional counting. I think it's fine for them to go to kindergarten. Xingxing, Yaya, do you want to go? Gu Jianing realized she hadn't asked the children's opinion yet, so she looked down and asked. Kindergarten was a new and exciting idea for Xingxing and Yaya, so after Gu Jianing explained what it was, both children nodded. Mama, if we go to kindergarten, you won't be so tired. Mama, you still have little brother in your tummy, Yaya said softly, placing her small hand on Gu Jianing's belly. Xingxing nodded too. He didn't talk much, but he agreed with his sister. Gu Jianing was taken aback. So the reason they were willing to go to kindergarten was because they didn't want her to be tired. So thoughtful at such a young age. Gu Jianing's eyes grew hot as she pulled the 2 children into her arms. You're both so wonderful. I must have done a lot of good deeds in my past life to have Xingxing and Yaya as my children. What mother wouldn't love such sweet, angelic children? Xingxing and Yaya snuggled into Gu Jianing's embrace, their eyes crinkling with happiness. Just then, Xingxing suddenly thought of something. Papa, have Amber and the cubs arrived over there yet? Xingxing asked. They have. Amber and the others arrived a while ago. They're probably helping look after our new home now. Don't worry, I've asked some friends to feed Amber and her cubs every day. Hearing this, Xingxing and Yaya both breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 little ones were deeply attached to Amber and her cubs. Ever since they were born, Amber and the cubs had always been by their side. Now, the whole family was moving from the Northwest Military District to Huancha Island. Naturally, Amber and her family of 5 would go with them. However, since they would first be returning to Huaihua Village for a month, it wasn't convenient to bring Amber and her cubs along. So they had asked someone to take Amber and her family to Huancha Island ahead of time. Right now, Amber and the others are waiting for us at our new home. We'll see them very soon. Okay. Huancha Island had unpredictable weather. It was October, and a recent rain had cooled things down. Where it had once been 33 degrees, now it was around 20. Lately, the days on Huancha Island were still warm, but mornings and evenings were much cooler. At the military family compound on the island, an old woman eyed the newest and largest house. Seeing the door open, she hesitated for a moment before walking in. My son Dajuan is a regimental officer. Why wasn't this house given to him? Instead, it's going to some outsider officer. It's just not fair. I heard there's a lot of good stuff left inside, too. No, even if we can't live here, I should at least take some things for myself. This old woman was Niufen. She had long followed her eldest son, Zhang Jianjun, to live on Huancha Island with the military. Not long ago, Zhang Jianjun was promoted to regimental officer and was eligible to choose a larger house in the family compound. Niufen had had her eye on this house for a while. It had only ever been lived in by one family, the Jiang family, but they'd been transferred away recently. So the house was vacant, and a lot of things had been left behind. Niufen thought it would be wonderful if they could move in. She asked her son to try and get the house. He did, but in the end, it wasn't assigned to them. Instead, it was given to an officer who was about to transfer in from elsewhere, someone surnamed Sheng, apparently. The house Zhang Jianjun ended up with wasn't bad, big enough, but not as well located, and most importantly, it was empty. They'd have to buy everything themselves. Because of this, Niufen was furious, and even went to complain to the leadership. But she didn't get the answer she wanted. So every time she passed by this house, she felt resentful. Before, the door had always been locked. But today, it was open. She didn't know why, but it was a chance to go inside. She hadn't opened the door, she was just going in for a look. Of course, only Niufen herself knew what her real intentions were. She'd heard that the officer surnamed Sheng would be arriving in the next couple of days. Once he arrived, she'd have no chance at all. How could Niufen accept that? Even if she could just sneak something out of the house, that would be something. Seeing that no one was around, Niufen boldly walked in. Inside, it was empty, but she immediately spotted a thermos on the table. Her eyes lit up. That was a good thing. She had to take it. She quickly grabbed the thermos, and just as she was about to look for anything else, suddenly, Neofin felt a chill run down her spine. She felt like something was watching her. She slowly turned around. And then she saw 5 large dogs standing behind her, less than 2 meters away. These 5 dogs were all in their prime, especially one of them. It was truly huge. Standing there, it was almost as tall as Neofin, who was over 1.5 meters tall. The other 4 were a bit smaller, but still not small. Each was over a meter tall. At that moment, the 5 big dogs were staring at Neofin with cold, piercing eyes. The way they looked at her, it was as if she was their prey, and they were about to pounce at any second. Neofin could only be grateful she didn't have a heart condition, or she would have had an attack right then and there. But being stared down by 5 big dogs, 10 eyes practically glowing green with menace, Neofin's legs trembled. She even felt like she was about to lose control of something. She wanted to run, but the doorway was completely blocked by the dogs. Suddenly, she remembered that although that officer named Xing hadn't arrived yet, he'd sent someone ahead to deliver the dogs. Neofin hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now she realized it was true. There really were 5 dogs, and they were this fierce. Don't bite me, Neofin muttered, trying to edge toward the door. But every step she took, the dogs moved closer, clearly intent on surrounding her. Some even barked at her. Neofin was on the verge of tears. Following the dog's gaze, she looked down at the hot water kettle she was clutching in her arms. She realized the dogs must have mistaken her for a thief. But she was really unwilling to let go of that kettle. After a moment's thought, Neofin closed her eyes. That's right, she decided to just make a break for it. She didn't believe these dogs would really bite her. So, the next second, with her eyes shut tight, Neofin hugged the kettle and charged toward the door. But she didn't get far before she realized she couldn't move. It felt like something had bitten onto her pants. She instinctively opened her eyes, only to see that the biggest of the 5 dogs was right in front of her, jaws wide open. Its mouth was enormous, filled with sharp, cold teeth, as if it could swallow her whole. Neofin screamed. The kettle slipped from her arms. One of the dogs caught it with its tail, preventing it from smashing to the ground. After her scream, Neofin seemed to find a sudden burst of speed and fled in a panic. One of the dogs chased after her, keeping a steady distance just behind. Terrified, Neofin ran even faster. After a while, she looked back and finally didn't see the dog anymore. By then, Neofin had run all the way back to her new home. At that moment, her daughter-in-law Chuanqing was in the yard reading to her daughter. Looking up, she saw her mother-in-law, Neofin, running back, gasping for breath and visibly shaken. "Mom, what happened? Why are your pants wet?" Chuanqing asked. Neofin looked down and saw her pants were soaked. As for why, the faint smell of urine in the air made it obvious. Neofin, having tried to steal and ended up worse off, was already furious. Now, seeing herself in such a sorry state in front of her daughter-in-law made her even angrier. "What's it to you? Why are you asking? Don't you have chores to do?" she snapped. Seeing the book in Chuanqing's hand and the timid little girl hiding behind her, Neofin grew even more annoyed. "I'm telling you, in our Zhang family, girls don't go to school. You'd better give up on that idea. What's more, she's not even a child of our Zhang family." With that, Neofin spat on the ground and stormed off to her room. "Mom, can't Gigi go to school?" Chuanqing felt a tug on her sleeve. She turned to see her daughter Gigi looking up at her, eyes brimming with tears. Clearly, Gigi had been hurt by her grandmother's words. Chuanqing quickly hugged her daughter and comforted her. "Of course you can. Mommy will definitely make sure you go to school." Gigi trusted her mother. Since Mommy said so, she believed it. She wrapped her arms around her mother's neck and said, "Mommy, I'll study hard, go to college, and give you a wonderful life." "Okay." Chuanqing hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes turning red. Chuanqing was remarried. 2 years ago, she brought her daughter Gigi and married Zhang Jianjun, who was also remarried. Chuanqing's first husband was a violent man. Both Chuanqing and Gigi had been beaten by him. If it were just herself, Chuanqing could have endured it, but when she saw Gigi beaten half to death by her own father, she couldn't take it anymore. So she came up with a way and decisively got a divorce. At first, Chuanqing planned to raise Gigi on her own, but people around her kept persuading her otherwise. A woman raising a daughter alone would have a hard life, they said. It would be too easy for others to bully them. There had to be a man in the house. Otherwise, Gigi might end up with nothing in the future. Eventually, Chuanqing was persuaded to go on a blind date. She ended up marrying Zhang Jianjun, who was also divorced. Everyone said Chuanqing, just a village girl, was lucky to marry someone like Zhang Jianjun, who was a deputy regimental officer. Especially since Zhang Jianjun's ex-wife couldn't have children, Chuanqing wouldn't have to be a stepmother. Once Chuanqing and Zhang Jianjun had children of their own, life would only get better. At the time, marrying Zhang Jianjun really did seem like the best choice. Plus, considering Zhang Jianjun's position and monthly salary, Chuanqing thought that bringing Gigi along wouldn't be so bad. But after they actually got married, Chuanqing realized things were nothing like she'd imagined. For example, Zhang Jianjun's mother, her current mother-in-law, Niufan, had moved in with them, and Zhang Jianjun's salary was always managed by his mother, who made all the decisions. Zhang Jianjun listened to his mother in everything. Whenever Chuanqing clashed with her mother-in-law, Zhang Jianjun always sided with his mother. What did he say? My mother gave birth to me, raised me, and brought me up to where I am today. It wasn't easy for her. As my wife, can you be a little more understanding? With my mother in charge, you should be glad you have less to worry about. You married me, so you should think more about our family. Gigi will marry out one day. She's an outsider. Why bother so much about her? Is she going to take care of you in your old age? It was only after marriage that Chuanqing realized how different her values were from Zhang Jianjun and his mother. She knew Zhang Jianjun was wrong. At first, she tried to talk to him. But later, she realized his beliefs were deeply ingrained, so she stopped trying. Now, after 2 years of marriage, her mother-in-law had been pressuring her to have a son the entire time. But Chuanqing hadn't gotten pregnant even once. As a result, her mother-in-law grew more and more displeased with Gigi. Gigi was now 6 years old, and this September, Chuanqing planned to send her to elementary school. But she had no money. She could only ask her mother-in-law for it. Yet her mother-in-law kept finding excuses to delay and stall. Now the new school term had already started, and Gigi still hadn't been able to go to class. With no other choice, Chuanqing, who herself had only studied for 2 years, could only wait for her mother-in-law to hand over the money while teaching Gigi as best she could. She never expected that today, her mother-in-law would finally lay her cards on the table. She just didn't want Gigi to go to school. This was something Chuanqing simply couldn't accept. Although Chuanqing hadn't had much schooling herself, she knew all too well how important education was. She knew that, with her own abilities, she couldn't offer Gigi much help. She didn't want Gigi to end up living the same kind of life she had. She also knew that studying was Gigi's only way out. So, staring at her mother-in-law's departing figure, Chuanqing made up her mind. Even if it meant getting divorced again, even if it cost her life, she would make sure Gigi could go to school. Meanwhile, Amber watched her daughter Ning return after chasing off that nasty old woman and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. Amber had 4 pups, 3 sons and 1 daughter. Each of them had been named by Gu Jianing. The eldest was called Thunder, the second Sharp Sword, the third Lightning, and the youngest, the only girl, was Ning. Of the 4, Ning was the most mischievous. Amber and her pups had been sent ahead to the house on Huancha Island to guard it. The master of the house, Xingzishi, had arranged for someone to look after them and bring them food. Today, that person had come by as usual, but forgot to close the door when leaving. Amber didn't think much of it, since they knew how to close doors themselves. Since their humans hadn't arrived yet, they didn't dare go outside. Lately, the pups had been cooped up indoors and were getting restless. So today, Amber played hide-and-seek with them. She hadn't expected that. Halfway through the game, she'd sensed someone entering. Amber immediately recognized the person's scent. She was always standing outside the sister's house, cursing and swearing. Amber really disliked her scent. She never thought the woman would actually come inside today and even try to steal something. So Amber led her 4 pups to give the woman a good scare. The most mischievous, Ying, even chased her out the door. Of course, they wouldn't actually bite anyone, but giving someone a fright was fair game. Mom, when are Xingxing and Yaya coming? Ying ran up to Amber, acting cute. Soon, very soon. They should be here in the next couple of days. All right, didn't you all say you wanted to become military dogs? Time for training. Okay. At the mention of training, the 4 pups who dreamed of becoming military dogs instantly became serious. Meanwhile, the Gu Jianing family of 4, who Amber and the others were waiting for, finally got off the train after a day and night's journey. As soon as they stepped off, they saw Shang Zishi's comrade, Zhao Weigua, waiting to pick them up. Zhao Weigua looked to be nearly 40, with honest features and a sturdy build. He seemed like a solid, reliable man. When Zhao Weigua saw Gu Jianing as well as Xingxing and Yaya, his eyes lit up. He patted Shang Zishi on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, kid." He'd married such a beautiful wife. Honestly, of all the military wives and female soldiers Zhao had ever seen, none were as pretty as this sister-in-law. Not even the art troupe girls could compare. No wonder their 2 kids were so good-looking too. Come on, let me treat you all to some local tea snacks first, then we'll take the boat to the island. Soon, Zhao Weigua led them to a state-run restaurant. Every place has its own specialties. Here, the most famous local food was tea snacks. Each snack was served in a tiny bamboo steamer, delicate and exquisite. Xingxing and Yaya were delighted with the novel food. As they ate, Shang Zishi chatted and caught up with Zhao Weigua, while Gu Jianing learned from their conversation that the boat ride from the port to the island would take over 2 hours, a long trip. But once they reached the island, it would be a whole new world. Outside, the sky was clear and the weather looked fine. But as she ate, Gu Jianing checked the real-time weather updates, and when she saw the latest forecast, she frowned. The weather app could pinpoint conditions for an entire province. So even though she wasn't on Huancha Island yet, she wasn't far, and the map already showed the surrounding weather. Gu Jianing saw that, right along the waterway from the port to Huancha Island, there would be a torrential rainstorm in half an hour, lasting 4 hours. Weigua, can I ask, is there only one route from here to Huancha Island? Gu Jianing suddenly asked. Zhao Weigua, in the middle of chatting with Shang Zishi, was caught off guard but answered, yes, for now there's only one. What if we run into a storm on the way? Will it affect us? Gu Jianing asked again. Of course it will. Zhao replied. If it's just a light rain, it's fine. But heavy rain or a downpour is a problem. Visibility drops, and if you get stuck out at sea, it's even worse. But don't worry, sister-in-law. With weather like this today, there's no way we'll get a downpour. Zhao Weigua patted his chest confidently. Gu Jianing fell silent. Shang Zishi noticed something was off about her. He knew his wife wouldn't say something for no reason. So he asked, Ning, did you notice something? Gu Jianing cleared her throat and said, I've done some research on weather. I think with this weather, there's definitely going to be a torrential downpour within half an hour. I think we'd better postpone our trip. Zhao Weigua frowned. His good impression of Gu Jianing dropped a bit. Was this sister-in-law just making things up? The weather was perfectly fine. How could there suddenly be a downpour? And besides, she was so young and hadn't lived near the sea before. How could she know about the weather here? She must be talking nonsense. Most importantly, I've got supplies to deliver to the island, and I need to get them there as soon as possible. That was one reason. But the real reason was that Zhao Weigua trusted his own weather sense, not Gu Jianing's judgment. Shang Zishi could tell Zhao Weigua didn't trust Ning. One was his comrade, the other his wife. Of course Shang Zishi trusted his wife. So, just as Zhao Weigua thought Shang Zishi would side with him, maybe even scold Gu Jianing. Unexpectedly, Shang Zishi asked Gu Jianing, Ning, how long do you think the downpour will last? About 4 hours, she replied. Shang Zishi frowned, then said to Zhao Weigua, Brother Zhao, since there's going to be a downpour, I think we should find somewhere to stay for now and head to the island tomorrow. What do you think? Zhao Weigua hadn't expected Shang Zishi to trust his beautiful wife's words. He said, well, I'll have to go back first. I really need to get those supplies to the island, and honestly, I don't think it's going to rain. Let alone a downpour. Zhao Weigua cursed inwardly, but after thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and said, turn back. Shang Zishi knew that Zhao Weigua didn't believe what his wife had said. Since he didn't believe it, so be it, he had already tried to persuade him. After finishing their meal at the state-run restaurant, the two parties went their separate ways. Shang Zishi took Gu Jianing, along with Xingxing and Yaya, and found a nice hotel to stay in. Maybe it was the long train ride, or maybe they were just tired and full, but as soon as the kids, Xingxing and Yaya, lay down on the bed, they quickly fell asleep. Gu Jianing took some things out of the luggage and quietly asked Shang Zishi, you really trust me that much? Aren't you curious how I knew there would be a heavy rainstorm? Shang Zishi patted her head and said matter-of-factly, you're my wife, of course I trust you. As for how you knew, well, my wife must have some kind of magical ability. Gu Jianing laughed, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, I wasn't lying. I have something that lets me see real-time weather forecasts for the whole province. Shang Zishi, so that's how it is. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Just remember not to tell anyone else. I know. It's just about Brother Zhao. Will this affect your relationship with him? Shang Zishi shook his head. Honestly, my relationship with him is pretty average. They were just ordinary comrades, acquaintances really. Shang Zishi and Zhao Weigua weren't particularly close, mainly because Shang Zishi felt Zhao Weigua's way of thinking was different from his own. For relationships like that, Shang Zishi didn't bother to maintain them. To him, his wife was obviously more important than some ordinary comrade. All right then. Hearing this, Gu Jianing finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Zhao Weigua had already boarded the ship with the supplies. Zhao Weigua was the logistics director of the Huancha Island military district. This time, he'd come with his men to purchase supplies and pick up Shang Zishi and his family. But he hadn't expected Shang Zishi to. Director Zhao, hasn't Commander Shang's family arrived yet? Someone asked. They all knew Zhao Weigua was here today to bring Shang Zishi and his family, who were being transferred to Huancha Island. But now, the ship was about to depart, and there was still no sign of them. They've arrived, but they plan to go to Huancha Island tomorrow. Huh? Why? Zhao Weigua didn't hide anything and directly explained that Gu Jianing had said there would be a heavy rainstorm within half an hour, lasting 4 hours. Old Xing is great in every way, but he listens to his wife too much, Zhao Weigua sighed. A woman, what use does she have besides staying home and raising kids? And Shang Zishi's wife was from the countryside, as far as he knew, and didn't seem to have any special skills. Zhao Weigua figured Shang Zishi must have married her for her looks and hadn't considered anything else. When choosing a wife, you can't just go by looks. You need to marry someone virtuous, Zhao Weigua lamented. Then he glanced at the sky and said, let's set sail. At Zhao Weigua's command, the ship soon set off. But after 20 minutes, the weather was still perfectly clear. I knew it, Shang Zishi's wife was just talking nonsense. But as soon as Zhao Weigua finished speaking, the previously clear sky suddenly changed. It really was sudden. In an instant, everything turned dark as if thick darkness was about to swallow them up. Even the sea grew rough. Director Zhao, this isn't good. It's too dark, the visibility is too low. We can't keep going. Someone timidly said, didn't Commander Shang's wife say there'd be a heavy rainstorm within half an hour? Could it really be? Impossible. Zhao Weigua shot him a glare before he could finish. How could a woman possibly be right? Of course, the real reason was that Zhao Weigua didn't want to lose to a woman. But reality clearly wasn't on Zhao Weigua's side, and soon it slapped him in the face. In less than 5 minutes, the rain came pouring down, drenching them and the ship. It's really pouring. And it really started within half an hour. Director Zhao, we can't go on, the rain's too heavy. We should turn back. Zhao Weigua's face was soaked, and he looked grim. He was utterly shocked. Shang Zishi's wife had actually been right. How did she know? How could she be even better at this than someone like him, who'd lived on the island for years? Zhao Weiguo really didn't want to turn back, so he stayed silent. If he went back, wouldn't that mean he was wrong? What if the rain stopped soon? Just then, someone said, "Didn't Director Zhao say that Commander Xing's wife said the rain would last 4 hours? If it really lasts 4 hours, we definitely can't stay out here. Otherwise, they'd be completely stranded." Everyone looked at Zhao Weiguo, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhao Weiguo cursed inwardly, but after thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and said, "Turn back. If the rain stopped quickly, it wouldn't matter. But if it really lasted 4 hours, like Xing Zishi's wife said, staying out here or pressing on would be dangerous." Zhao Weiguo was stubborn and especially hated being shown up by a woman. But he absolutely couldn't let the men he was responsible for, or the supplies, get into trouble. So he could only turn back. And as it turned out, Zhao Weiguo made the right call. On the way back, the rain kept pouring down. Even when they reached the county town, the rain had eased a bit, but it was still coming down. "Let's find a hotel and rest first." After docking and securing the supplies, Zhao Weiguo and his men found a nearby hotel. But as soon as they walked in and looked up, they ran into Shang Zishi. Zhao Weiguo. Shang Zishi looked fresh and dry, while Zhao Weiguo and his men were soaked and bedraggled. The contrast couldn't have been more obvious. "Shang Zishi, that's what you get for not listening to my wife. Learned your lesson now, haven't you?" Though he thought this to himself, on the surface Shang Zishi just said, "Brother Zhao, what happened to you guys?" Zhao Weiguo felt incredibly awkward. But he had to explain, "We ran into a rainstorm and turned back." Shang Zishi just said, "Oh." In the past, he might have made a few sarcastic remarks, but now he was much more even-tempered. "It's fine. Just rest up at the hotel, and we'll head back together tomorrow." After Shang Zishi turned and left, Zhao Weiguo and his men hurried to get a room, take a shower, and change clothes. Back in his own room, Shang Zishi told Gu Jianing about running into Zhao Weiguo and the others. "They're all right, aren't they?" Gu Jianing still sounded a bit worried. "They're fine, just soaked and a little embarrassed, nothing serious." "That's good." That afternoon, Zhao Weiguo gazed out the window at the rain, which was gradually letting up. He checked the time. The downpour had really lasted a full 4 hours. Not a minute more, not a minute less. This is unbelievable. A woman who can do this. Not only had she predicted the heavy rain half an hour in advance, but she'd also nailed the exact duration. This couldn't just be chalked up to luck. This was a real skill, an extraordinary one at that. Zhao Weiguo thought of the fishermen. If they had Gu Jianing's ability to predict the weather, they could set out to sea with precision. And the Navy, too. They often had to go out on missions. If Gu Jianing could join them, having someone with her talent for weather prediction would make their missions so much easier. After all, sometimes a mission could fail simply because of unpredictable weather. Shang Zishi's wife is really something. After this incident, even Zhao Weiguo, who'd always believed a woman's place was at home and was quite the chauvinist, had to change his opinion of Gu Jianing. That's right, he changed his opinion of Gu Jianing, not of women in general. So, that evening, when Gu Jianing stepped out of her room and happened to run into Zhao Weiguo, she immediately noticed the change in his gaze. Where there had once been a hint of disdain, now there was respect. Gu Jianing thought to herself. As expected, people only learn their lesson after taking a hit. In fact, from the very first meeting, Gu Jianing had sensed Zhao Weiguo's condescension. But she hadn't taken it to heart. After all, she wasn't money, no need for everyone to like her. If Zhao Weiguo looked down on her, she wasn't about to waste her energy on someone like that. Zishi seemed to have noticed too, so after warning Zhao Weiguo once, he didn't try to stop him from going out to sea again. Shang Zishi was definitely standing up for her in his own way. Sure enough, after Zhao Weiguo came back to the hotel in a sorry state, Zishi immediately went to tell her. "Shang Zishi, my wife comes first. Anyone who disrespects her, disrespects me." Shang Zishi had always been a bit wild and rebellious, not exactly the considerate type. That night, Shang Zishi's family of 4 spent the night at the hotel. So did Zhao Weiguo and his group. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Zhao Weiguo took the initiative to invite them to Huancha Island. This time, Shang Zishi didn't refuse. In fact, they'd planned to return to the island with Zhao Weiguo the day before, but the weather had thrown a wrench in their plans. Once they boarded the boat, Zhao Weiguo even cracked a rare joke. "Sister-in-law, no heavy rain this time, right?" Gu Jianing looked up at the sky. "No, today's going to be a clear, sunny day." She'd checked the weather that morning. It was set to be beautiful. Zhao Weiguo let out a sigh of relief. "How did you know it would rain yesterday? Any tips you can share?" "Gu Jianing, what tips?" "I just have a weather forecast." She shook her head. "I just had a feeling, that's all." Zhao Weiguo assumed her reluctance to share was because of his attitude yesterday, so he didn't press further. Soon, the boat set off. For Xingxing and Yaya, it was their first time on a boat, and their first time seeing the sea. Actually, even for Gu Jianing, it was her first time on a boat and seeing the ocean in this life. They all found it fascinating. The sea was a deep blue, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Even the breeze carried a hint of salt. Out here, surrounded by the vast ocean, people felt so small. "Hey, Shang's wife really called it. It's perfect weather for sailing. We're almost at the island." Who'd have thought Shang's wife isn't just beautiful, she can read the weather too. Impressive. She's the prettiest girl I've ever seen, and their kids are the cutest I've ever met. Same here. The whispers from the crew reached Zhao Weiguo's ears. He couldn't help but nod in agreement. They were right. After a few hours at sea, they finally caught sight of Huancha Island. "Is that Huancha Island?" Gu Jianing asked, gazing at the tall coconut trees that were the island's signature. "That's right, that's Huancha Island." They docked at the military port. Not far away was another dock, used by the island's fishermen. By now, it was already noon. The fishermen usually went out for the whole day, so none had returned yet. Huancha Island wasn't exactly big, but it wasn't small either. It was an important place. Part of the island was occupied by the military, but most of it was home to generations of fishermen. After disembarking, it was just a short distance to the military base. Zhao Weiguo and his team had supplies to deliver, so they took a car back, and Xing Zishi's family joined them, since they had plenty of luggage too. As they drove, Gu Jianing looked out the window, taking in the scenery. The customs and culture here were quite different from the Northwest. She thought, if she had time, she'd love to take the kids out exploring. And coconuts. She wanted the kids to try them too. In just 10 minutes, they reached the military base on the island. After a round of checks, the family was allowed in. Zhao Weiguo pointed out their assigned house, then hurried off to his duties. Shang Zishi carried the luggage, while Gu Jianing held Xingxing and Yaya's hands as they headed toward the family quarters. "This should be the place," Shang Zishi said, stopping in front of a bungalow. Gu Jianing looked at the house. It was smaller than the one at the Northwest base. But that made sense. The Northwest had plenty of space, while the island was much more limited. Just then, the door, which had been closed, suddenly moved. It opened a crack, and a dog squeezed out. Before Gu Jianing could say anything, her daughter piped up, "Honging." Sure enough, the dog that had come out was Honging. Honging recognized Gu Jianing, Shang Zishi, and the kids right away. She was especially close to Yaya, and after more than a month apart, she'd missed her terribly. As soon as Yaya called her name, Honging dashed over. The little girl and the puppy hugged each other tightly, showering each other with kisses. At that moment, the door swung fully open. Gu Jianing saw Amber and the other 3 pups. "Sis, you're finally here." Amber was overjoyed to see Gu Jianing. She rushed over. Shang Zishi was a bit worried, seeing Amber charge over. After all, Ning was pregnant. But Amber knew her limits, stopping a meter away and wagging her tail furiously in excitement. Gu Jianing really missed Amber and the others, so she crouched down and gave them all a hug. Soon, they all went inside. Xingxing and Yaya were playing with Amber and her cubs, while Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi started looking around the house. They found that the house was quite nice, with plenty of new furniture. Everything was in good condition and ready to use. They wouldn't need to buy anything extra. "Go play with the kids. I'll take care of unpacking," Shang Zishi said. "Okay." Gu Jianing went to play with Xingxing, Yaya, and Amber, while Shang Zishi quickly unpacked their luggage and put everything away. Then he started sweeping the floor. The floor wasn't really dirty, but it still needed a good cleaning. After sweeping, Shang Zishi fetched some water from the yard and mopped the floor twice. Seeing him busy, Gu Jianing felt bad just standing around. She hadn't married a husband just to make him do all the work while she relaxed. So she took Xingxing and Yaya to fetch some water and grabbed some rags. Together, they wiped down the tables, chairs, and cabinets. There was something nice about the whole family working together like this. During this time, Amber told Gu Jianing about an old lady in the family compound who seemed to be eyeing her house. She even came by to steal things a couple of days ago. Gu Jianing suddenly understood, so that's what was going on. Did this mean she'd already made an enemy? She hadn't expected that as soon as she arrived on Huancha Island, someone would already have a grudge against her family. It seemed this year on Huancha Island was going to be eventful. But Gu Jianing wasn't worried. If anyone really tried to harm her or her family, she still had her malicious intent detector to warn her. That afternoon, Shang Zishi went out to buy some household essentials: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea before officially starting work. Gu Jianing did have supplies in her space, but it wasn't a good time to take them out just yet. She'd have to wait. This time, Gu Jianing had come to Huancha Island with Shang Zishi as part of the military transfer. She had originally been a doctor in the Northwest Military District, but now she'd been transferred to Huancha Island's hospital, straight into a specialist professor position. Gu Jianing had planned to start her new job the next day. But a phone call changed her plans. That afternoon, not long after Shang Zishi left, a young soldier showed up at their door. "Are you sister-in-law Gu Jianing?" the soldier asked. Gu Jianing nodded. "Yes, that's me. There's a phone call for you at the communications office. It's from the Northwest Military District. They said it's your mentor." "Mentor?" "Old Chen." "All right, I'll take it." Gu Jianing told Xingxing, Yaya, and Amber to watch the house, then followed the soldier to the communications office. She quickly picked up the phone. "Ning girl, you've arrived at Huancha Island. How are you settling in?" As soon as she answered, she heard her mentor Old Chen's familiar voice. "I just arrived today and got to the house. It's pretty good here. The weather is changeable, but not as cold as the Northwest." "That's good. I actually have something important to discuss with you." "Go ahead, mentor." "Beijing wants to invite you to help write this year's college entrance exam papers." "What?" Gu Jianing was stunned by Old Chen's words. "But mentor, I only have a high school diploma. Are they serious about inviting me to help write the college entrance exam papers?" "What high school diploma? You have the skills of a professor. That title was specially granted to you by the higher-ups. It's several levels above a university graduate. With your abilities, writing the college entrance exam papers would be a breeze. If you're so concerned about your qualifications, I'll have them grant you a doctorate from Beijing University." Old Chen thought, as long as he put in a word, Beijing University would definitely agree. Not just Beijing University, other universities would be fighting over her too. Gu Jianing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her mentor's words. But she knew that in this era, a university degree was worth a lot. If a bachelor's degree was so valuable, a doctorate, especially from Beijing University, would be even more so. Honestly, Gu Jianing really wanted it. "But I'm supposed to start work at the island hospital tomorrow. That can wait for now." "How long would it take to write the exam papers?" "Probably at least 2 months. The first college entrance exam since its reinstatement will be in December, and it's October now. The teachers writing the papers can't leave until the first batch of students finish the exam." Gu Jianing realized that if she went to Beijing, she'd be gone for at least 2 months. "What about Xingxing and Yeye?" "And Zishi?" "Mentor, I need to think about it." "All right, think it over and give me an answer by tomorrow." "Okay." After hanging up, Gu Jianing went home. Shang Zishi didn't return from shopping until dusk, carrying a lot of supplies. Then he immediately went to the kitchen to cook. In their family, they had a tradition ever since they got married. As long as Shang Zishi was home, he would do the cooking and the dishes. Over the years, Shang Zishi had always done this willingly. To him, Gu Jianning's hands were meant for wearing pretty jewelry, painting her nails, and staying soft and fair, not for cooking, washing dishes, or laundry, which would make them rough. Gu Jianning understood how much Shang Zishi cherished her. So, when Shang Zishi was cooking, she would go in to help out. "There's something in my pants pocket for you. Take it out," Shang Zishi said. Gu Jianning raised an eyebrow. What could it be? She reached into his pants pocket and quickly pulled out the item. It was a straight pearl hair clip. The pale blue pearls were set in the shape of a camellia flower. Very pretty. Gu Jianning loved wearing hair clips, and she immediately fell in love with it, a smile spreading across her face. "Where did you get this?" "I happened to see someone selling it and bought it for 5 yuan. 5 yuan. That was quite a bit of money in those days. These are real pearls. They're not big, but the pale blue color is rare," Shang Zishi explained. The woman selling the pearl hair clips seemed to be in urgent need of money. Shang Zishi happened to pass by, saw the pale blue pearl hair clip, and thought Gu Jianning would definitely like it, so he bought it. 5 yuan was a lot for an average family, but for Shang Zishi, it wasn't a big deal. So he bought it. Sure enough, Gu Jianning really liked it. She immediately took off the hair clip she was wearing and put on the new pearl one. Shang Zishi gazed at her, his eyes full of tenderness. "It looks beautiful," he praised. Gu Jianning smiled. This guy, she couldn't tell if he was saying the hair clip was beautiful or if he meant she was beautiful. If Shang Zishi knew what she was thinking, he'd definitely say, "Of course it's my wife who's beautiful. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you." Gu Jianning told Shang Zishi about the call she received from Elder Chen. She'd been invited to Beijing to help write questions for the college entrance exam. "You didn't agree yet?" Shang Zishi asked. "This is a great opportunity. It really was a good opportunity, but if I go, I'll be gone for at least 2 months. What about you? What about Xingxing and Yeye?" Shang Zishi thought for a moment. "I'd love to go with you, but I can't. I start my new job tomorrow. But as for Xingxing and Yeye..." He paused, then said, "Grandpa and Grandma have been missing Xingxing and Yeye, and I heard they're not busy lately. How about you take the kids with you to Beijing? While you're working on the exam papers, Grandpa and Grandma can look after them." Gu Jianning raised her eyebrows. That actually sounded like a pretty good idea. "It's just..." Shang Zishi looked a little aggrieved. "It's just that I won't see you for 2 months. Not seeing his daughter and son for a while was one thing, but not seeing his wife, that he would really miss. And you're over 3 months pregnant now. Won't this trip be too exhausting?" That was another thing Shang Zishi was worried about. Gu Jianning shook her head. "That should be fine. I'll go talk to Xingxing and Yeye, see if they want to go to Beijing." All right. So, at dinner, Gu Jianning brought it up. She might have to go to Beijing to help write the college entrance exam, would be gone for 2 months, and wanted to take Xingxing and Yeye along so Grandpa and Grandma could look after them. Maybe it was because they'd taken the enlightenment pill at birth, but even though Xingxing and Yeye were only a little over 2 years old, they were very smart. They understood a lot. So Gu Jianning never treated them like little kids. She always told them the truth and asked for their opinions. Xingxing and Yeye had excellent memories, and since Grandpa and Grandma had looked after them quite a bit, they remembered the old couple well. Ever since they learned to talk, whenever Gu Jianning called her family or Grandpa and Grandma, she'd let Xingxing and Yeye join in and say a few words. So Xingxing and Yeye knew that besides the Gu family, there were also great-grandpa and great-grandma in Beijing who loved and cared for them very much. "Mama, we want to go." Xingxing and Yeye exchanged a glance and made their decision. "All right, then we'll go." With that, Gu Jianning had made up her mind. Meanwhile, in Beijing, the exam question-setting committee received feedback from Elder Chen that Gu Jianning was hesitant because of her academic background and was still considering. The committee immediately became anxious. There were plenty of accomplished people in medicine who could help write questions, but choosing Gu Jianning was a careful decision. After all, Gu Jianning had caught the attention of the authorities at such a young age, received commendations, cured tuberculosis and PTSD, and had been featured in so many newspapers. You could say that, except for people in remote areas or those who didn't read newspapers, everyone knew who Gu Jianing was. Jiao Weigua, who doesn't read newspapers? Are you guys throwing shade at me? Basically, Gu Jianing was recognized nationwide, and her recent free clinic in her hometown had only boosted her reputation. So inviting Gu Jianing to help write exam questions was the perfect choice. If Dr. Gu has concerns, let's address them. Only a high school diploma? No problem. Beijing University, Huancha University, and other top schools all stepped up, expressing their willingness to grant Gu Jianing a doctoral degree and even appoint her as an honorary professor. They knew very well what it would mean for their university to be associated with Gu Jianing. So, Gu Jianing absolutely had to be the question-setting teacher. Whatever concerns she had, they would address them. The next day, Gu Jianing received another call from her mentor, Elder Chen. Not only did he say that the top universities would grant her a doctoral degree and let her choose which one, but also that they would buy her round-trip train tickets, sleeper class, and reimburse all expenses. If Gu Jianing had any other requests, she could bring them up. As long as it was within their power, they would make it happen. So, Ning, what's your decision? Master, I accept. Since the committee was so sincere, and being a question setter was beneficial to her, why wouldn't she go? Taking Xingxing and Yaya to Beijing sounded great too. Almost the moment Gu Jianing agreed, the system's voice rang in her mind. Ding! System task released. Host, please complete a college entrance exam question-setting task. Task reward, water-repelling Pearl X5, fire-repelling Pearl X1. Gu Jianing was stunned. System, writing exam questions counts as a task too. She'd thought only having children would earn her rewards. Host, having children is a main quest. Becoming a divine doctor is a side quest. Whether you're saving lives or now joining the exam question-setting team, it's all part of progressing toward becoming a divine doctor, so there are tasks and rewards. Gu Jianing suddenly understood. Water-repelling pearl and fire-repelling pearl, these were easy enough to understand. The water-repelling pearl, as the name suggests, lets you breathe underwater like a fish, without worrying about drowning. As long as you wear it, you can stay underwater indefinitely. The fire-repelling pearl works the same way. It creates a protective membrane around your body, shielding you from high temperatures and flames, and lets you breathe. As long as you wear it, you can stay in fire without harm. But, is the fire-repelling pearl more valuable than the water-repelling pearl? After all, the reward was 5 water-repelling pearls, but only 1 fire-repelling pearl. The system didn't answer. Gu Jianing wondered why these rewards appeared. Was it because she was on an island now? Surrounded by the sea, so the water-repelling pearl was especially relevant? Either way, Gu Jianing accepted the task. Since the committee was in a hurry and she'd already agreed, she didn't delay any further and started packing, including Xingxing and Yaya's things. This time, she didn't need to take the train. The committee would send a special car to pick them up, as part of the confidentiality process. This arrangement made Sheng Zishi feel much more at ease. Otherwise, he'd really worry about Gu Jianing, pregnant and traveling alone with 2 young children by train. So, before the families on Huancha Island staff compound even had a chance to meet Gu Jianing, she was already on her way to Beijing with Xingxing and Yaya in the special car. As for Sheng Zishi, though he was reluctant to see his wife and children leave, his new job kept him busy enough that he didn't have time to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Grandpa and Grandma Sang had already learned from a phone call that Gu Jianing would be bringing Xingxing and Yaya to Beijing. The elderly couple was absolutely delighted. Ever since they left the Northwest Military District last time, it had been a long while since they'd seen Gu Jianing and the 2 children. Although they spoke on the phone from time to time, it just wasn't the same as meeting in person. As soon as they heard Gu Jianing would be bringing the kids, they started cleaning and tidying up the rooms, getting everything ready for their arrival. Finally, the day arrived. Grandma Sang was at home, sorting through toys she planned to give Xingxing and Yaya, when she suddenly heard 2 childish voices calling out, "Great-grandma." Grandma Sang froze for a moment, then turned around to see Gu Jianing walking in, holding the hands of 2 adorable, doll-like children. The two kids looked about 2 or 3 years old, and they were truly beautiful. The little boy looked just like her grandson when he was young, and the little girl seemed to be a carbon copy of Ning. In that instant, Grandma Sang recognized them immediately. Xing, yeah, great-grandma is right here. And so, the 3 generations who had missed each other so much finally embraced. Grandma Sang was overjoyed, quickly bringing out all sorts of food for Xing, Yaya, and Gu Jianing. She also took the children by the hand and gave them a tour of the little house. By noon, Grandpa Sang had returned from the Weapons Research Institute. Seeing Gu Jianing and his 2 great-grandchildren, he was just as happy. Xing and Yaya adapted quickly and showed no shyness at all around Grandpa and Grandma Sang. As soon as Gu Jianing arrived at the old Sang family home, she called Xing Zishi at the Huancha Island military district to let him know she'd arrived safely. Because the Beijing college entrance exam question-setting team was urging her, Gu Jianing left the Sang house the next day, taking her luggage to the courtyard where the team was based. Naturally, they welcomed her enthusiastically. Then, they handed her a thick stack of doctoral diplomas and honorary professorship certificates from various universities. Gu Jianing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So many certificates and appointment letters? Honestly, just one would have been enough. But the university presidents all insisted. They all wanted to win Gu Jianing over. After all, Gu Jianing had achieved so much at such a young age. Who knew how far she might go in the future? She might even end up in the history books or textbooks. If that happened, their schools would bask in her glory. So, a doctoral diploma and an honorary professorship? That was the least they could offer, and they absolutely had to. Now, Gu Jianing was already an honorary alumna, the kind who could give lectures at the university, and her future would only get brighter. These university presidents were all shrewd people. How could they let such a talent slip by? Gu Jianing, with such enthusiastic kindness, she could only accept. And so, Gu Jianing settled in and began working with the other teachers on the exam papers. She would have to stay until the college entrance exams were over before she could leave. At the Sang house, since Grandpa Sang still had to go to work every day, Grandma Sang was the one looking after Xing and Yaya most of the time. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jianing had been gone for several days. Xing and Yaya hadn't seen their mother for a few days either. Since birth, the 2 little ones had never spent a single day apart from their mother. Now, suddenly separated and unable to contact her, they missed her terribly. But they understood that their mother had gone to do something very, very important, and that's why she had to leave for a while. As long as they behaved and stayed with their great-grandparents, their mother would come back as soon as she finished her work. That day, Grandpa Sang went to work as usual, while Grandma Sang was in the kitchen making desserts for the 2 little ones. In the living room, only the 2 children were there. Xing was flipping through a book, one of many picture books Grandpa Sang had bought for him after discovering his love for reading. Xing, dressed in overalls, sat cross-legged on the sofa, the book on his lap, reading intently and turning the pages quickly. Yaya, on the other hand, didn't like reading. She was playing with a doll Grandma had bought her, dressing it up in pretty clothes and styling its hair. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The sound startled Xing from his book. He glanced at his sister, who was playing on the carpet and seemed not to have heard. Little Xing sighed inwardly. He knew his sister could be a bit lazy, just like their mother. But Xing agreed with what their father always said. What's wrong with a girl being a little lazy? Being too diligent isn't always good. Hard-working hands get rough. As men, we should do more. Thinking of this, Xing put his book down on the sofa and carefully climbed down. The sofa was a bit high for a 2-year-old with short legs like him, so he had to be careful not to fall. Once off the sofa, Xing put on his shoes and headed toward the yard. Actually, the yard's gate was only slightly ajar, not closed. After all, this was a secure compound with guards everywhere. Even if the door was open, no bad people would get in. The person outside had thought the gate was closed, but after knocking for a while and realizing it was ajar, he pushed it open. As the door swung open, he came face to face with Xing. The moment he saw Xing, the The visitor's eyes widened in shock and he blurted out Zishi. The visitor was Xing Xinhao. At the sight of Xing, he was completely stunned. Who wouldn't be startled to suddenly see a miniature version of their own son? Over the past 2 years, Xing Xinhao had been visiting the Sang house more and more often. Even though every time he came, the elderly couple either ignored him or set him up, he still kept coming. Maybe it was because he felt lonely after spending so long at the military district, or maybe because staying at the old Sheng family home was suffocating. Xing Xinhao was truly at his wits' end with Fong Wan. She brewed medicinal tonics for him every day, constantly pressuring him to have a child. Every time he came home, she would pounce on him. He felt like he was being drained dry. He understood Fong Wanrong's frustration and her desperate desire for a child. He sympathized, but that didn't mean he could accept it all. He felt that if this went on, she'd wear him out before his time. And lately, this wasn't even his only problem. Because his hand still hadn't been treated, it was seriously affecting his position. Although he'd tried to keep it secret and was receiving treatment on the sly, it wasn't working. During a recent mission, his hand acted up in front of everyone, and he was found out. He'd been told that if his hand couldn't be treated soon, he might not be able to keep his current position. This made Xing Xinhao extremely anxious. Actually, Xing Xinhao didn't absolutely have to have this position, but he had to ensure the Sheng family's continued prosperity. And the only one who could carry that on was his eldest son, Sheng Zishi. But that boy treated him like an enemy. Even though they were father and son, they'd never really sat down and had a proper conversation. Over the past 2 years, after being scolded repeatedly by the old couple from the Sang family, Xing Xinhao had come to realize that he might have made some mistakes. But to swallow his pride and apologize to his own son? Xing Xinhao just couldn't bring himself to do it. He always believed that the choices he made for Xing Zishi were the right ones. But that boy was so rebellious, always going against him. Acting recklessly, he definitely regretted in the future. Like joining that military district or the matter of getting married. But as it turned out, maybe he was the one who was wrong. These days, Xing Xinhao often visited the Sang family, hoping to learn more about Xing Zishi's feelings for the old couple. He hoped the old couple could put in a good word for him with Xing Zishi. So, even if he got scolded every time, he still came. This morning, when he smelled the scent of medicine coming from the kitchen, Xing Xinhao couldn't sit still and left the house. He made his way to the Sang family's place, as familiar as if it were his own home. He didn't expect that after knocking and pushing the door open, he'd look up and see a little boy about 3 years old, who looked exactly like his eldest son Sheng Zishi did at that age. No one could understand what Xing Xinhao felt in that moment. Xing looked at the man in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. Xing Xinhao, he looks even more like him. Xing stared at Xing Xinhao and asked, "Do you know my dad?" Xing Xinhao, what did he just say? Oh, he just mentioned Zishi, and this little boy said Zishi was his dad? So, this was his eldest son's child? Come to think of it, he remembered that when that woman came to Beijing to pay respects to Wan, she'd been heavily pregnant. Judging by the time, the child would be about this age now. A child who could appear at the Sang family's house and looked so much like his eldest son, who else could he be but his grandson? Wait. He remembered his eldest son had said his daughter-in-law was carrying twins. Just then, another childish voice piped up. Brother, who is it? Yaya had already put down her toy doll and toddled over on her short little legs. Xing protectively put Yaya behind him and looked up at Xing Xinhao, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Seeing a little girl the same age as the boy, Xing Xinhao suddenly understood everything. So, his daughter-in-law had been pregnant with fraternal twins? Twins, a boy and a girl. That was considered extremely lucky. Although Xing Xinhao wasn't particularly superstitious, he knew that having a boy and a girl was a wonderful thing. And these 2 children in front of him were so good-looking. They looked smart and clever at a glance. They were his grandson and granddaughter, the continuation of the Shang family line. Xing Xinhao's heart instantly softened. He slowly crouched down in front of Xing and Yaya, his voice becoming gentle. "Xing Zishi is my son. If you're his children, then you're my grandson and granddaughter." I'm your grandpa. By the way, what are your names? When did you come to Beijing? His grandchildren had come to Beijing, and he hadn't even known. If he'd known, he would have prepared gifts for them. He wondered what they liked. Xing Xinhao was suddenly overcome with excitement, his eyes reddening as he looked at Xingxing and Yeye. At that moment, Xingxing and Yeye seemed to remember something. Yeye was the first to suddenly exclaim, "Oh, so you're that bad grandpa. You're the one who doesn't like mommy and doesn't want daddy." Xingxing and Yeye were precocious, so they knew that children had not only maternal grandparents, but also paternal grandparents. Their maternal grandparents, Yao Chanhua and Grandpa Gu, treated them very well. So Xingxing and Yeye had always wondered, where were their paternal grandparents? The two little ones had asked many people. First, they asked their dad, since Grandpa and Grandma were his parents. Your grandma has already passed away. Knowing the children were precocious, Xing Zishi didn't shy away from the topic of life and death. When we get to Beijing, I'll take you to visit her grave. A few days ago, their great-grandmother had already taken Xingxing and Yeye to visit their grandma's grave. As for your grandpa, when Xing Zishi mentioned this person, his face was cold. You don't have a grandpa. Your grandpa didn't want daddy, and he doesn't like your mommy, so you don't have a grandpa. This was confirmed by their great-grandparents. Your grandpa is a muddle-headed man, can't tell right from wrong. After your real grandma passed away and he got a new wife, he treated your daddy badly and didn't like your mommy. So just pretend you don't have a grandpa. Xingxing and Yeye also asked their mom, Gu Jianing. At that time, Gu Jianing said, "There's no rule that says someone has to like someone else. In this world, you can't expect everyone to like you. Some people like mommy and some people don't. But whether someone likes mommy or not doesn't affect mommy's life. As long as we're happy, that's all that matters. If grandpa doesn't like mommy, then mommy doesn't have to like him either." Back then, Xingxing and Yeye thought their mommy was so wonderful and so many people liked her. But grandpa didn't like mommy. So, it definitely wasn't mommy's problem. And as for daddy, daddy could be strict sometimes, but he was often very good to them, and it was all for their own good. So daddy wasn't the problem either. That meant the problem was with grandpa. Xingxing and Yeye both decided he was the bad grandpa. Since they knew he was the bad grandpa, they stopped looking for him. But they never expected that today, the bad grandpa would show up at their door. As soon as they realized it was the bad grandpa, Xingxing and Yeye immediately became guarded, their big eyes full of wariness. Bad grandpa? Xing Xinhao never expected that after introducing himself, instead of the two children happily running into his arms and sweetly calling him grandpa, what he got was a bad grandpa and two pairs of wary eyes. Honestly, in that instant, Xing Xinhao was hurt. His heart shattered into pieces. Did your dad tell you that? He thinks I'm bad. Xing Xinhao asked, a little angry and a little aggrieved. So, in his eldest son's heart, he was the bad guy. The eldest son and his wife thought that he didn't like Gu Jianing and didn't want the eldest son anymore. Xing Xinhao thought to himself, when it came to Gu Jianing, he really didn't like her, there was no denying that. Even though he now acknowledged Gu Jianing's value, it had been like that from the start, and there was no way to argue otherwise. But his eldest son. When did he ever not want his eldest son? If he didn't care about his eldest son, would he have devoted himself to nurturing him? Would he have wanted to leave the old family house, the savings, and all his connections to him? Would he have paved the way for him? He'd done so much. How could his eldest son think he didn't want him? Maybe he was a bit strict with him, but wasn't that because the eldest son had been rebellious when he was younger? As a father, was he wrong to discipline his child? He never expected his eldest son to see him this way. Xing Xinhao just felt incredibly wronged. Looking at the two little kids in front of him, Xing Xinhao felt that, no matter what, he couldn't let his grandchildren misunderstand him. So, he hurried to explain. He told them that everything he'd done was for Xing Zishi's own good, that he intended to leave everything to him. "It's your dad who misunderstood me," Xing Xinhao said firmly. If he explained things to his eldest son, would his son and daughter-in-law become close to him again? But just as Xing Xinhao finished expressing his grievance, Xingxing and Yaya both frowned at the same time. This time, it was Xingxing whose expression turned serious. He crossed his arms and, in his childish voice, said, "You say you're giving Dad so much, but did you ever ask if he wanted it?" Xing Xinhao was stunned. Mom says, what we think is good might not be what others want. For example, I like reading books, but Yaya doesn't. Yaya likes dolls, but I don't. If I make Yaya read with me, she won't like it. Yaya quickly nodded in agreement. If Yaya makes me play dolls with her, I won't like it either. The things you want to give Dad, are they what he wants? If not, you shouldn't force him. Mom says, not every "it's for your own good" is truly good. You have to listen to what he says, what he wants. Everyone is different, and what they want is different too. Although Xingxing usually didn't talk much, he was a thoughtful little boy. And both kids had good memories. They remembered everything people said to them. Now, they could repeat it back to Xing Xinhao in their soft, childish voices. Xingxing's voice was young and tender, but every word struck Xing Xinhao's heart. Not every "it's for your own good" is truly good. Don't force it, ask what he wants first. Xing Xinhao couldn't help but think back. Had he ever asked his eldest son what he wanted? He really hadn't. Not even once. Whether it was when his son was choosing his career or when it came to marriage. He had never asked for his son's opinion. He always thought he was making arrangements for his son's own good. For his career, he thought it was best for his son to stay in the Jing City military district, so he made arrangements without asking him. For marriage, he thought marrying old Li's granddaughter would help his son's career, so he insisted he marry Li Shuao. And there were so many other things. He clearly knew. He clearly knew that his eldest son wasn't someone who could be manipulated. But every time he tried to control him, he only pushed his son further away. Now, even though they were father and son, they were more distant than strangers. How long had it been since he'd heard his son call him Dad? Back when Wan was still around. Back then, there were times when he'd come home from a mission, and little Shengzishi would run into his arms, saying how much he missed him. Those days seemed gone forever. And the truth was, what he called "for your own good" wasn't really good at all. For his career, his son chose the Northwest Military District. Even under his suppression, his son still became a regimental-level officer and had been commended many times. He proved with his ability that a capable person could succeed anywhere. He didn't need to sacrifice his marriage to help his career. For marriage, the woman he chose for his son, Li Shuyao, turned out to be an enemy spy from Country R. The woman his son chose himself, Gu Jianing, was outstanding and even gave the Xing family a pair of twins. The facts proved that his son's choices were right. So, was he the one who was wrong? Xing Xinhao fell into confusion. For the first time in his life, Xing Xinhao realized just how wrong he'd been. He stood there in a daze and, in the end, said nothing, just turned and left. Yaya looked at his slightly hunched back, pursed her lips, and moved closer to her brother. "Brother, I kind of feel sorry for him." Xingxing kept a straight face. Mom says, people who are pitiful usually have something hateful about them too. Yeah, oh okay. That grandpa really had been a bad grandpa before. Who knew if he could change in the future? Xingxing, yeah, why are you standing at the door? At that moment, Grandma Sang, who had just finished making dessert in the kitchen, noticed the two little ones weren't playing in the living room. She looked around and found them standing at the courtyard gate, which was open. Great Grandma. Xingxing and Yaya walked over and told Grandma Sang about Xing Xinhao's visit. After hearing their conversation, Grandma Sang fell silent. But she agreed with what Xingxing had said. That's right, people who are pitiful usually have something hateful about them too. He wasn't good to your dad before, and he didn't like your mom either. He even wanted to separate you from your mom and dad. Xingxing and Yaya's eyes widened. Suddenly, they didn't feel sorry for that person at all. No one was allowed to separate them from their mom and dad. Mom was so wonderful. If someone didn't like her, then they didn't want to like that person either. If he comes again and you want to talk to him, you can. If you don't want to, just ignore him. But remember, don't go with him, Grandma Sang reminded them. Xing Xinhao had once thought about sending Xingxing and Yaya away, Who knew what he was thinking now? Great-grandma will remember, the two little ones replied in unison. All right, let's forget about him and have some dessert. Okay. Meanwhile, after Xing Xinhao got home, he was completely lost in thought, as if his soul had left his body. Fong Wan, though currently obsessed with having a child, was still sensitive to other people's emotions. So she immediately noticed that something was off with Xing Xinhao. She asked him about it, but Xing Xinhao didn't answer. In fact, he seemed quite impatient and even scolded her that night for constantly brewing herbal medicine to try to have a baby. That night, he even moved to a separate room. In fact, ever since more than 2 years ago, when Fong Wanrong started brewing herbal medicine, the two of them had occasionally slept in separate rooms. It was Xing Xinhao who couldn't stand Fong Wanrong anymore, so he moved out. Afterward, Fong Wanrong had coaxed Xing Xinhao back to her room a few times, but before long, Xing Xinhao couldn't stand it and moved out again. Fong Wanrong felt that something was off with Xing Xinhao. But as for the reason, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Still, her intuition told her that he was definitely hiding something from her. Watching Xing Xinhao get up angrily and walk into another room, Fong Wanrong's gentle eyes were clouded with gloom. Ever since Xing Xinhao met Xingxing and Yaya that day, he couldn't get them out of his mind. After all, they were his own grandchildren. In the days that followed, he visited the Sang family even more frequently. But he felt that the two little ones were becoming even more distant toward him. Xing Xinhao was a bit hurt by this, but he didn't dare say anything, much less scold the children. All he could do was try his best to build a relationship with them. So every time he went to the Sang family, he would bring all sorts of gifts for the kids. And it worked. His gifts really did win over Xingxing and Yaya. But even so, the children still kept their distance. As Xing Xinhao spent more time with Xingxing and Yaya, he began to notice how different they were. He realized that the two kids were truly intelligent. You could even call them geniuses. Barely over 2 years old, yet they acted like little adults. Their memory was exceptional, their logic was sharp, and their minds were resolute. Xing Xinhao also noticed that both children were in excellent health, especially Xingxing, who showed a real talent for martial arts. This discovery thrilled Xing Xinhao. They were even better than his eldest had been at that age. Xingxing was a natural fit for a military path. The Shang family finally had a worthy successor. Xing Xinhao had always known that good genes were crucial for outstanding children. For example, his son Xingzishi, whom he had with Sang Yuan, was excellent. But if the mother's genes weren't good, the child probably wouldn't be either. His eldest and his daughter-in-law were both outstanding, so it made sense that Xingxing and Yaya would be so remarkable at just over 2 years old. Knowing that Xingxing had a gift for martial arts and wanting to bond with them, Xing Xinhao kept coming over, even if the kids ignored him. He never got angry. Instead, he started practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Xing Xinhao hadn't lost his skills, even after reaching his current position. And it turned out his approach was right. Although Yaya wasn't interested in martial arts, Xingxing was. Whenever Xing Xinhao practiced, Xingxing couldn't help but sneak peeks. Eventually, Xingxing even wanted to learn. Back home, he used to practice boxing with his dad. But now that they'd moved to the capital and were separated from his father, he'd stopped. Although Xingxing was fascinated by Xing Xinhao's martial arts, he remembered not to get too close to this bad grandpa, so he didn't approach him. Xing Xinhao's frequent visits and interactions with the children didn't go unnoticed by Grandma and Grandpa Sang. After observing for a while and seeing that Xing Xinhao meant no harm, in fact, he was going out of his way to please the kids, they didn't stop him. After all, even if Xing Zishi refused to acknowledge his father, Xing Xinhao was still his dad and the children's biological grandfather. Besides, while Xing Xinhao hadn't done well raising Xing Zishi, it was undeniable that he cared about his son. And now he cared about his grandchildren, too. Grandma Sang even called Xing Zishi to tell him about Xing Xinhao's visits. After hearing it, Xing Zishi fell silent, but in the end, he said nothing. It was Xingxing who, during a phone call with his dad, asked, "Daddy, can I practice martial arts with him?" The child's voice was earnest. To be honest, Xing Xinhao's martial arts really fascinated Xingxing. Even though he was interested and watched from time to time, he wouldn't go learn without his parents' permission. After all, this was the bad grandpa who didn't like his mom and didn't want his dad. Xingxing was firmly on his parents' side. Shang Zishi gritted his teeth. He knew exactly what the old man was thinking. He probably saw Xingxing's potential at a glance. He must think Xingxing was worth cultivating, which is why he was putting in so much effort. Using martial arts to lure Xingxing. Shameless old man. After thinking it over, Shang Zishi said, Xingxing, if you want to learn, then go ahead. In the end, his issues with the old man were between them and shouldn't be passed on to Xingxing and Yaya. Of course, it was also because Xing Xinhao meant no harm to the kids and was even trying to please them. Otherwise. So, the next time Xing Xinhao came over and practiced martial arts in front of Xingxing and tentatively asked if he wanted to join. To his surprise, Xingxing agreed. Xing Xinhao was overjoyed. His method had worked. After personally teaching Xingxing, Xing Xinhao became even more convinced of the boy's talent. In Xingxing, he saw the future of the Shang family. Meanwhile, ever since Fong Wan sensed something was off with Xing Xinhao that day, she'd been watching him closely. She soon noticed that he was going out more often, and his moods were more unpredictable. One night, Xing Xinhao even called out Yaya in his sleep. Hearing that name jolted Fong Wan awake. Yaya. That was obviously a woman's name. Why would Xing Xinhao be calling out a woman named Yaya in his dreams? Could it be? Fong Wanrong began to suspect that Xing Xinhao might have another woman outside. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His recent behavior, mood swings, frequent absences, growing coldness toward her, was all suspicious. If Xing Xinhao really did have another woman, everything would make sense. Fong Wanrong had never doubted Xing Xinhao's charm. Even though he was getting older, he was still undeniably handsome and hadn't put on weight in middle age. Not only that, but his status and position would make many women flock to him. Back then, she herself had coveted him. She'd beaten out all the other women to win her place. No, I absolutely can't let there be another woman. Fong Wanrong panicked. If she still had children, maybe she wouldn't be so anxious, but now she had none. All she had left was her position as Madame Sheng. If she lost that, what would she have left? No matter who it is, I will never let you steal my place as Madame Sheng. Fong Wanrong's eyes were filled with malice and darkness. Immediately, she hired someone to follow Xing Xinhao and investigate where he was going and who he was meeting. Because Xing Xinhao had been temporarily suspended from his post recently, and since he was visiting the Sang family, he hadn't brought his security detail with him when going out these days. Otherwise, Fong Wanrong's people would probably have been discovered by the security guards long ago, and there's no way they could have investigated Xing Xinhao's recent activities. That's right, Fong Wanrong's side had already found out. But as she looked at the information they'd uncovered, Fong Wanrong frowned deeply. There was good news and bad news. The good news was Xing Xinhao didn't have another woman. No other woman was going to steal her place as the Shang family's matriarch. The bad news was, this Yaya really existed. And not only Yaya, there was also Xingxing. They were actually Shang Zishi's son and daughter. They were currently living at the Sang family's house. And Xing Xinhao's frequent outings lately were all to visit these two children at the Sang family home. After discovering this, Fong Wanrong secretly followed Xing Xinhao the next time he went out. She saw Xing Xinhao go to the Sang family's house first, then take two children, a boy and a girl about 3 years old, to the department store, chatting and laughing with them along the way. Fong Wanrong stared fixedly at the children's faces. She had seen Shang Zishi and she'd seen Gu Jianing. So, at a glance, she could tell these two children were miniature versions of Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing. She remembered that more than 2 years ago, when Gu Jianing gave a lecture at Jing City High School, she was visibly pregnant. So, these were Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing's children? Just one look, and Fong Wanrong was certain of her guess. And when she heard Xing Xinhao, smiling and fawning, call the two children Xingxing and Yaya, Fong Wanrong was even more convinced. So, there was no woman named Yaya trying to seduce Xing Xinhao. What had hooked Xing Xinhao were his own grandchildren. Watching this scene, Fong Wanrong felt it was an unbearable eyesore. Her hands clenched tightly. Even the pain of her fingernails digging into her palms couldn't compare to the pain in her heart at this moment. Why? Why did her own son die? While Shang Zishi was still living so well. Why, after years of bitter herbal medicine and effort, did she still have no children and even earned Xing Xinhao's disgust? While Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing had two such wonderful kids. Now, these two brats were even in Jing City and had come into contact with Xing Xinhao, making him so fond of them. Fong Wanrong felt this must be Shang Zishi's deliberate plan. He couldn't bring himself to reconcile with Xing Xinhao directly, but he couldn't bear to lose the Shang family's resources and connections, so he sent the two brats instead. Yes, that must be it. Maybe Shang Zishi didn't realize it, but after all these years, Fong Wanrong understood Shang Xinhao well. Only she knew how much Xing Xinhao valued Shang Zishi. She was certain that if Shang Zishi had just softened a little toward Xing Xinhao over the years, Xing Xinhao would have given him everything. So now, even though Shang Zishi hadn't shown up, his two brats had, and it was the same thing. Shang Zishi just wanted to use his two kids to get resources and connections from Shang Xinhao. Shang Zishi really knew how to scheme. But why? She had spent so many years with Xing Xinhao, done so much, just to get everything the Shang family had. She'd racked her brains and still hadn't gotten it, so why should Shang Zishi get it so easily? And Xing Xinhao was so averse to having children with her, yet so doting to Xing Zishi's children. How could Fong Wanrong not hate them? Yes, she didn't just hate Shang Zishi, she hated Xingxing and Yaya, and she even hated Shang Xinhao. It was only when Xing Xinhao and the two children disappeared from view that Fong Wanrong snapped out of it. Only then did she feel the pain in her palm. She opened her hand and saw blood beading from the marks her nails had left. It hurt, but compared to the pain in her heart, it was nothing. Fong Wanrong narrowed her eyes. No, she absolutely couldn't let Shang Zishi's scheme succeed. Those two brats had to be dealt with. Her eyes were full of malice. Almost at the very instant Fong Wanrong's malice flared, Gu Jianing, who was in the middle of discussing exam questions with others, suddenly had an alarm blaring in her mind. Alert, alert, someone's malice value toward the host's family is at 89%. The alarm sounded 3 times in a row, making Gu Jianing's heart skip a beat. She quickly found an excuse to go to the bathroom and checked the alert. A malice value over 70% meant extremely high hostility, and action would almost certainly be taken within 3 days. And this malice was directed at her family. Who could it be? Gu Jianing immediately opened the malice value alert. She saw that the names marked as targets were Xingxing and Yaya. Her heart clenched. Aren't Xingxing and Yaya at the Sang family home inside the compound? How could they be in danger? When she checked the other side of the alert, she understood immediately. The name marked as the source was Fong Wanrong. Gu Jianing knew exactly who Fong Wanrong was, her Shiji's stepmother. But her Xingxing and Yaya had never provoked Fong Wanrong. Why would Fong Wanrong target them? Could it be that, because they were Shiji's children, Fong Wanrong was transferring her hatred for Xing Zishi onto Xingxing and Yaya? No matter what the reason, I have to ensure Xingxing and Yaya's safety. When Xingxing and Yaya were born, the system had automatically added them to the malice value alert as family. This was a special privilege for Gu Jianing's children. Gu Jianing had also put protective talismans on Xingxing and Yaya and given them antidote pills. But who knew what methods Fong Wanrong might use against them? Most importantly, Gu Jianing couldn't bear to see Xingxing and Yaya hurt, not even a little. But what should I do? I'm locked in here, how can I warn Xingxing and Yaya? If I can't warn them, at least I could warn Shiji and let him warn the kids. Forget it, I'll ask if I can make a phone call. So, after using the restroom, Gu Jianing went to ask if she could contact Shang Zishi due to an urgent matter and make a phone call. Sorry, Professor Gu, that's not possible. During the exam question setting period, all electronic devices have been confiscated. We'd like to let you contact someone, but there's nothing we can do. We can't leave either. Because this was the first time in 10 years that the college entrance exam was being reinstated, The authorities were taking it extremely seriously. The question-setting process was especially strict. They were afraid some question setters might help others cheat, so no outside contact was allowed, and all phones were confiscated, no calls permitted. Even if calls could be monitored, who knew what kind of coded messages might be used? So, it was better not to allow any contact at all, for fairness' sake. Gu Jianing returned to her dorm room, her brows tightly furrowed and refusing to relax. What should I do? There's no way to contact the outside. I have no idea what Fong Wan might do to Xingxing and Yaya, or what methods she'll use. It seemed impossible to notify outsiders through the test-setting team. At this point, her only option was Gu Jianing opened the Childbirth Systems exchange shop. She was immensely grateful for the existence of this exchange shop, otherwise, she would just be left worrying helplessly. "Host, let me help you filter through the options," the system spoke up. "Okay, thank you, system." With the help of the childbirth system, she quickly narrowed down some good options. One was the paper mouse messenger. It worked much like the one she'd used back in Huaihua village. As long as she wrote a message on the paper and said the name of the recipient, the paper mouse would deliver the message to that person and then self-destruct. But as soon as this option appeared, Gu Jianing dismissed it. This was only suitable for short distances, but the capital and Huancha Island were too far apart, with a waterway in between. If she wanted to notify Grandpa and Grandma Sang, who were also in the capital, it might work since they were nearby, but Gu Jianing wasn't sure the paper mouse could even get out of the courtyard where she was currently staying. Who knew how many guards were stationed outside the test-setting team's compound now? They weren't just there for protection, but also to supervise. If the paper mouse were discovered, things would get complicated. Gu Jianing looked through several more items, but none satisfied her. Finally, her gaze landed on the last item. Dream transmission between spouses? Gu Jianing glanced at the description. As the name suggested, it could only be used between married couples. One party could send a message to the other in a dream, with 2 uses allowed, each lasting 3 minutes. This is perfect. Dream transmission was great, there was no fear of being discovered. And 3 minutes was enough to say quite a lot. As for whether Xing Zishi would believe what he heard in the dream, Gu Jianing thought, brother, she already knew she had some mysterious abilities, so he'd probably believe at least some of it. Even just to be safe, he'd definitely send someone to protect Xingxing and Yaya. Having made up her mind, Gu Jianing decided to use this dream transmission between spouses. She checked the points required, just 10 points, not much at all. She had tens of thousands of points anyway, so she didn't care about spending 10. She glanced at the time, it was around 4 p.m. Looks like I'll have to wait until tonight, when Shiji is asleep, to send him the dream. Huancha Island. In the early evening after dinner, some families came out for a stroll. At this time, Niu Chui was also walking around the family compound with her daughter, Zhang Qiumei. Zhang Qiumei had just arrived on Huancha Island in the past couple of days. She was Niu Chui's late-in-life daughter, so Niu Chui doted on her a lot. Zhang Qiumei was only 19 this year, having just finished high school a couple of years ago. Originally, Niu Chui wanted her eldest son, Zhang Jianjun, to help find her daughter a good military officer to marry. Of course, Zhang Jianjun had made some introductions. But Niu Chui wasn't satisfied. She either thought the officer's rank was too low, or, after seeing his photo, that he wasn't good-looking enough for Qiumei. So, after several introductions, none worked out. Just as Niu Chui was worrying that her daughter was already 19 and might become an old maid, suddenly, the college entrance exam was reinstated. "Mom, I want to take the college entrance exam. I want to be a university student. When I become a university student and a city person, will you still worry about finding me a good husband?" Niu Chui thought this made sense. Her daughter was a top high school graduate, she'd definitely get into college. And then, would she have to worry about finding a good son-in-law? Originally, they planned for her to take the exam back in their hometown. But recently, Niu Chui heard that if her daughter took the exam here on Huancha Island, there might be some special policies, maybe extra points or priority admission. After confirming with her eldest son, Zhang Jianjun, that it was true. She had her daughter come over from their hometown. These past 2 days, Niu Chui had taken Zhang Qiumei around the family compound several times, telling everyone she met that her daughter was going to take the college entrance exam, was a soon-to-be university student, and would become a doctor in the future. That's right, Zhang Qiumei wanted to study medicine. After dinner, Niu Chui once again took her daughter out for a walk. Meanwhile, Chuanqing watched her mother-in-law and sister-in-law walk away, then glanced at her own daughter Gigi, who was helping her wash the dishes. One reason Chuanqing had chosen to marry Zhang Jianjun was because his younger sister, Zhang Qiumei, was a high school graduate. And because Niu Chui doted on Zhang Qiumei. She thought that a mother-in-law who loved her daughter enough to let her finish high school surely wouldn't favor sons over daughters. Maybe the family atmosphere would be good. At the very least, her own daughter Gigi would be able to go to school. But reality proved her wrong. A mother-in-law who could love her own daughter didn't mean she could love someone else's daughter. Mother-in-law Niu Chui was willing to let her own daughter go to school, but wouldn't let Gigi go. No matter what, I have to let Gigi go to school. Chuanqing's eyes were filled with determination. Meanwhile, as Niu Chui and her daughter strolled around the compound, Niu Chui's expression changed as they passed a certain courtyard. She spat in annoyance. "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhang Qiumei asked, puzzled. Niu Chui, recalling the time she was chased by a dog and wet her pants, her eyes darkened. She didn't hide it, telling her daughter how this house was supposed to be assigned to their family, but ended up going to an officer transferred from another region. So that's what happened. Just then, there was a noise at the gate of the courtyard they were standing in front of. The door suddenly opened from the inside. Zhang Qiumei looked up and saw a man coming out with several dogs. The light outside the gate illuminated the man, letting Zhang Qiumei clearly see his features. Sharp brows and starry eyes, chiseled features, a hint of wildness between his brows and eyes. He was tall and upright, over 1.9 meters, giving off a strong sense of security. His legs were long and powerful. He leaned casually against the wall, waiting for the dogs to come out, looking relaxed and at ease. "Hong Ying, you're the last one. Hurry up, don't be greedy," the man said. His deep, magnetic voice made Zhang Qiumei's ears tingle. The last dog finally ambled out. The man closed the door and turned around. He saw Niu Chui and her daughter standing not far away. After dinner, Shang Zishi always took the Amber family of dogs out for a run. This was his routine. This time was no different. He didn't know Niu Chui and her daughter, nor was he interested in knowing them. He just glanced at them, then looked away and left with the dogs. But as Zhang Qiumei watched Shang Zishi's tall, broad-shouldered figure walk away, her heart pounded wildly. Zhang Qiumei knew that the moment she saw this man, she felt she had met her true love. This man's looks were exactly Zhang Qiumei's type. Zhang Qiumei fell in love at first sight. His cold, rebellious expression made him even more irresistible to her. "Mom, who is he?" Zhang Qiumei asked in a daze. "Who else could it be? The one living here is that officer who transferred from out of town and took our house," Niu Chui replied. Actually, this was the first time Niu Chui had seen Shang Zishi in person. But it wasn't her first time seeing those dogs. She hadn't forgotten how embarrassed she'd been the last time she ran into them. Niu Chui was someone who held grudges. She'd been terrified by those dogs in her past life, and she wasn't about to let it go. She wondered if she could get her hands on some poison and kill those dogs. Unfortunately, while she had the idea, she hadn't managed to get any poison. So, "Mom, judging by his rank, is he a regimental officer?" Zhang Qiumei asked. "Yes, he's a regimental officer, just like your brother," Niu Chui confirmed. At least she knew that much. A regimental officer, he'd be a good match for her. Zhang Qiumei felt she'd made the right decision coming to Huancha Island. Not only would it help with her college entrance exams, she'd also found true love. She was determined to marry that man she'd just seen, no matter what. Shang Zishi had no idea that a woman had decided to marry him after just one glance. If he did, he'd definitely say, "Back when I wasn't married, there were plenty of women who wanted to marry me." "Who do you think you are?" I, Shang Zishi, belong to Gu Jianing in life, and in death no one can take me away from her. At that moment, Shang Zishi was out running on the track with Amber and the other dogs. Not far away, a few military wives had finished dinner and were sitting together chatting. They saw Shang Zishi running. They started talking about how, in the next month or two, the Huancha Island military district might arrange jobs for some of the military wives. I heard that since some officers have transferred here with their families, a few job positions will open up. There'll be spots at the supply store, the factory, and even nurse positions at the hospital. I heard any interested military wives can sign up. Then they'll pick the best candidates and assign jobs as needed. There are quite a few military wives here on Huancha Island without jobs, but only a few positions will open up. I wonder who'll get a job this time. It felt like everyone else was a competitor. I heard they'll give preference to wives of officers who transferred in from other places. See that officer running over there? He's the regimental officer who just transferred here. He has a wife, too. I bet his wife will definitely get one of the job slots, one of the wives said confidently, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Is that allowed? Can't they just do a fair assessment? Another wife grumbled. But this officer comes here to run with his dogs every evening. I've never seen his wife, though. No idea. I heard she had to leave for something, but it's only temporary. She'll be back. So she's still going to take up one of the job slots? Yeah, figures. Marrying the right man really is the most important thing. If Shang Zishi, who was running, had heard their conversation, he'd definitely say, "My wife doesn't need to rely on a man. She's outstanding on her own. Besides, she doesn't need a job from the military district. She already has her own career." After his run, Shang Zishi took Amber and the other dogs home. The house felt empty without Gu Jianing, the lady of the house, and Xingxing and Yaya. It was a bit lonely. Hong Ying said, "I miss Xingxing and Yaya." She looked at Shang Zishi. "I bet the master misses the mistress too." Shang Zishi did miss her, but he knew Gu Jianing was in isolation, and he couldn't even reach her by phone for the time being. Before bed, Shang Zishi looked at the family photo on the table. He murmured, "Even if I can't call you, I can at least see you in my dreams, right? Wife, I miss you." Shang Zishi didn't expect that just by thinking about her before bed, he'd actually dream of her. "Wife, I miss you so much." The moment he saw his wife in the dream, Shang Zishi immediately hugged her. Using the couple's dream connection, Gu Jianing, who was being hugged tightly in the dream, was both amused and exasperated. Although it was a dream, in reality, Shang Zishi's soul had been drawn into it, so everything he did was his true reaction, not just Gu Jianing's imagination. Seeing Shang Zishi not only hugging her but also trying to get frisky, Gu Jianing smacked him. Wait, I have something important to say. Wife, I miss you so much." "Whatever it is, let's talk about it later." Gu Jianing gave him a hard slap. "Someone's trying to hurt Xingxing and Yaya. Do you really think that can wait?" Shang Zishi wanted to say something else, but when he heard this, his expression turned serious. "What happened? Who's trying to hurt Xingxing and Yaya?" Gu Jianing quickly told him about Fong Wanrong's plot against Xingxing and Yaya. "Don't ask me how I know, just trust me, it's true. I'm in isolation right now and can't contact the outside world, so I can only tell you in a dream. When you wake up, call Grandpa and Grandma and have them send someone to protect Xingxing and Yaya." Shang Zishi's expression was grave. "Okay, I understand." Because the dream connection only lasted 3 minutes, Shang Zishi didn't get the chance to get frisky with his wife in the dream. In bed, Shang Zishi suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling, thinking about the dream. For a moment, he wondered if it was just his subconscious at work. But in the end, Shang Zishi dismissed that idea. He knew his wife was extraordinary and had her secrets. So this time, Xingxing and Yaya really might be in danger, and Ning was warning him through the dream. Fong Wan. Shang Zishi's eyes narrowed. That woman had played the weak and pitiful card to win over the old man's sympathy as soon as she married in, and she'd constantly tried to frame him. Now she wanted to harm Xingxing and Yaya. Shang Zishi sat up cross-legged, thinking about how to handle this. He'd been in touch with Xingxing and Yaya by phone recently. From the kids, he knew the old man had been trying to win them over lately. He knew the old man liked them, especially Xingxing, who was such a promising candidate for the military. The old man cared deeply about the Shang family's future. So he was sure the old man valued Xingxing. But he wondered, in the old man's heart, who mattered more, Xingxing and Yaya or his new wife. Shang Zishi wondered, after all these years, could that old man still not see through Fong Wan act? He also wondered, could it be that the old man actually truly loved Fong Wan? Honestly, Shang Zishi wasn't sure. But he wanted to find out for himself. He wanted to know what the old man would do once he learned Fong Wanrong's true nature. Would he choose to keep protecting Fong Wanrong or deal with her? To be honest, although he'd long since lost all hope in Xing Xinhao as a father over the years, Shang Zishi had to admit that deep down, he still held onto a final shred of expectation for him. He wanted to give the old man one last chance. If, after learning the truth about Fong Wanrong, the old man chose to deal with her, then maybe there was still hope for him. But if, even after knowing Fong Wanrong's true face, the old man still chose to trust and protect her, then Shang Zishi would finally give up on him for good. So, the next morning, before heading to training, Shang Zishi went to the communications office and called the Shang family's old house. He figured if Fong Wanrong or anyone else answered, he'd just hang up without saying much. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call connected, it was the old man's voice on the other end. "It's me, Shang Zishi." Shang Zishi cleared his throat and said. At the Shang family's old house in Beijing, even though Xing Xinhao had recently been suspended from his position, he still kept his habit of waking up early. He hadn't had breakfast yet this morning. He was planning to go to the Sang family and take Xingxing and Yaya out to eat. He hadn't expected the phone to ring. When he picked up, a voice he hadn't heard in a long time came through. It had been so long since Xing Xinhao had gotten a call from him. But even though it had been ages, as soon as the voice spoke, Xing Xinhao recognized it immediately, even without an introduction. Wasn't it his eldest, that rascal? "It's been years, and you still remember to call home. I thought maybe you wouldn't even call to check in when I died." Maybe it was because their last meeting had been so tense, and their relationship had been like this for years, always butting heads, so Xing Xinhao's words came out that way too. But as soon as he spoke without thinking, he regretted it. Knowing his eldest's temper, he'd probably hang up right away. Xing Xinhao felt a pang of regret. He'd been hoping for his eldest to call, and hearing his voice made him happy. But now... So should I hang up now? Sure enough, after 2 seconds of silence, the person on the other end replied. Xing Xinhao. Xing Xinhao was fuming. This rascal really didn't want to talk to his own father. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were enemies. Xing Xinhao wanted to apologize, to say he'd misspoken, but his pride wouldn't let him. In the end, he could only stay silent and pray Shang Zishi wouldn't hang up in anger. Shang Zishi really did want to hang up, but remembering the reason for his call today, he forced himself to stay calm. "I called you today because it's about Xingxing and Yaya. There's something I need to tell you." Hearing it was about his grandson and granddaughter, Xing Xinhao's heart tightened. What about Xingxing and Yaya? Was he going to ask him not to see them anymore? No way. But the next second, what Shang Zishi said made Xing Xinhao frown. "I got word that Fong Wanrong is planning to harm Xingxing and Yaya." Wanrong wants to harm Xingxing and Yaya? Xing Xinhao almost lost his composure. He wanted to say impossible, but he knew that his eldest wouldn't make baseless accusations. "That's right. I called to ask what you plan to do. Are you going to protect Xingxing and Yaya? If not, I'll protect them myself." Xing Xinhao's face darkened. "I'm their grandfather. Now that they're in Beijing, of course, I'll be the one to protect them." "Fine, I'll leave it to you then. I hope you do a good job." With that, Shang Zishi didn't say anything more and hung up. But after hanging up, Shang Zishi didn't leave right away. Instead, he called the Sang family. Come on, after Fong Wanrong married in, the old man had blindly trusted her so many times. How could Shang Zishi possibly feel at ease leaving Xingxing and Yaya in his hands? What if the old man didn't take it seriously? What if he still chose Fong Wanrong? If something happened to Xingxing and Yaya, who would he blame? Only after getting a reply from Grandpa Sang did Sheng Zishi finally relax. It's just. Last night, he dreamed that Ning came to him in his dreams and told him about Xingxing and Yaya. He wondered if he'd be able to dream of Ning again tonight. In fact, that night, Sheng Zishi really did dream of Gu Jianing again and told her that he'd already arranged everything for Xingxing and Yaya. Sheng Zishi thought it was just daytime thoughts, nighttime dreams, but in reality, it was the spouse's visiting in dreams skill at work. This skill worked both ways. As long as Sheng Zishi wanted, he could also visit Gu Jianing in her dreams. And after getting Sheng Zishi's confirmation in the dream, Gu Jianing was finally able to let go of her worries. But that's another story. At this moment, in the Xing family's old house, Xing Xinhao stared at the phone that had just been hung up, silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Old Sheng, what are you doing over there? Are you calling someone? At that moment, Fong Wanrong's gentle voice came from behind. Xing Xinhao turned around and saw Fong Wanrong coming down the stairs. He shook his head. It's nothing. I have something to do, so I'm heading out. He gave Fong Wanrong a long, deep look, then left. Watching Xing Xinhao's retreating figure, the smile on Fong Wanrong's face slowly faded, turning darker and darker. Fong Wanrong knew Xing Xinhao was definitely going to see those two brats again. Looks like I really need to find a way to get rid of those two brats as soon as possible. Fong Wanrong muttered to herself. Just then, the phone rang. Fong Wanrong picked it up, and a friend's voice came from the other end. Wanrong, weren't you looking for a doctor who can help people get pregnant? I found one for you. Really? Hearing this, Fong Wanrong couldn't sit still, her heart pounding with excitement. Which doctor? Are they reliable? She asked urgently. Reliable, absolutely reliable. That doctor has helped lots of people with infertility have children. Everyone calls her the child-giving guanyin. And she just happens to be in Beijing right now. Child-giving guanyin. Fong Wanrong was overjoyed. This doctor must be the real deal. Where in Beijing is she? What's her name? Isn't the college entrance exam being reinstated? I heard she was invited to Beijing to help write the exam papers. I don't know her name, but I heard her surname is Gu. She's a young and promising female doctor. That young female doctor with the surname Gu. Fong Wanrong immediately thought of Gu Jianing. She also remembered the embarrassment and awkwardness when she went to Beijing High School to invite Gu Jianing. Could it be that this young female doctor with the surname Gu is also Gu Jianing? But soon, Fong Wanrong dismissed that idea. That Gu Jianing gave a lecture back then because she could treat tuberculosis and she seemed to be a surgeon. But treating women's fertility issues is the job of a gynecologist. So, it shouldn't be Gu Jianing. No, it definitely isn't Gu Jianing. It's just the same surname. There are plenty of people named Gu in this world. Fong Wanrong comforted herself with this thought. She's currently setting exam questions and is in isolation, so I'll have to wait until after the college entrance exam to see her? Fong Wanrong asked. That's right. That's fine, I'll go see her then. There was only a month left until the college entrance exam. Fong Wanrong reassured herself. She had waited for years already, so what's one more month? She could afford to wait. Right now, the most urgent thing was to deal with those two brats. But Fong Wanrong already had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, Fong Manping had been going to the library a lot lately, also preparing for the college entrance exam. Ever since she realized she could never be with Li Tingxian, and that she wasn't that important in her mother's eyes, Fong Manping quit her job at the performing arts troupe. To begin with, she never really liked working there. She didn't enjoy singing or dancing. She joined the troupe partly because her mother thought it was a respectable job, and partly to get closer to Li Shuyao, so she could get close to Li Tingxian through her. But now, the fake Li Shuyao had been caught, and after her last meeting with Li Tingxian, his words struck a chord with her, and she finally let go of her obsession with him. As for her mother, now all her mother could think about was having a son. She had long stopped caring about her own daughter. In her mother's eyes, the son who could inherit all the Shang family's resources was the most important. That was when Fong Manping realized she shouldn't cling to other people's love, she should live for herself. At first, she was a little lost. But when news came that the college entrance exam would be reinstated, Fong Manping finally knew what she wanted to do. Deep down, Fong Manping had always loved literature and she'd done well in high school. Now, she planned to take the college entrance exam and apply to study literature, hoping to become a teacher in the future. When she needed to work, she'd teach and nurture students. When she didn't, she could write and read. That, Fong Manping thought, was the life she wanted. As for love, she'd just let fate decide. When she quit the performing arts troupe, she had a big fight with her mother. Her mother disagreed. She thought working in the troupe was best for a girl, since it would give her more options for marriage in the future. As for the college entrance exam, her mother didn't have much faith in her, and even if she became a teacher, she didn't think it was anything special. This was one of the few times Fong Manping had ever stood up to her mother. She resolutely quit the troupe. In the past, Fong Manping would have thought marrying into a wealthy family was important. But now, she felt it was much more reliable to depend on herself. Relying on others, whether family or a lover, was never as reliable as relying on herself. Even if being a teacher wasn't a glamorous job, at least it was something she liked. And she could support herself with it. That was enough. Because Fong Manping had quit the troupe on her own, Fong Wanrong had been giving her the cold shoulder lately. But there was nothing Fong Manping could do. With the college entrance exam coming back, the library was packed with people studying for it. Fong Manping was no exception. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon. Normally, she'd study until about 5 before heading home. But today, Fong Manping planned to leave early. Her mother's birthday was coming up in a few days. She wanted to go to the department store to pick out a nice gift for her mother, hoping to ease the tension between them. Even though she decided not to rely on her mother anymore, and knew she wasn't that important in her mother's heart, Fong Wanrong was still her mother, and that meant a lot to Fong Manping. Besides, even if her mother valued her son more, at least she'd never really treated Fong Manping badly. Packing up her books, Fong Manping left the library and headed for the department store. But as she walked, she suddenly saw a familiar figure ahead. Is that Mom? Where is she going? Fong Manping was sure she wasn't mistaken. That was definitely her mother. But her mother looked nervous, glancing around as she walked, as if afraid of being seen. Fong Manping's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. After hesitating, she decided to follow her. Since her mother seemed worried about being discovered, Fong Manping was extra careful as she trailed her. Even so, she almost got caught twice. But she managed to keep her cool. Her mother kept turning corners, and Fong Manping nearly lost her a couple of times. Finally, after about 10 minutes, she saw her mother knock on the door of a bungalow. A bald man poked his head out and looked at Fong Wanrong. They seemed to exchange a few words, then the bald man stepped aside to let Fong Wanrong in. The door shut with a bang. Fong Manping hesitated, just about to walk up, when the door suddenly swung open again. The bald man stuck his head out, scanning the area. Only after making sure no one was around did he close the door again. Hiding in a corner, Fong Manping patted her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. The bald man coming out to check had really startled her. Luckily, she'd hesitated. If she'd gone straight up, she would have been caught. There was a dangerous look in the bald man's eyes that made Fong Manping very uneasy. She even felt like turning back and going home. But in the end, she chose to slow down and quietly approach. She didn't understand why her mother would know someone like that. She was even more afraid. What exactly was her mother up to? Of course, Fong Manping couldn't go inside the bungalow. In the end, she looked around and found a window. She wasn't sure if she'd be able to hear anything from there. Luckily, she was in luck. As soon as she pressed her ear to the wall, she heard voices from inside. It's these two brats. I don't want to see them again. Find a chance to take them away. The farther, the better. Oh? Take them away or get rid of them. Whatever you want. If you don't want to sell them, killing them is fine too. These two brats don't have any powerful connections, do they? If there is, we'd be taking a huge risk. You can't get us into trouble. Of course not. My family's just a bit well off, that's all, Fong Wan lied without batting an eye. What a joke. If she told them the real background of those two kids, there's no way this group would take the job. But right now, Fong Wan had no one else to turn to but this group. That's fine then. Fong Manping just listened quietly. At first, she was a bit confused. But as the conversation went on, she quickly pieced things together. So, the two kids her mother was talking about were actually her stepbrother Shang Zishi's son and daughter. She had no idea when they'd come to Beijing, but now they were living at the Sang family's house. And the people her mother was talking to, they were traffickers. Her own mother was actually hiring these traffickers to kidnap Shang Zishi's two children. She even said she didn't care if they ended up dead. After the deal was done, Fong Wanrong quickly left the small house. Fong Manping also left soon after. But after walking a short distance, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Leaning against a wall, she realized her hands were even colder than the bricks. Fong Manping had always known her mother coveted her stepfather's wealth. She'd even done plenty in the past to ruin Shang Zishi's reputation and make Sheng Xinhao misunderstand him. She herself, as her mother's daughter, had helped her before. But Fong Manping never imagined her mother would go so far as to hire traffickers to kidnap Shang Zishi's children. She'd never met those two kids. But she knew that, to Shang Zishi, or really, to any parent, their children are everything. And traffickers? She hated them. Because of traffickers, so many families have been torn apart. She remembered when her brother's incident came to light, her mother had cursed those people from Country R, calling them traffickers. Back then, her mother hated them with a passion. But now, her mother was working with traffickers. Mom, how did you become like this? They weren't just two kids, they were two lives. No, I can't let them go through with this. If this came out, her mother would be finished. But if she kept quiet, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. What should I do? Fong Manping kept thinking about it on her way home. Try to persuade her mother not to do it? That was impossible. Fong Manping knew her mother well. Once she set her mind on something, no one could change it. If that's the case, then she'd have to solve it at the source. Fong Manping decided to report the traffickers. As long as the traffickers were gone, the children wouldn't be in danger, right? Even though her relationship with Shang Zishi wasn't good, when she'd gone to the Northwest Military District, neither Shang Zishi nor Gu Jianing had treated her kindly. Fong Manping understood. If she were in their shoes, faced with the daughter of a stepmother who was always scheming against them, she wouldn't be friendly either. It was only natural. She understood. But Fong Manping felt that, no matter how bad things got, there were some lines you just couldn't cross. Like what her mother was doing now. She couldn't just watch her mother go down this path. If this got out, Shang Zishi would never let her mother off. Fong Manping wondered if she should tell Shang Zishi or her stepfather Sheng Xinhao, but in the end, she decided against it. If she told them, her mother would be ruined. No, I can't tell them. I can't. She couldn't say anything, but she had to stop it. Having made up her mind, Fong Manping didn't go home. Instead, she went to the library. She found a quiet corner and wrote an anonymous letter reporting the traffickers, including the address of the house they were using. She dropped it off at the police station. She didn't notice that someone had seen everything she did. I hope the police see my letter soon. Because of this, Fong Manping had no mood to go shopping for gifts at the department store. When she got home, she could clearly sense her mother was in a very good mood. Fong Manping became even more withdrawn. Fong Wanrong saw her daughter come home, but because of what happened with the art troupe before, she just glanced at her and ignored her. The next day, Fong Manping kept an eye out for any news from the police station. She wanted to know if the traffickers had been caught. But there was nothing. Not a word. Fong Manping grew anxious and worried. Had the police not seen her letter? Were the traffickers still at large? What should she do? Was she really going to just watch as the traffickers kidnapped those two kids? Today, she'd secretly seen the two children. She hadn't expected her stepfather to know them too, and to get along with them so well. She knew, as their grandfather, he must love those kids dearly. But what should she do? The traffickers hadn't been caught. Should she tell her stepfather or Shang Zishi? No, no, if I do that, Mom will be finished. She wasn't sure about her stepfather, but Xing Zishi would never let her mother off. Fong Manping was caught in a dilemma. She wanted to protect her mother, but she also couldn't let those two innocent kids be kidnapped. In the end, Fong Manping decided to secretly follow the two children. If the traffickers showed up, she'd create a commotion to scare them off. That's all I can do for now. I just hope the police see my letter soon and arrest those traffickers. Another day passed. In the morning, Xing Xinhao took Xingxing and Yaya out. Fong Manping got up early on purpose, and after seeing Xing Xinhao leave with the kids, she followed them. She made sure not to be noticed. She kept her distance the whole time. Meanwhile, Xingxing and Yaya were out with their grandpa. Brother, have you noticed someone's following us? Yaya's voice suddenly sounded in Xingxing's mind as they walked. But Xingxing stayed calm the whole time. He replied in his mind, yeah, I noticed. More than one, actually. In fact, not just today, he'd noticed yesterday too. The two kids had always been very sensitive. Not only that, maybe because they were twins, dragon and phoenix twins, at that some twins were said to have a kind of telepathic connection. And because Xingxing and Yaya had taken the enlightenment pill, it had awakened a special ability in them. Over the years, nothing unusual had happened. Until this new year, when both Xingxing and Yaya had a fever at the same time. When they woke up, they realized they could communicate telepathically. No matter how far apart they were, if one spoke to the other in their mind, the other could sense it. As soon as they discovered what had happened, they immediately told their mother, Gu Jianing. After Gu Jianing found out, she informed Xing Zishi, and the couple reminded their two children again and again to keep this secret. No matter what, they couldn't tell anyone. The two children were obedient. Except for the times when they needed to communicate telepathically, they never let anyone else find out. At this moment, both Xingxing and Yaya realized someone was following them. But neither of them was afraid. Before coming to Beijing, their mother Gu Jianing had given them some things to carry with them, things they could use if they ever ran into danger. So every time they went out, they made sure to bring them along. Xingxing and Yaya discussed their strategy telepathically, but outwardly, they remained calm and composed. As for Xing Xinhao, who was walking beside them, the two chose not to tell him anything. As they walked, suddenly, there was a commotion up ahead. Someone hurriedly rushed toward them from the crowd, bumping right into Xing Xinhao's shoulder in their haste, causing him to let go of Xingxing and Yaya's hands. By the time Xing Xinhao turned around, the two children beside him had already vanished. Fong Manping hurried after them, her face full of anxiety. She hadn't expected human traffickers to actually show up. And they had managed to kidnap the two children. She had been following Xing Xinhao ever since he took Xingxing and Yaya out, never letting them out of her sight. Then she saw the two traffickers cover Xingxing and Yaya's mouths and carry them away. Fong Manping wanted to tell her stepfather, Xing Xinhao, but she was afraid of losing track of the traffickers, so she chose to follow them directly, hoping to rescue the children herself. She trailed the traffickers as they turned left and right, eventually entering an alley. But when she entered the alley, she found that both the children and the traffickers had disappeared. Where did they go? Where are they? Fong Manping panicked, looking around, but no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find anyone. Where could they be? Fong Manping was on the verge of tears. What should I do? What should I do? Right, I need to call the police. At this point, Fong Manping couldn't care about anything else. She just wanted to call the police and get the children back. Now she truly regretted it. If she'd known this would happen, she should have called the police yesterday, or at least warned her stepfather Shang Zishi. It was her fault, all her fault. Are you looking for us? Just as Fong Manping was about to call the police, a childish voice suddenly piped up from behind her. Fong Manping turned around and saw two little heads peeking out from a nearby courtyard. It was Xingxing and Yaya. Xingxing, Yaya? Are you okay? Fong Manping rushed over. She saw Xingxing and Yaya standing there safe and sound, and on the ground inside the courtyard lay two people. Weren't those the traffickers she'd seen? Who are you? Do you know us? Xingxing and Yaya looked at Fong Manping curiously. Fong Manping didn't know what to say. Should she tell them she was their father's stepsister? And that their relationship wasn't good? You can call me auntie. By the way, what happened here? What's wrong with these two people? Oh, they just passed out, Yaya said innocently, blinking her eyes. When Xingxing and Yaya were being carried away, they didn't resist at all. Their mother had talked to them about this. She'd also told them what to do if they ever encountered traffickers. They had some powder their mother had given them. Just a packet of that powder could knock out an elephant. So, when the traffickers brought them here, they sprinkled some of the powder. The two traffickers immediately passed out. As for them, because not long after they were born, Gu Jianing had fed them an antidote that made them immune to all poisons. So Xingxing and Yaya were completely fine. They also sensed that, besides the traffickers, someone else had been following them. But they hadn't expected it to be a stranger calling herself auntie. Even though Fong Manping had seemed very worried about them just now, Xingxing and Yaya couldn't see through her. Still, since they didn't know Fong Manping, they remained very cautious around her. As long as you're okay, I'll call the police and have these two arrested. Then I'll take you home. No need. Xingxing and Yaya have me. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from behind Fong Manping. That voice. Fong Manping's body stiffened slightly, and she slowly turned around. She saw her stepfather, Xing Xinhao, looking at her with a complicated expression. Uncle, Fong Manping's voice caught in her throat. Her uncle had found them so quickly, and he was looking at her with such a complex gaze. Moreover, seeing Xing Xinhao's calm demeanor, Fong Manping felt like there was something she didn't know. At that moment, Xing Xinhao walked over to Xingxing and Yaya. When he saw the two people lying on the ground, he paused in surprise. He asked, what happened to them? Yaya walked over and looked up at Xing Xinhao. They're traffickers. We knocked them out. You knocked them out? Very quickly, Xing Xinhao realized that his daughter-in-law had already given Xingxing and Yaya something to protect themselves. That's how Xingxing and Yaya were able to knock them out. They're traffickers. They wanted to kidnap me and Yaya explained. No, they're not traffickers, Xing Xinhao said. But there really were traffickers planning to kidnap you. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Fong Manping. Fong Manping froze. The moment she met her stepfather's eyes, she seemed to understand everything. Her hands and feet instantly turned cold. Xingxing and Yaya exchanged a glance as if they understood too. Just then, a few men appeared. At a glance, they were clearly soldiers. They quickly took the two unconscious people away. Let's go, Xingxing, Yaya. Come home with Grandpa. We'll go back to the Shang family, and Grandpa will make things right for you. Xing Xinhao took Xingxing and Yaya's hands again. Xingxing and Yaya thought for a moment, then nodded. Fong Manping followed behind them, heading home together. At this point, there was nothing she didn't understand. It seemed her stepfather had known all along that her mother planned to have traffickers kidnap Xingxing and Yaya. And her stepfather had chosen to turn the tables. The original traffickers never showed up. Maybe they'd already been caught. The traffickers today were just putting on a show in front of her, a test, perhaps, or something else. Whatever the reason, Fong Manping knew her mother was finished. What would her stepfather do to her mother? He'd known all along, while she'd foolishly thought everyone was in the dark and tried to help her mother keep it secret. Even if they hadn't known, just looking at Xingxing and Yaya, those two kids were obviously very smart. No trafficker could kidnap them. Xing family residence. Today, Fong Wanrong hadn't gone out. She had been anxiously and expectantly waiting at home all day. She knew the human traffickers would make their move within these 2 days. They hadn't acted yesterday, so it had to be today. She was eagerly hoping those two brats would be kidnapped. She also looked forward to seeing Xing Xinhao fall apart, devastated and heartbroken. She even wished Xing Zishi were in the capital right now, so she could witness his despair as well. She thought that would be truly satisfying. The more Fong Wanrong thought about it, the more madness flickered in her eyes. As she waited, she suddenly heard footsteps outside. Was Xing Xinhao back? Fong Wanrong immediately got up, wanting to be the first to see Xing Xinhao's panic and collapse. But when she walked out and saw Xing Xinhao holding the hands of the two children, She froze on the spot. She couldn't control herself and cried out in shock. How could this be? How could this be? The two children hadn't been kidnapped, and Xing Xinhao had even brought them home. Realizing she had lost her composure, Fong Wan quickly changed her expression, forcing a smile onto her face, just about to speak. But as she looked up, she met Xing Xinhao's icy gaze. How could this be? Fong Wan, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to ask how come the children weren't taken away by the traffickers you bribed? As soon as Xing Xinhao said this, Fong Wanrong's eyes widened in terror as she stared at him. Panic surged in her heart. She was so flustered, she didn't even know how to control her facial expression. For a moment, her face twisted out of control. It took a while before Fong Wanrong managed to compose herself, forcing herself to calm down. Old Sheng, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. Why did you bring two children home? Whose kids are these? They're so pretty and cute. Watching Fong Wanrong's rapid change of expression, Xing Xinhao, for the first time, realized that the wife he had always thought of as gentle, considerate, and kind was nothing but a facade. The real her was scheming, capable of colluding with traffickers, even targeting children. Fong Wanrong, so this is how good you are at putting on a mask. I've been fooled by you all this time. Back then, was it the same? You used that gentle face and innocent words to make me misunderstand Zishi over and over again. Your goal before was to destroy my relationship with Zishi, and now you're targeting Zishi's two children. Why? Fong Wanrong, you're a mother too. When you found out Shirue had been switched, you hated traffickers so much. So why are you working with traffickers now, trying to have Xingxing and Yaya kidnapped? Xingxing and Yaya are just children. What grudge do you have against them? Why would you do this? By the end, Xing Xinhao was practically growling. Fong Wanrong was so frightened she stumbled back step by step. She understood now. Xing Xinhao already knew what she had done. He knew she had colluded with traffickers to kidnap those two children. No, she couldn't admit it. If she confessed, everything would be over for her. So, she quickly put on a look of grievance and innocence. Xing Xinhao, I've been married to you for so many years. You know how I've treated you all this time. Is this really what you think of me? Fong Wanrong's eyes were full of disappointment as she looked at Xing Xinhao. In the past, Xing Xinhao might have been fooled by her act. But now, he only found this side of Fong Wanrong terrifying. Even now, you're still trying to deny it. The traffickers have already been caught, and they named you as their accomplice. And that's not all. You think no one saw you meeting with the traffickers in secret? Not only did my people see it, even your own daughter saw it. Do you think everyone is blind? What? Fong Wanrong's face went pale, and only then did she notice Fong Manping standing quietly in the corner. Fong Manping slowly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Fong Wanrong. She didn't need to say anything. Fong Wanrong understood. Xing Xinhao was telling the truth. So, the plan she thought was flawless and secret was actually known by so many people? So, they'd all been waiting to turn the tables and catch her in the act. Meanwhile, Fong Manping was also shocked to realize that her stepfather had known about this even earlier. So that day, when she secretly followed her mother, it wasn't just her, Xing Xinhao's people were following too. Her stepfather had known everything all along. At this moment, Fong Wanrong also understood. She knew that now there was no point in pretending anymore. In an instant, the innocence and weakness on her face vanished, replaced by a sharp, fierce look. So, you knew all along. You were just playing me for a fool? Watching me get exposed and still pretending to be innocent, did you think I was fake, ridiculous? Xing Xinhao's eyes were full of disappointment. The reason he hadn't confronted her earlier was because he didn't want to believe it. He wanted to give her a chance. But the truth was, someone like her, no matter how many chances you gave, would never change. You ask why I did it? They're Shang Zishi's son and daughter. You're so close to them, aren't you just trying to give everything in the Shang family to Shang Zishi? Then what about me? I've been with you for so many years, what have I gotten out of it? I don't even have my only son anymore. Fong Wanrong broke down in tears. I was heartbroken over Shirue too, but that was a plot by people from Country R. What does that have to do with Zishi or Xingxing and Yeye? How does it not have anything to do with them? As long as Shang Zishi is here, there will never be a place for me in this family. All these years, I've humbled myself before you, acted gentle and considerate, just to get something in return. Isn't that only fair? Tears filled Fong Wanrong's eyes, but when she looked at Xing Xinhao, there was also mockery in her gaze. You blame me for pretending, for deceiving you, for ruining your relationship with Shang Zishi. But have you ever thought it's because you were old and muddle-headed and you didn't trust Shang Zishi? If you really trusted him, no matter what I did, you wouldn't have been swayed. So don't put all the blame on me. You claim you loved Sang Yuan, but less than a year after she died, you married me. You claim you valued Shang Zishi as a son, but you never trusted him and kept pushing him further and further away. Xing Xinhao took a step back, his pupils trembling violently. Then he closed his eyes. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew Fong Wanrong was right. When it came to his relationship with his eldest son, the biggest mistake was his. He hadn't been a good father. That's why, step by step, he'd pushed his eldest son further and further away. Now that you know everything I've done, what are you going to do with me? Fong Wanrong no longer tried to argue or beg for mercy. After all these years, she was tired too. You colluded with human traffickers and tried to abduct Xingxing and Yeye. The law will deal with you as it sees fit, Xing Xinhao said coldly. At that moment, Fong Manping, who had been silent and pale-faced, suddenly stepped forward and knelt in front of Xing Xinhao. Uncle, please don't. I'm begging you, for the sake of all the years my mother spent with you, please show some leniency. Could you not report this to the police? Tears streamed down Fong Manping's face as she pleaded with Xing Xinhao. She knew that if her mother was arrested, she would definitely go to jail. Her mother was already getting old, and after years of living in comfort, could she really endure prison? And as her daughter, how could she just stand by and watch her mother suffer? Fong Wanrong stared in shock at Fong Manping, who was kneeling and begging on the floor. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. In that instant, she finally came to her senses. She was wrong. She had truly been wrong. In her obsession with having a son, she had grown distant from her daughter. In her obsession with having a son, she had lost herself, step by step. She had forgotten her original intention. She had forgotten that when she divorced her ex-husband and took Manping with her, it was because she wanted Manping to have a better life. A life free from worry and restraint. Yet over the years, she had forced Manping to do so many terrible things. And Manping, she had woken up to the truth long ago, only Fong Wanrong had remained blinded by her obsession. Now, Manping was even kneeling and begging Xing Xinhao for her sake. Perhaps, in this world, the only person who truly loved her was Manping. Fong Wanrong slowly walked over and helped Fong Manping up. Mom. Manping, you don't need to beg him. I, Fong Wanrong, will take responsibility for my own actions. As for you. Fong Wanrong reached out and gently wiped the tears from Fong Manping's face. Don't cry. You have to live well. Manping, it's your mother who dragged you into this. From now on, you must live a good life. Mom. Fong Manping sobbed as she hugged Fong Wanrong. In the end, Xing Xinhao did not soften his heart. He chose to divorce Fong Wanrong and report her to the police. The police immediately came and took Fong Wanrong away. How the law would judge her was now up to the authorities. Before she was taken away, Fong Wanrong had only one request. She looked at Xing Xinhao. I know I'll be going to jail. I don't ask for anything else, just one thing, for the sake of all our years together. Xing Xinhao pressed his lips together. What is it? I hope that my arrest won't affect Manping's college entrance exam. Fong Wanrong was afraid that her criminal case would prevent Manping from taking the exam. She knew how hard Manping had worked and prepared for this moment. She knew how much Manping was looking forward to it. I know you can make this happen. Xing Xinhao said, I promise you. In fact, Xing Xinhao did not blame Fong Manping for any of this. Although Fong Manping hadn't reported it to the police when she found out Fong Wanrong was planning to kidnap Xingxing and Yeye with traffickers, she also hadn't gone along with her mother's crimes. Whether it was writing a letter of accusation or trying to rescue Xingxing and Yaya, Fong Manping had shown she still had a moral bottom line. Over the years, Xing Xinhao had regarded Fong Manping as half a daughter. Naturally, he wouldn't take his anger out on her now. News of Fong Wanrong's divorce and arrest quickly spread throughout Beijing. After all, Fong Wanrong was Xing Xinhao's wife. Given their status and position, any incident would attract a lot of attention. Xingxing and Yaya returned to the Sang family. Meanwhile, far away on Huancha Island, Shang Zishi also heard about Xing Xinhao's decision. His father, after so many years, had finally not taken Fong Wanrong's side for once. Had he finally seen Fong Wanrong's true colors and come to his senses? Shang Zishi thought to himself that he was satisfied with his father's decision. It proved the old man still had some redeeming qualities. Of course, if his father's actions hadn't satisfied him, Shang Zishi would have sought justice for his two children himself. On the other side, although Gu Jianing had received reassurance from Shang Zishi in her dreams, she still couldn't fully relax. It wasn't until the system told her that Xingxing and Yaya were safe that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for how the system knew, because it was a childbearing system, and Xingxing and Yaya were its key monitoring and protection targets, so it could naturally keep track of them. Now that Xingxing and Yaya were safe, Gu Jianing could focus all her energy on preparing exam questions. As time passed, with all the teachers in the question-setting group working overtime, batches of exam papers were sent out from the courtyard to all parts of the country. One day at the end of December, the first national college entrance exam since its reinstatement began across the country. Countless people set out early for the exam halls. In Huaihua village, two members of the Gu family were taking the exam, Gu Yunzhou and Yang Manman. Gu Yunan specially borrowed a tractor from the grain station to take them to the exam site. Of course, many educated youths and local students from Huaihua village were also taking the exam, but they were all taken together in an ox cart arranged by the village. Even though the ox cart wasn't as good as a tractor, it was still much better than walking. It was the end of December, and although it was early morning and freezing cold, everyone riding in the ox cart was filled with excitement and anticipation. The college entrance exam, if they could pass, it would open a brand new chapter in their lives and lead them to a better future. Lu Yuan was driven to the exam hall by her father's car. She happened to see Gu Yunzhou on the tractor. Ever since she learned that Gu Yunzhou was taking the college entrance exam, Lu Yuan had started studying again. She planned to take the exam too, hoping to get into the same university as Gu Yunzhou. But she didn't know if it was possible. Lu Yuan thought this might be her last chance to be with Gu Yunzhou. If they couldn't get into the same university, it would probably be impossible for her to be with him. But at the very least, she wanted to fight for her feelings one last time. Over on Huancha Island, Zhang Qiumei was also confidently heading to the exam hall in her brother's car. Seeing others having to walk while she could ride, she felt a sense of superiority. Zhang Qiumei was very confident about this exam. She had always had good grades, and her brother had gotten wind of the reinstatement of the college entrance exam a bit early, so she was able to start preparing ahead of time. She was confident she could get into her dream university. She planned that once she got in, she would confess to Shang Zishi. She wanted Shang Zishi to divorce his country wife and be with her. That's right, at first, Zhang Qiumei hadn't known Shang Zishi was married. Later, she found out he not only had a wife, but also two children. Even after learning this, Zhang Qiumei, after struggling for a while, still couldn't let go of Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi was just her ideal in every way. She believed that Shang Zishi and her were the perfect match. After all, Shang Zishi was a regimental-level cadre, and her own brother was also a regimental-level cadre. As for whether Shang Zishi would choose her after she confessed to him, Zhang Qiumei wasn't worried at all. After all, she was young and beautiful, a university student, and would become a doctor in the future. Plus, she was still a pure, untouched maiden. And Shang Zishi's wife. She'd heard she was just a country woman. What could she possibly understand? Probably even illiterate, still waiting for the military district to assign her a job. Who knew how Shang Zishi got tangled up with that woman in the first place? As long as Xing Zishi wasn't blind, between her and that rural wife, he'd definitely choose her. Only she could help Xing Zishi's future. But Zhang Qiumei never considered. If Xing Zishi could abandon his original wife for the sake of benefits, youth, and beauty, then if he faced the same choice again, he would surely abandon her too. Zhang Qiumei was very confident, no, even conceited, so she never thought about this problem. She only thought that Xing Zishi choosing her would show his good taste. So, full of confidence, Zhang Qiumei went to take her exams, planning to win Xing Zishi over once she got into university. Meanwhile, in Beijing, after Fong Wan was arrested and imprisoned, Fong Manping was downcast for several days. It wasn't until she visited Fong Wan in prison, no one knew what mother and daughter talked about. But after coming out, Fong Manping regained her spirits and continued her studies. Today, she too stood in front of the exam hall. Looking at the exam hall before her, Fong Manping recalled what her mother had said during the prison visit. Manping, don't blame yourself and don't be sad. What you need to do now is study hard and take the college entrance exam. Mom knows you can do it. If you really can't bear to be apart from Mom, then live well. When you're capable and Mom is released, we'll live together. Fong Wan hadn't been sentenced to death, and since the human trafficking was only attempted, she'd only have to serve a few years. Fong Manping decided to listen to her mother. She would study hard, get into university, find a good job, and in the future, whether she married or not, she would be in charge of her own life. Then, when her mother was released, she'd bring her to live together, and no one would have any objections. Thinking of this, Fong Manping no longer hesitated and strode resolutely into the exam hall. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Gu Jianing, far away at a certain farm, Wen Zhuqing was also entering an exam hall. But at this moment, Wen Zhuqing was no longer Wen Zhuqing. He had changed his name and identity. Now he was called Zhang Yutong. After a period of submission to that woman at night, Wen Zhuqing finally got a chance to leave. That woman and her father had plotted for Wen Zhuqing to fake his death. Then Wen Zhuqing assumed the identity of the recently deceased grandson of a local landlord, taking the name Zhang Yutong. Now, as Zhang Yutong, Wen Zhuqing had married the farm leader's daughter, Qin Honghua. Not only that, Qin Honghua was 2 months pregnant. It was precisely because she was pregnant that the marriage and Wen Zhuqing's identity switch happened. Wen Zhuqing, now Zhang Yutong, was escorted to the exam hall entrance by his father-in-law. "Do your best on the exam. Honghua has high hopes for you," his father-in-law said. "I understand, father-in-law. I'll definitely pass," Wen Zhuqing replied, then walked into the exam hall. His father-in-law watched his back, eyes full of contemplation. His sharp eyes had long seen that Wen Zhuqing was no simple man. In fact, he was someone who only cared about personal gain, cold and ruthless. Originally, such a person should never have become his son-in-law. After all, he only had one daughter. He wanted to find a good husband for her. But, alas, Honghua had set her heart on Wen Zhuqing and was willing to do so much for him. For Wen Zhuqing, she pleaded with him repeatedly, even threatened her own life. He had no choice but to give in. But he knew he had to keep a close watch on Wen Zhuqing. He knew that once Wen Zhuqing gained power, he would surely abandon his wife. He also knew this man was ruthless. So, he had to firmly grasp Wen Zhuqing's weaknesses. For his daughter's happiness, he had to keep Wen Zhuqing tightly bound. If Wen Zhuqing ever dared to harm his daughter, then... A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Even though Wen Zhuqing didn't look back as he entered the exam hall, he could still feel his father-in-law's gaze fixed on him. Wen Zhuqing knew his father-in-law was shrewd. Other than Qin Honghua, Father Qin was not easy to control. He even held leverage over Wen Zhuqing. Of course, to Wen Zhuqing, Qin Honghua was even more disgusting than Bao Shanen. But there was nothing he could do. He had been schemed against by Gu Jianing to this point. Other than the Qin father and daughter, no one else could help him. So, he had no other choice. After all, to stay stuck on the farm, watching opportunities slip by, was something Wen Zhuqing could not tolerate. It would be worse than death. So, even if it disgusted him, he had to endure. But Wen Zhuqing never forgot he'd ended up like this because of one person. Gu Jianing. If he had married Gu Jianing back then, everything would have been different. It was Gu Jianing. She suddenly seemed to get smarter and started plotting against him. Gu Jianing, just you wait. As long as I, Wen Zhuqing, am still breathing, I will never let you go. A dark, ruthless look flashed in Wen Zhuqing's eyes, but it was gone in an instant. Soon, he returned to his gentle, jade-like demeanor and entered the classroom. On this side, Wen Zhuqing was full of malice toward Gu Jianing. But because they were so far apart, the malice detector didn't go off. After the college entrance exam, Gu Jianing finally left the Sihiyuan. Mama. As soon as Gu Jianing stepped out, she heard two childish voices calling her. Looking up, she saw Xingxing and Yaya standing not far away. Behind them stood Granny Sang, smiling at her. What are you doing here? Gu Jianing hurried over. Hey, Ning, be careful, your belly, Granny Sang reminded her. Before entering the Sihiyuan, Gu Jianing had been 3 months pregnant. After 2 months inside, her belly was now over 5 months along and already showing. So, seeing Gu Jianing running with her belly, Granny Sang was a bit worried. Gu Jianing obediently slowed down. Xingxing and Yaya also ran to their mother, hugging her legs tightly, eyes full of longing and affection. It was the first time since birth they'd been apart from their mother for so long. They had missed her terribly. Knowing you'd be coming out today, Xingxing and Yaya couldn't wait and kept talking about you. Since I had nothing else to do, I brought them to pick you up, Granny Sang explained. Gu Jianing nodded. So that's how it was. Let's go home. We're having guests today, Grandma Sang said mysteriously. Gu Jianing, huh? What guests? But she didn't ask further, just followed Grandma Sang, along with Xingxing and Yaya, back home. On the way, Xingxing and Yaya started telling her about how Fong Wan had tried to abduct them. The two little ones didn't explain everything clearly, so Grandma Sang filled in the details. Only now did Gu Jianing learn that her so-called father-in-law had actually been willing to call the police on Fong Wan. Did that mean, in Xing Xinhao's heart, Xingxing and Yaya were more important than Fong Wan? Gu Jianing couldn't figure out what Xing Xinhao was thinking, but anyway, Fong Wan had been arrested and couldn't hurt her children anymore. That was good enough for her. Along the way, Xingxing and Yaya chattered nonstop about their life at the Sang family over the past 2 months. Of course, Yaya talked more while Xingxing was quieter. Soon, they arrived at the Sang house. That afternoon, Gu Jianing finally saw the guest Grandma Sang had mentioned. Master. Gu Jianing stared at the visitor, stunned for a long moment before exclaiming, Xiao Tian, is that you? It's me, Master. That's right, the guest Grandma Sang had mentioned was Qin Tian. Thinking back, ever since Qin Tian had gone to Beijing with his parents, Gu Jianing and Qin Tian had kept in touch by phone and letter, but they hadn't seen each other in person. Now, finally, they were reunited. In the nearly 2 years since they'd last met, Qin Tian had changed a lot. He'd grown much taller, his features had matured, and he'd become a handsome young man. How did you know I was here? Gu Jianing asked. In fact, Gu Jianing had planned to contact Qin Tian after finishing her exam-setting duties. After all, he was her only apprentice. Since she was in Beijing, she definitely wanted to see him if possible. She hadn't expected Qin Tian to find her first. My parents told me. They heard from Grandpa saying that you came to Beijing to write the college entrance exam questions. Oh, I see. So, over the past few days, not only were Xingxing and Yaya waiting for Gu Jianing, but Qin Tian was too. Brother Qin Tian. When Yaya saw Qin Tian, she rushed into his arms like a little firecracker. Qin Tian scooped her up in a hug. He also hugged Xingxing. Only then did Gu Jianing realize that over the past 2 months, Qin Tian had already met with Xingxing and Yaya. Although the twins had been quite young when Qin Tian left, they had good memories and had always remembered him, missing him a lot. Now, the 3 of them were waiting together for Gu Jianing to return. After some small talk, Gu Jianing pulled Qin Tian aside to quiz him on his medical knowledge. As soon as the questioning began, Qin Tian's expression turned serious and focused. He answered all of Gu Jianing's questions earnestly. It turned out that Qin Tian was indeed talented in medicine. Over the past 2 years, even though Gu Jianing hadn't been around to teach him, he had diligently studied all the books she'd given him. At the very least, he had memorized the knowledge, now he just needed more hands-on practice. Xiao Tian, you're doing really well. Qin Tian was delighted to receive Gu Jianing's praise. I'll probably be staying in Beijing for a while longer. During this time, come to the Sang house whenever you're free, and I'll teach you more. Okay. Qin Tian agreed immediately. That day, Qin Tian stayed at the Sang house until after dinner, when someone sent by Qin Jihong came to pick him up. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing finally had time to call Sheng Zishi. On the phone, the man's voice was full of longing. It had been over 2 months since he'd seen his wife or even heard her voice. How could he not miss her? Even though he'd had that dream. But dreams could never compare to reality. Ning, when are you coming home? It'll probably be a while. The reason she said this was because the director of Beijing Hospital wanted to invite her to give a lecture. Gu Jianing couldn't refuse, so she agreed. So she'd have to stay in Beijing for a while longer, to give the lecture and also to teach Qin Tian when she could. All right, on the other end, the man's disappointment was obvious. Gu Jianing comforted him for a while before his spirits lifted a little. Back on Huancha Island, after hanging up, Sheng Zishi walked home with a frown. After thinking for a bit, he headed to the leader's office. He had to try to get some leave, so he could go to Beijing to pick up Ning and the kids. Otherwise, he'd worry about Ning, pregnant and traveling with 2 children. Of course, most importantly, he missed his wife and his son and daughter. Gu Jianing had no idea what Sheng Zishi was planning. At that moment, she was putting necklaces with pale blue beads around Xingxing and Yega's necks. These are beads that everyone in our family has. You must wear them at all times, don't take them off or give them to anyone else, understand? After completing her task of writing the college entrance exam questions, the system had rewarded Gu Jianing. She'd received 5 water-repelling beads and 1 fire-repelling bead. Since she had more water-repelling beads, she gave 1 each to the twins, the blue beads now hanging around their necks. She would wear 1 herself, of course. She also planned to give Sheng Zishi both a water-repelling bead and the fire-repelling bead. Considering that Sheng Zishi often had to go on missions and might face dangerous situations, he needed protective items even more. So, next time she saw Sheng Zishi, she'd give him both beads to wear. Mommy, we understand, Xingxing and Yaya replied obediently. Although they were young, they knew that anything their mother gave them was good. Since it was something good, they had to keep it safe, not let anyone else know, and take good care of it. After the college entrance exam ended, while students anxiously waited for their results, Gu Jianing had already started her lectures at Beijing Hospital. It was less a lecture and more a class. Much of the medical knowledge Gu Jianing taught greatly benefited the doctors at Beijing Hospital. The hospital director looked at Gu Jianing with admiration. Dr. Gu was truly remarkable. If only such a talented doctor could stay in Beijing. But he'd already asked. At least for the next year, it was unlikely. Because Gu Jianing would be following her husband to the military outpost on the island. Whether Dr. Gu could work at Beijing Hospital in the future would depend on whether her husband could be transferred to Beijing. For now, there was nothing the director could do but hope. During this period, whenever Gu Jianing gave lectures at Beijing Hospital, she brought Qin Tian along. On one hand, it was to give Qin Tian more experience. On the other, she wanted everyone to know that Qin Tian was her apprentice. After all, Qin Tian was active in the capital. This also meant Qin Tian gained some new connections. Qin Jihong and his wife understood Gu Jianing's good intentions and were very grateful to her. They even found time to invite Gu Jianing out for several meals. In fact, there really were people who wanted Gu Jianing to take on new apprentices. After all, becoming Gu Jianing's apprentice didn't just mean being her student, it also meant being Master Chen's grand apprentice. With that kind of backing, there'd be no need to worry about the future. But Gu Jianing made it clear she wouldn't be taking on any more apprentices. So, Qin Tian became her one and only apprentice, making many people envious. These days, Qin Tian had been helping his master give lectures, and he could clearly feel the envious and jealous looks from those around him. He held his head high, His master was Gu Jianing, and he was proud of it. He was determined to work even harder at his medical studies so as not to let his master down. Determination shone in Qin Tian's eyes. After Gu Jianing finished setting the exam questions and left the courtyard, she learned from Grandma Sang that her father-in-law, Xing Xinhao, would often come by the Sang house. Sometimes he brought gifts for Xingxing and Yaya, other times he took them out to play. She'd even seen Xing Xinhao teaching Xingxing martial arts. Gu Jianing's attitude toward this was neither interfering nor overly enthusiastic. She hadn't forgotten that Xing Xinhao had never approved of her marrying Shang Zishi. He'd even wanted her to leave Shang Zishi. For someone who didn't acknowledge her or even looked down on her, she wasn't about to go out of her way to please him. However, Gu Jianing couldn't help but feel that her father-in-law had changed quite a bit. At the very least, his eyes no longer held the arrogance and disdain they'd had when they first met. Sometimes, when he looked at her, there was even a hint of complexity and admiration. When Gu Jianing was giving lectures, she noticed that her father-in-law would occasionally bring Xingxing and Yaya to listen. The two little ones didn't understand much, but as long as they saw their mother up there, they were happy and well-behaved. As for Xing Xinhao, he didn't fully understand the lectures either, but he could clearly sense the admiration and praise others had for Gu Jianing. He had to admit, even though Gu Jianing came from the countryside, she was truly outstanding, far better than many city folk. His rebellious son had chosen Gu Jianing, and it was an excellent choice. Gu Jianing had been giving lectures at the Beijing hospital for a week, and it was about time to head back. That night, as she was planning her return to Huancha Island, something stirred beside her as she slept. She thought it was Xingxing or Yaya waking up and moving around. After all, lately, the two kids had been sleeping with her. But when she opened her eyes, she didn't see Xingxing or Yaya on the bed. Instead, she saw someone she hadn't expected at all. The bright moonlight outside the window spilled over the man, highlighting his handsome, chiseled features. His gentle, phoenix-shaped eyes looked at her, filled with longing and tenderness, almost overflowing. "You." Gu Jianing, surprised, had just started to speak when the man leaned in and sealed her lips with his. Perhaps it was because he'd missed her so much. His kiss was forceful, domineering, and left no room for refusal. Did Gu Jianing miss him? Of course she did. She couldn't help but respond. A few minutes later, Gu Jianing, breathless, finally pushed him away. "How did you get here?" Her eyes sparkled with delight. The man before her was none other than Shang Zishi. "You're pregnant and still have to take care of Xingxing and Yaya. How could I not come?" The moment he hung up the phone that day, he'd applied for leave. After a short assignment, he finally managed to get some time off. He couldn't wait to come. By the time he arrived, it was already midnight. The guard let him in. He slipped in quietly. He carried Xingxing and Yaya to sleep with their grandparents. Then he lay down next to Gu Jianing. He hadn't thought much about it. He just wanted to hold his wife as he slept. He'd tried to be gentle, but still ended up waking her. Once Gu Jianing woke up, Shang Zishi's emotions became impossible to hold back. Now, holding his wife in his arms, Shang Zishi felt a peace he hadn't felt in a long time. The couple lay together, unable to sleep, sharing how much they'd missed each other over the past 2 months. Gu Jianing snuggled in Shang Zishi's arms, her eyes full of affection and dependence. She felt that Shang Zishi was truly a charming man. They'd only been married a few years and already had children, but Gu Jianing knew she could never leave Shang Zishi for the rest of her life. He was just that wonderful. Shang Zishi placed a hand on Gu Jianing's belly, asking about the baby. No one knew how long they talked, but eventually, Gu Jianing couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep in Shang Zishi's arms. Shang Zishi lowered his head and kissed her, then closed his eyes and drifted off as well. The next morning, Xingxing and Yaya woke up to find themselves not in their mother's bed, but in their grandparents' bed. The siblings exchanged a look, each guessing the reason. Sure enough, as soon as they left the room, they saw their father, Shang Zishi, practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "Daddy." Although Shang Zishi was sometimes strict with them, the two kids still missed their father. Now, seeing him, They ran over and hugged him. Xingxing, show me how you've been practicing your forms lately. Okay. So Xingxing began to demonstrate his recent progress in martial arts in the courtyard. He was just over 2 years old, with tiny arms and legs. The sight was both funny and adorable. But Xingxing's little face was full of seriousness. As Xing Zishi watched, for some reason, a memory surfaced. When he was little, the old man had taught him to practice martial arts just like this. From Xingxing's movements, Xing Zishi could see traces of the old man's influence. Clearly, Xingxing had improved a lot lately. The old man had been teaching him with real care. Breakfast is ready. Grandma Sang's call interrupted Xing Zishi's thoughts. Although Xing Zishi had managed to get leave, it wasn't for long. So, everyone planned to take the train back to Huancha Island the next day, since it was more convenient. Not only would Xing Zishi be with them, but Grandpa Sang's guard would also escort them to Huancha Island. Once the time was set, Xing Zishi immediately asked someone to buy the tickets. Daddy, should we tell Grandpa that we're going back? Xingxing asked, looking up. Over the past couple of months, both Xingxing and Yaya had grown attached to Xing Xinhao. Although they'd been wary of him at first because of what had happened before, Xing Xinhao had truly treated them well these past 2 months. Xing Zishi had thought that, after all these years, he'd long since stopped expecting any love from his father. Xingxing wants to tell Grandpa? Xing Zishi asked, gently ruffling his son's hair. Xingxing nodded. If you want to tell him, then go ahead. Xing Zishi wasn't surprised that Xingxing had this idea. Over the past 2 months, the old man had clearly put a lot of effort into Xingxing. Although his own relationship with his father was strained, Xing Zishi had never let the grudges and entanglements of his generation spill over to the next. Besides, why wouldn't he want one more person to love his children? So, soon enough, Xing Xinhao got word that his son Xing Zishi had come to Beijing and would be taking Xingxing and Yaya back home the next day. That brat. He didn't even think to bring Xingxing, Yaya, and his wife back to the old house. He just shows up and now he's leaving. Why are you telling me this? Am I supposed to go see them off? I'm not going. Xing Xinhao grumbled angrily, muttering under his breath. The next morning, Grandpa Sang couldn't get time off work, so only Grandma Sang and a security officer came to see Xing Zishi's family off. Outside the train station, the crowd bustled with activity. Xingxing and Yaya looked around, as if hoping to see someone, but the person they were waiting for didn't appear. Xing Zishi frowned. He knew, of course, that Xingxing and Yaya were waiting for the old man. It seemed he'd overestimated his father's magnanimity. He'd thought that, at the very least, for Xingxing and Yaya's sake, his father would come. But apparently. So, after saying goodbye to Grandma Sang, the family prepared to board the train. Just then, a voice called out urgently from outside. Xingxing! Yaya! Xingxing and Yaya turned around at once and saw Xing Xinhao getting out of a car. Grandpa! The 2 little ones rushed over, and Xing Zishi hurried after them to keep them safe. Seeing their grandfather arrive, the gloom vanished from Xingxing and Yaya's faces, their eyes lighting up as they looked at Xing Xinhao. Xing Xinhao had the security officer bring down several packages from the car, handing them all to Xingxing and Yaya. These are gifts from Grandpa. And this is for your mom, Xing Xinhao added at the end. As he spoke, he glanced sidelong at Xing Zishi. Seeing that Xing Zishi didn't react, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. After spending some time with Xingxing and Yaya and saying his goodbyes, Xing Xinhao turned to Xing Zishi. Can we talk alone for a moment? Xing Zishi frowned at the old man before him. He wanted to refuse, but when he caught sight of the gray at his father's temples, he held back. Fine. Let's talk. Xing Zishi got into Xing Xinhao's car. The 2 of them sat in the back seat alone. The security officer waited outside. With the doors closed, the noise from outside faded away. The car was silent. Neither of them spoke. Being alone with Xing Xinhao in such a confined space, this close, was a first in all these years, and Xing Zishi felt deeply uncomfortable. Just as Xing Zishi was about to reach his limit, the man beside him finally spoke. Zishi, I'm sorry. Xing Zishi's body stiffened. His fists clenched instinctively, lips pressed tight, eyes fixed straight ahead, saying nothing. All these years, I was blinded by Fong Wan. I was foolish. I shouldn't have doubted you, and I shouldn't have been so overbearing, always trying to force you. I also owe your mother an apology. I thought I was devoted to her, but less than a year after she passed, I married someone else. I was too quick to believe what I wanted to believe. You have every right to resent me. I used to think everything I did was for your own good. But the other day, when I heard Xingxing say, not everything done for your own good is truly good, I realized just how wrong I've been all these years. So, Zishi, you have every right to blame me. Son, I'm sorry. Shang Zishi kept his gaze fixed ahead, but if one looked closely, his eyes were tinged red. His clenched fists tightened even further. He never thought he'd hear an apology from his father in this lifetime. He'd always believed he'd never hear it. His father was such a proud, domineering man. Even if, one day, he realized he'd been wrong, he'd still stubbornly refuse to admit it. But now, suddenly, he'd heard it. Shang Zishi had thought that, after all these years, he'd long since stopped hoping for his father's love. But now he realized, no matter how tough a child's heart becomes, they can never truly get past their parents. Realizing this, Shang Zishi felt a wave of self-disgust. He let out a soft, bitter laugh. Do you think every apology deserves forgiveness? Do you think that just by saying sorry, all the hurt will vanish? Do you think everything can go back to the way it was? Xing Xinhao looked at his son, who still stared straight ahead, refusing to meet his eyes. Only now did he truly realize how deeply he'd hurt this son over the years. He couldn't hold back any longer. Tears slipped from the eyes of this man who had always been so strong. You're right. Not every apology deserves forgiveness. I can apologize, but you don't have to forgive me. In the past, I thought I could use my experience and wisdom to choose the best path for my child. But times have changed and people are different now. My so-called experience and wisdom are no longer relevant. Zishi, the truth is, you've always been a good son. Other than being a little disobedient, you've always been good. You became a regimental officer at such a young age, married such an outstanding wife, and your two kids are so smart and lively. Shang Zishi gave a soft snort. Of course my choices are good. He hadn't expected that today. Not only would he hear an apology from his father, but also receive his praise. He'd always thought that, in this stubborn old man's heart, his abilities, his choices, everything about him would never be acknowledged or praised. From now on, I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. The Shang family, if you want to come back, you can. If you don't, that's fine too. In the end, it will always be yours. It's your home. After Shang Zishi got in the car, Gu Jianing took Xingxing and Yaya to have some egg cakes. When they finished, they saw Shang Zishi coming back alone. Although he looked the same as usual, Gu Jianing could tell his emotions were in turmoil. She walked over and took his hand. Are you all right? Seeing the worry in her eyes, Shang Zishi shook his head. I'm fine. That's good. Xing Xinhao didn't get out of the car again. After Shang Zishi boarded the train with his wife and children, the car finally left the station. To the cemetery where Madame is buried, Shang Xinhao instructed from inside the car. Soon, the car arrived at the cemetery. Xing Xinhao was helped out of the car by his attendant. He quickly made his way to Sang Yuan's tombstone. Staring at the beautiful woman in the black and white photo on the headstone, Xing Xinhao slowly knelt down. Ah Wan, I'm sorry. All these years, I've let you down, and I've let Axie down too. You must blame me down there. Xing Xinhao clutched his left hand with his right, his face growing paler as he endured the sharp pain in his left arm. It's okay, Ah Wan. You have every right to blame me. When I join you down there, you can hit me, you can scold me, just, please don't ignore me. Don't worry, Wan. Axie is doing well now. He has his own family, and everything I have will be left to him. He might not care much for it, but after all, we're father and son. I've hurt him so much over the years, it's only right that I make it up to him. As Xing Xinhao spoke, tears streamed down his face. In the past, Xing Xinhao had always been proud, unwilling to admit his mistakes. But because of that pride, he missed out on so much and lost so much. Now, the moment he finally admitted his mistakes, He realized it wasn't so hard after all. Just then, the pain in his left arm flared up again. Not far away, the attendant saw Xing Xinhao suddenly collapse to the ground. "Sir." The train chugged steadily along. This time, Sheng Zishi had once again booked sleeper tickets. Because he needed an extra ticket for his grandfather's attendant, he bought out all the bunks in the compartment across from them, making things much more spacious. Sheng Zishi had to admit, his father's words had left a mark on him. Gu Jianing noticed too. Her husband had seemed normal since boarding the train, but he was unusually quiet. Once they were settled, Gu Jianing moved closer, taking his hand in hers, trying to give him strength. Sheng Zishi pulled his gaze away from the window and looked at Gu Jianing, squeezing her hand in return. "Sorry to make you worry." Gu Jianing shook her head. Did he say something hurtful? If that was the case, she would definitely be angry. But Sheng Zishi shook his head and then told her everything Xing Xinhao had said in the car. "I never thought there would come a day when he'd apologize to me. I never thought he'd ever acknowledge me." Even as he said it, Sheng Zishi found it hard to believe. Gu Jianing suddenly understood. So that was it. It seemed her father-in-law had truly changed. Isn't that a good thing? She knew that, deep down, Zishi had always longed for his father's approval. "Daddy's photo." At that moment, Yaya's childish voice piped up from the side. Sheng Zishi turned around and heard Yaya continue. "At the old house, on the table, there's a photo frame with Daddy and Grandma in it." Xing nodded too. "I saw Grandpa looking at the photo, crying secretly." Xing and Yaya had visited Sang Yuan's grave before, so they recognized the woman in the photo at the old Xing family house as Grandma Sang Yuan. There were 3 people in the photo: Grandma, a young grandpa, and Daddy. Sheng Zishi was momentarily dazed, but then remembered the photo. It was taken just a week before his mother passed away, the 3 of them together. But after his mother's death, he'd forgotten all about it. He hadn't expected that the old man had kept it all this time. He hadn't expected that he would look at that photo and cry in secret. Sheng Zishi's feelings were complicated. Just then, the train conductor suddenly approached Sheng Zishi. "Comrade Xing, your father's attendant just called. It seems there's something urgent." Sheng Zishi stood up immediately, gave a few instructions, and quickly left with the conductor. Gu Jianing watched his hurried figure leave, her brows furrowing. Barely a minute later, Sheng Zishi rushed back, his face pale, eyes rimmed with red. As soon as he saw Gu Jianing, he grabbed her hand. "Ning, my dad, he fainted." The attendant said his left arm acted up again. "The doctor said it's been delayed too long, now it's very dangerous. He might need an amputation, maybe even worse. They said surgery is urgent, but none of them are confident." Sheng Zishi's eyes grew even redder as he spoke. Gu Jianing immediately stood up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's turn back right now." Sheng Zishi was stunned. Gu Jianing patted the back of his hand. "I'll take over. Let me see what's going on. Zishi, since he's already apologized, you should make peace with yourself too." If he chose to just ignore it, Gu Jianing knew this would haunt Sheng Zishi for the rest of his life. He'd never get past it. So, they had to save him. And Gu Jianing was confident. As for her father-in-law's hand, she remembered 3 years ago, when she was pregnant with Xing and Yaya and came to Beijing to give a lecture, Fong Wan had wanted her to operate on Xing Xinhao. But back then, their relationship was terrible. So nothing came of it. She figured that over the past few years, her father-in-law had only been getting conservative treatment. Not long ago, when her father-in-law came to see Xing and Yaya, Gu Jianing remembered this and had the system bind to Xing Xinhao, so she knew about his condition. She had even practiced the surgery for Xing Xinhao's condition in her space. She was confident. But she also knew that, given the current level of medical technology, aside from herself, few people would dare attempt surgery on Xing Xinhao's hand. Before, when Sheng Zishi and his father were on bad terms, she naturally wouldn't offer to operate. But now, their relationship had eased. Her father-in-law had changed. He was good to Xing and Yaya. And besides, she knew that, no matter how much Zishi said he didn't care about his father, deep down, he still did. Children can rarely get past their parents. He still longed for his parents' approval and praise. Now he was just unwilling to let go of the grievances he'd suffered in the past. But, in the end, one must make peace with oneself. Only then can you truly move forward. Shang Zishi stared at Gu Jianing, her words striking straight to his heart. He didn't say much, just gazed at her. After a long moment, he said, "Okay." The train was still moving and couldn't stop in the middle of the journey. Fortunately, the next station wasn't far, just over 10 minutes away. Shang Zishi called Sheng Xinhao's attendant, telling them to get ready for surgery as soon as Gu Jianing arrived. Waiting always seems to take forever. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the train arrived at the station. Shang Zishi and his family got off, bought new tickets, and boarded a return train back. When they arrived once again at the Beijing train station, Xingxing and Yaya were temporarily entrusted to Xiao Zhang, the security guard. "Uncle Zhang, please take Xingxing and Yaya back to the Sang family first and let my grandparents know what happened. Ning and I need to go to the hospital," Shang Zishi instructed. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of the two kids." Shang Zishi nodded, looked at Xingxing and Yaya and patted their heads. "Daddy needs to take Mommy to help save Grandpa. You two go back to Great-Grandma's house and take good care of yourselves, okay?" "Daddy, we understand." Just as the couple was about to leave, Xingxing grabbed Gu Jianing's hand, his eyes full of worry. "Mommy, Grandpa has always been so good to Xingxing." The implication was clear. He hoped Gu Jianing would do her best to save Sheng Xinhao. Gu Jianing stroked his head and said, "Mommy knows." "Don't worry, Xingxing." Without saying more, Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi hurried to the military hospital where Sheng Xinhao was staying. They arrived at the military hospital quickly. As soon as they entered, Xiao Chen, Sheng Xinhao's security guard, came up to them. "What exactly happened?" "Tell us," Shang Zishi asked. Xiao Chen quickly explained. Sheng Xinhao's left arm had been diagnosed with a problem before, and surgery was needed to resolve it once and for all. That much was known. But over the years, there hadn't been a suitable doctor to operate on him, so he'd opted for conservative treatment. Unfortunately, the conservative approach hadn't worked well, and his condition had gradually worsened. Recently, his symptoms had become more frequent. Last night, for reasons unknown, Sheng Xinhao sat up all night, deep in thought. In any case, before leaving home this morning, he had another episode. He looked unwell, his face extremely pale. Still, he insisted on seeing Shang Zishi's family off, and even went to the cemetery afterward. Eventually, he couldn't hold on any longer, collapsed from another attack, and was rushed to the military hospital. The doctors here issued a final notice. Surgery was necessary. As Sheng Xinhao's security guard, Xiao Chen knew that the only person capable of performing the operation was Gu Jianing. And since Shang Zishi was Sheng Xinhao's son, he'd called Shang Zishi. After hearing everything, Shang Zishi fell silent. Sat up all night? Was it because they were leaving Beijing? That old man, staying up all night, what was he thinking about? Shang Zishi thought, maybe the old man had spent the night preparing himself mentally, which was why he'd said those things to him this morning. For a moment, Shang Zishi's feelings were complicated, and he didn't know what to say. Just then, the hospital director came out. He had been following Sheng Xinhao's case all along. Now, he carefully explained Sheng Xinhao's condition to Gu Jianing, since she would be taking over and performing the surgery. Although the Beijing military hospital hadn't invited Gu Jianing to give lectures like the Beijing General Hospital had, news traveled quickly between military hospitals. They were well aware of Gu Jianing's reputation in the Northwest Military District. In fact, they'd always believed that only Gu Jianing could perform Sheng Xinhao's surgery. Now that she was here, they finally felt relieved. Even though Gu Jianing looked young, their eyes were full of respect and admiration for her. There was not a trace of condescension. They gave her a detailed rundown of Sheng Xinhao's condition. Gu Jianing nodded. What they described matched what she'd found with her own scans, though her scan results were even more detailed. "Are all the pre-op preparations ready?" "If so, let's begin," Gu Jianing said as she put on the surgical gown and mask provided by the hospital. "Everything's ready except," The director hesitated. Dr. Gu, would it be possible for us to have 2 more assistants? By assistants, he actually meant hospital doctors who hoped to observe Gu Jianning's surgical technique, a valuable learning opportunity. Gu Jianning could tell what the director was thinking, but she didn't mind. That's fine, as long as there aren't too many people and it doesn't get chaotic. The director was delighted. Of course, of course. Ning, I'm counting on you, Shang Zishi said gravely to Gu Jianning. With only her beautiful eyes visible above the mask, Gu Jianning replied, don't worry. I'm quite confident. With that, she finished suiting up and entered the operating room. As the doors closed behind her, Gu Jianning saw Xing Xinhao lying on the operating table. After scanning him, she said, let's begin anesthesia. While Gu Jianning was operating, Shang Zishi waited outside the whole time. He wasn't too worried. He had faith in Ning's abilities. He took a moment to call the Sang family from the hospital phone and was relieved to hear that Xing and Yaya had arrived safely. After a while, Fong Manping showed up. Brother, Fong Manping greeted Shang Zishi a little timidly. Shang Zishi looked at her, surprised she'd come. He responded with a faint mm. He had always been distant with his stepsister Fong Manping, not particularly close, but not hostile either. Hearing his reply, Fong Manping relaxed, put down her bag, and sat down, asking the security guard about Xing Xinhao's condition. After her questions, Xing Zishi said from beside her, now that your mother and the old man are divorced, you don't have to call me brother anymore. You didn't have to come today either. Xing Zishi's feelings toward Fong Manping were complicated. To be honest, she was timid and had never done anything truly bad. But since she was Fong Wanrong's daughter, Xing Zishi had always been cold to her growing up. After he left the Xing family as an adult, he barely interacted with her. This time, when Fong Wanrong tried to orchestrate the kidnapping of Xing and Yaya, Fong Manping hadn't directly exposed her mother, but at least she hadn't gone along with her and had chosen to help save the children. Now, with the old man having surgery, she'd come as well. She really didn't have to. After the divorce, Fong Manping had moved out of the Sheng family home. Fong Manping's hands twisted together on her bag. If she didn't call Shang Zishi brother, she really didn't know what to call him. But Uncle raised me for so many years. Now that he's having surgery, since I know about it, I should come. All these years, she lived in the Sheng household. Of course, Xing Xinhao hadn't treated her as well as his own daughter, but he hadn't treated her badly either. At the very least, he'd given her everything she was due. There were several times when Fong Wanrong neglected her because of the fake heroine, and it was Xing Xinhao who stepped in to help her. So, in Fong Manping's heart, Xing Xinhao was like half a father to her. This time, with her mother in prison and her uncle divorcing her mother, no matter how thick-skinned Fong Manping was, she couldn't possibly stay at the Sheng family's house any longer. So she moved out. But before she left, her uncle gave her quite a lot of things. Even if she never worked again, these things would ensure she never had to worry about food or clothing. Even though she was reluctant to accept them in the end, under her uncle's insistence, she took half. Her uncle had always treated her well. Now that he was having surgery, how could she not come? Shang Zishi glanced at Fong Manping, but ultimately didn't say anything more. The two of them waited outside the operating room. An hour later, the light above the operating room finally went out and the door was pushed open from inside. Gu Jianning walked out. Both Shang Zishi and Fong Manping immediately stood up. Gu Jianning was a little surprised to see Fong Manping. She knew what Fong Manping had done during the recent incident when Xing and Yaya were almost abducted. Ning, how did it go? Xing Zishi asked. Gu Jianning took off her mask and smiled. The surgery was very successful. As long as he stays in the hospital and recuperates for a while, he'll be fine. Both Xing Zishi and Fong Manping breathed a sigh of relief. Xing Xinhao didn't wake up again until the next day. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in the hospital. He remembered fainting at the cemetery. Just as he tried to get up, Fong Manping and the security officer Xiao Chen immediately came over. Sir/Uncle, you can't move around. It was only then that Xing Xinhao noticed Xiao Chen and Fong Manping. He wasn't surprised to see Xiao Chen, but he was quite surprised to see Fong Manping there too. Manping, why are you here? Xiao Chen quickly explained, Sir, Miss Manping has been here keeping watch since your surgery yesterday. What Xiao Chen said made Xing Xinhao frown slightly. Yesterday? Surgery. At this point, Xing Xinhao looked at his arm and noticed something different. What exactly happened? How did he end up having surgery? He remembered that the doctors at the military hospital had always been too afraid to operate on his arm. The risk was too high, so they had always chosen conservative treatment over the years. And the only person who could operate on him, Dr. Gu, was the one who did your surgery. After Xiao Chen explained everything, Xing Xinhao finally understood. It turned out that after he fainted at the cemetery yesterday, Xiao Chen actually called Aixi. Aixi and his wife turned back halfway. Gu Jianing rushed to the hospital and performed the surgery on him right away. Sir, you have no idea how much the doctors at the military hospital admire and respect Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu's surgical skills are truly remarkable. Of course, Xing Xinhao knew how skilled his daughter-in-law was as a doctor. He just hadn't expected that, despite their poor relationship and his previous refusal to acknowledge her, she would still put aside past grievances and come back to operate on him. Xing Xinhao truly felt that he had lived his life not even as well as the younger generation. Sir, Dr. Gu said your surgery was very successful. As long as you rest and recover, you'll be fine. Xing Xinhao grunted in response. By the way, where are they? Uncle, my brother and sister-in-law took the train home last night, Fong Manping said. After Gu Jianing finished the surgery, considering that Shang Zishi needed to hurry back to his unit, he bought train tickets for that night. As for Xing Xinhao, he hadn't woken up yet. Fong Manping volunteered to stay and take turns with Xiao Chen to look after Xing Xinhao. After all, she had just finished her college entrance exams and had nothing else to do at the moment. Xing Zishi agreed. So, last night, Xing Zishi's family took the train home again. They should arrive at Huancha Island tonight, Xiao Chen said. After Xiao Chen and Fong Manping left, Xing Xinhao lay in bed, feeling a mix of emotions. Once again, he realized how wrong he had been before. Looking at his arm, he thought, even though it's healed now, it's time for him to step down. Only if he retired could Aixi be promoted more easily. In fact, the main reason Xing Xinhao had been holding back Xing Zishi's promotion wasn't because Xing Zishi had defied him. It was because he himself held a high position, and the higher-ups wouldn't allow his son to be promoted too quickly as well. So the higher-ups had been intentionally holding back Xing Zishi's promotion. Xing Xinhao had simply gone along with it. Now he was getting old, while Aixi was still young and capable. It was time to make up for what he owed Aixi in the past. Xing Xinhao planned to submit his retirement report in a few days. He hoped everything would go smoothly for Aixi from now on. Meanwhile, after a day and night on the train, Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi's family of 4 finally returned to Huancha Island by evening. Because they arrived in the evening, it wasn't until the next day that people in the family compound found out the Shang family had returned. As for where they had gone, few people knew. I heard the military district is about to start assigning jobs to military wives. Do you think Xing Tuan's wife came back at this time to try and get a job? I think it's very possible. Hey, have you seen Xing Tuan's wife? I have. Oh my, she's really beautiful. Even though she's had 2 kids and is pregnant again, she still looks like a young girl, so young and pretty. I bet Xing Tuan married her for her looks. I don't care how pretty she is, I just hope she doesn't compete with me for a job. There was a lot of gossip in the family compound about jobs and about Gu Jianing. Because job assignments in the military district were tied to the husband's rank. The higher the man's rank, the more priority his wife had in getting a job, and the better the job she could choose. Jang Chi scoffed when she heard all this gossip. Only useless women needed to rely on their husband's rank to get a job. A capable woman should rely on her own abilities. But was Gu Jianing really that beautiful? So Zhang Qiumei made a point of staking out a spot to see Gu Jianing for herself. And sure enough, she managed to catch a glimpse. That evening, after dinner, Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing were holding Xing and Ye's hands, with the 5 members of the Amber family following behind as they all went out for a walk. Zhang Qiumei watched the scene, feeling a stab of jealousy. Was Xing Zishi really that close to Gu Jianing? Even going out for walks together. How she wished she was the one walking with Shang Zishi and the children. Sister, someone's following us and spying on us from behind. Amber noticed Zhang Qiumei and went up to tell Gu Jianing. Someone's spying on us? To be honest, Gu Jianing really hadn't noticed at all. After all, taking a walk with Shang Zishi, Xing, and Yeye was such a relaxing and pleasant thing that Gu Jianing was completely at ease, enjoying the moment and not paying attention to anything else. But now that Amber mentioned it, Gu Jianing started to pay attention. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a young woman. Very quickly, Amber told Gu Jianing who Zhang Qiumei was. After all, Niu Chui had brought Zhang Qiumei to their doorstep before, and Zhang Qiumei herself had tried to sneak a look at Xing Zishi. Amber felt that, with her big sister not around, it was her duty to protect the man of the house. She absolutely couldn't let any scheming women get close. And Zhang Qiumei was exactly that kind of schemer. After Amber's explanation, Gu Jianing suddenly understood. So, it turns out her Shiji had attracted a rotten peach blossom. Thinking this, Gu Jianing nudged Xing Zishi with her elbow, signaling him to look in the direction where Zhang Qiumei was hiding, and then asked, "Did you do something to attract her?" Shang Zishi also caught sight of the girl out of the corner of his eye. With his excellent memory, Xing Zishi recalled that he had seen this girl before. "But, wife, you're wronging me. Don't you know what kind of man your husband is? Other than you, would I ever try to attract another woman?" Shang Zishi looked a little aggrieved, feeling that Gu Jianing was falsely accusing him. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. All right, I was just joking. But I think she really does like you." Shang Zishi snorted lightly. "There are plenty of people who like me. Am I supposed to pay attention to each and every one of them? Do I have to respond to them all? Whether other people like me is their business. Who I like is mine." With that, he gazed deeply into Gu Jianing's eyes, his look full of affection. Gu Jianing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She never really doubted Shang Zishi. After all, after 2 lifetimes, if she still didn't trust him, that would be unreasonable. What she'd just said was only a casual tease. As for whether that girl might do something crazy out of love, Gu Jianing wasn't worried. After all, she had her malice detector to warn her. So she said nothing more, and the family of 4 continued their walk. But Zhang Qiumei, watching Gu Jianing being so close to Xing Zishi up ahead, was gnashing her teeth in jealousy. Recently, Zhang Qiumei's fantasies about Xing Zishi had reached their peak. She even saw Xing Zishi as her own possession. Now, seeing Gu Jianing as if she were a mistress stealing her man, Zhang Qiumei was filled with resentment. Once my college entrance exam results come out, that's when I'll be together with Brother Sheng. Zhang Qiumei muttered to herself. Originally, Gu Jianing had planned to go to the local hospital on Huancha Island to complete her onboarding procedures after returning. After all, she should have gone over 2 months ago, but because she had to help write the exam papers, she'd gone to Beijing and ended up delaying it. Now, she really couldn't put it off any longer. Unexpectedly, the hospital reached out to her first. They said that since Gu Jianing had worked so hard on the college entrance exam questions, she should take a break for a while, and that they were also considering adjusting her position at the hospital. As for what the new position would be, they hadn't decided yet. Once it was settled, they'd invite Gu Jianing to start work. Since the hospital said so, Gu Jianing was happy to rest at home a bit longer. The hospital on Huancha Island was very much looking forward to Gu Jianing joining them. After all, Gu Jianing had such a great reputation and outstanding abilities. If it weren't for Dr. Gu's husband being transferred to the Huancha Island military district, they wouldn't have been able to recruit her at all. With Dr. Gu's abilities, hospitals all over the country would be eager to have her. So for Gu Jianing to join them, they felt truly honored. But originally, they had planned to make Gu Jianing a department director. But after learning that she had helped write the college entrance exam and had earned doctoral degrees from top Beijing universities, they felt that even the director position might be too low for her. Not really suitable for Gu Jianing. So, They decided to discuss it further and find a more fitting position for Dr. Gu. Gu Jianing didn't know any of this. If she did, she'd definitely say, "Actually, any position is fine." She didn't really care that much. Time quickly skipped ahead to January 1978. The college entrance exam admissions process was about to begin. For the first year after the resumption of the college entrance exam, students filled out their applications before taking the test. So, before the exam, students had already chosen their preferred schools. Now, they just had to wait for the results to see if they'd been accepted. I wonder if third brother and sister-in-law have received their admission letters yet? Gu Jianing murmured. After returning to Huancha Island, Gu Jianing had contacted her family and learned that both her third brother and sister-in-law had done well on the exam. Her third brother had applied to Beijing University, choosing the computer science major based on Gu Jianing's advice. Her sister-in-law, Yang Man, had applied to Haicheng Normal University since she was interested in becoming a teacher. At this time, in Huaihua village, as the new year began and January arrived, the whole village was enveloped in a tense, anxious atmosphere. Everyone knew that in January, the nationwide college admissions process would begin. Although it would continue until March. The later it got, the slimmer the chances of receiving an admission letter. Those who got in would receive their letters early. If you didn't get one early on, it basically meant you hadn't made it. So, starting in January, the entire village of Huaihua, even the elderly who hadn't taken the exam and the little kids, were all caught up in the excitement and anxiety. At the Gu family's house, they were eating and talking about the admission letters. The admissions process has started. I wonder who in our village will be the first to get an acceptance letter. I heard that some schools that are closer will send out their letters first. In our family, one applied to Beijing, one to Haicheng, both are pretty far. Looks like we'll have to wait a bit. Just then, everyone suddenly heard a shout from outside. The mailman's here. There are admission letters. The Gu family jumped up at once, leaving their meal behind as they all rushed outside. At that moment, not just the Gu family, but everyone in Huaihua village who heard the news ran out. Even the toothless elderly who needed canes, and the little kids with runny noses and holes in their pants, all hurried out. At Wu Meili's house, Gu Baozhu was also pulled outside by her mother Wu Meili and her son Nyonyo. "Daughter, let's hurry and see if your admission letter has arrived." Gu Baozhu couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Mom, how are you so sure it's mine? You have so much confidence in me. What if it's someone else's?" Wu Meili put her hands on her hips. "My daughter is so good at studying, of course she'll get into college." "Mama, I want to be a college student." Nyonyo clenched her little fists, her eyes sparkling. "Hurry, hurry, don't waste time. Let's go out and see." Naturally, Gu Baozhu didn't delay either and went out with them. Deep down, she was filled with anticipation too. Ever since the Yang family mother and son were arrested, and she divorced Yang Guangming, she'd been living at her parents' house with her 2 children. Although her parents, brother, and sister-in-law all treated her and the kids well, Gu Baozhu knew she still needed to have her own value. Taking the college entrance exam and striving to become a university student, that was where Gu Baozhu's value and hopes lay. At that moment, the young postman had just stopped his bicycle and was immediately surrounded by villagers. "Comradely, do you have any college admission letters for our Huaihua village kids? If you do, hurry up and take them out." That's right, that's right. How many are there?" It was the first time Postman Shaoli had seen the villagers so enthusiastic when delivering mail. But he understood their excitement and happiness. "That's right, there are 3 admission letters today." 3. As Shaoli took out the 3 admission letters, everyone's eyes burned with anticipation. Lu Weixian from the Jiqing Courtyard, Nanjing University. The educated youths at the Jiqing Courtyard had all taken the college entrance exam. They were the ones most eager to return to the city through the exam. So they were all anxiously awaiting the results. If they got an admission letter, they could return to the city. Otherwise, they'd have to stay in the countryside. So when they heard the postman had brought admission letters, all the educated youths rushed out. And the first person admitted was Lu Weixian from the Jiqing Courtyard. "Xiaolu, did you hear? You got in. Nanjing University." I can't believe Xiaolu actually got in. At that moment, Lu Weixian, with his delicate features, was stunned to hear his name. He got into Nanjing University? Was it real? Pushed forward by the crowd, he took the admission letter from the postman. Seeing his own name on it, Lu Weixian was so moved that tears streamed down his face. I got in. Actually, in the Jiqing courtyard, Lu Weixian wasn't very noticeable. When he first came to Huaihua village, he was only 16, with a baby face that made him look like he'd never grow up. He was shy, not good at socializing, and his family background was average, so no one went out of their way to befriend him. Lu Weixian mostly kept to himself. He'd been sent to the countryside because of his stepmother's pressure, and his biological father didn't care much about him. To him, it didn't really matter whether he went to the countryside or not. After all, even if he stayed in the city, no one truly loved him. He thought, well, if I have to go, I'll go. Even if I can never return to the city, living a peaceful life wouldn't be so bad. But he never expected that on the night Bao Shanyan and Wen Zhuqing got married, he'd have a rare dream, a terrifying nightmare. In the dream, he was the one marrying Bao Shanyan. And later, Bao Shanyan beat him to death. Honestly, that dream really scared him. As for the college entrance exam, Lu Weixian's grades were average, but he loved reading. Even after coming to the countryside, he never stopped reading. So when the college entrance exam was reinstated, he was excited, but also calm. Whether he got in or not, he left it to fate. Of course, getting in would be best. He never expected he'd actually make it. Holding the admission letter, Lu Weixian was overwhelmed with joy. Around him, the other educated youths looked at him with mixed emotions, some envious, some jealous. But most of the villagers were congratulating him. Some of the older women even started sizing him up, thinking of his good character, and immediately tried to play matchmaker, wanting to marry their daughters to him. This scared Lu Weixian out of his wits. With everyone urging him on, the recipient of the second admission letter was revealed. Yang Man, Haiqing Normal University. Yang Man froze, turning to her husband Gu Yunting in disbelief. Did I hear that right? Gu Yunting was thrilled, looking at his stunned wife and patting her head. You heard right, you got in. Eldest daughter-in-law, you got in. Yao Chunhua said happily. The entire Gu family was overjoyed for Yang Man. At this point, the postman walked up to Yang Man with the admission letter. Comrade Yang Man? This is your admission letter to Haiqing Normal University. Yang Man took the letter with trembling hands, her eyes instantly turning red. She covered her mouth, crying tears of joy. I didn't expect the Gu family's eldest daughter-in-law to take the college entrance exam. It wasn't the eldest son, but the daughter-in-law who took it, and she got in. If you have the ability, you can take the exam. Who cares if you're a man or a woman? Women hold up half the sky. The Gu family is really open-minded, letting even their daughter-in-law take the exam. Aren't they afraid that after she gets in? Before the person could finish, someone next to them shot them a glare, and they instantly shut up. The Gu family treats people so well, who'd want to leave? Gu Baozhu knew Yang Man had taken the college entrance exam. They'd even been in the same exam room. But she hadn't known how well Yang Man did. Now, seeing Yang Man holding her admission letter, she realized. Yang Man really was outstanding. No wonder Gu Yunting had chosen her back then. At first, Gu Baozhu had felt a little jealous and resentful that Yang Man could marry Gu Yunting. But now she had long since let it go. She thought both she and Yang Man should have their own lives. As long as they walked their own chosen paths, that was enough. Yes, Yang Man was outstanding. But Gu Baozhu felt she was no less. And in fact, she was right. Amid everyone's anticipation, the recipient of the last admission letter was revealed. Gu Baozhu, Qingqing University. Wu Meili screamed in excitement, grabbing her daughter's hand. Baozhu, did you hear that? Did you hear? Your admission letter. It's Mama's name. Nyo, standing beside her, had clearly heard her mother's name too. No way, Gu Baozhu got in too? What's so surprising? I remember Baozhu always had good grades. See, daughters aren't necessarily worse than sons. When Gu Baozhi received that thin acceptance letter, her eyes instantly reddened with emotion. The letter might have been light and flimsy, seemingly weightless, but in Gu Baozhi's eyes, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. Because this letter represented her hope for the future. Mom, I got in. I'm a college student now. When I graduate, when I make something of myself, I'll bring you to enjoy a good life. This had always been Gu Baozhi's wish. In this family, aside from her child, her mother was the most important person to her. Wu Meili was stunned for a moment, deeply moved. She knew her daughter had always been grateful and remembered kindness. Now, also overjoyed for her daughter and with tears in her eyes, she reached out to stroke her daughter's hair and said, "All right, Mom will remember." Silly girl, it doesn't matter whether I live a good life or not. What I want most is for you to be well. Children are always a debt parents owe. Comrade Xiaoli, are there really no other acceptance letters? No, just these 3 today. Don't worry, there will definitely be more later. As soon as there's an acceptance letter for Huaihua village, I'll deliver it right away. Hearing Xiaoli's reply, the others waiting for their own letters were a little disappointed, but there was nothing they could do. But Xiaoli was right, these 3 letters were a good start, and there would surely be more to come. All they could do was wait patiently. Of course, compared to those still waiting, the 3 who received their letters today and their families were naturally much happier. As it turned out, these 3 letters really did set a good precedent. The next day, Xiaoli delivered a few more acceptance letters. But none of them were for Gu Yunzhou. Don't worry, third brother. Your grades are much better than Man's, and you started reviewing early. You'll definitely get in, Gu Yunting reassured his younger brother. Gu Yunzhou actually wasn't worried. I'm really not anxious. I have confidence in myself. He meant it, Gu Yunzhou truly believed in himself and thought he'd done well on the exam. On the 3rd day, Xiaoli came again, but this time he was accompanied by county officials from Qingshan. The leader, Secretary Xia, was someone the Gu family knew well. The arrival of the officials brought the whole village out to see what was going on. Everyone was curious, wanting to know why the leaders had come. The officials headed straight for the Gu family. At the door, they met the Gu family members. "Oh my, isn't this Comrade Xia? What brings you here?" Yao Chunhua asked. Secretary Xia laughed heartily. "Of course, I'm here to congratulate your family. Your 3rd son, Gu Yunzhou, has been admitted to Beijing University as the top scorer in the entire province." With that, he clapped his hands and a banner was unfurled. On the red background, bold black characters read, "Congratulations to our county's top scorer, Gu Yunzhou, for being admitted to Beijing University." Really? Yao Chunhua exclaimed in shock. Heavens, the 3rd Gu son is actually the provincial top scorer. Beijing University. He actually got into Beijing University. I always knew the 3rd Gu son was something special. The Gu family's ancestors must be smiling down on them. Not only is their daughter-in-law Yang Man a college student, but now their 3rd son is going to Beijing University. The villagers' eyes were full of envy and amazement. The educated youths at the Jiqing compound were also filled with envy, shock, and even a bit of resentment. They were shocked that the 3rd Gu son, just a country bumpkin, could get into Beijing University. After all, Beijing University was extremely hard to get into, even for them. No, to be precise, very few people in the entire country could get in. None of them, who prided themselves on being well-educated city folk, had made it. But the 3rd Gu son did. And as the provincial top scorer, no less. How could they not be jealous and envious? Although Gu Yunzhou had been confident he would be admitted, actually receiving the acceptance letter from the hands of the county leader filled him with excitement. At that moment, the person he most wanted to share his joy with was his little sister. Only his little sister truly understood his love for studying and had always supported him. Soon, the officials had the banner hung at the entrance to Huaihua village. In fact, there wasn't just one banner. There were also banners hung at the county gate in Qingshan, at the main courtyard, and at the entrance to Gu Yunzhou's school. It was even possible that his old elementary school would hang a banner too. Of course, Secretary Xia wasn't just there to hang banners. He was also there to deliver a cash prize. When the 500 yuan prize was handed to Gu Yunzhou in front of everyone, the envy in the crowd only grew. That was 500 yuan. For many rural families, even after a whole year of hard work, they might only save up 100 or so yuan. But Gu Yunzhou, by getting into Beijing University and becoming the provincial top scorer, received a 500 yuan prize in one go. Envy, everyone was truly envious. That day, Comrade Shaoli also delivered a few more acceptance letters, but none were as sensational as Gu Yunzhou's. From that day on, Gu Yunzhou's achievement became the talk not just of Huaihua village, but of the entire Qingshan county. Yao Chunhua and Old Man Gu became the envy of everyone. Whenever they went out, people praised them for raising such outstanding children. Truly, every child they raised, son or daughter, turned out so well. Yao Chunhua and Old Man Gu were all smiles, and perhaps because of their happiness, they seemed to look years younger. When people asked them for their secret to raising children, they just waved their hands and said, "There's no secret." In those days, just raising your kids to adulthood was an achievement. But you have to treat sons and daughters equally. You can't treat sons like treasures and daughters like weeds. Others, hearing this, realized it was true. The Gu family really did treat their only daughter, Gu Jianing, very well. And after Gu Jianing became successful, she gave back to the family even more. Yao Chunhua and Old Man Gu didn't know that, because of their words, the fate of many girls would be changed. Girls who might have been neglected or even mistreated now had hope and opportunities in life. The news of Gu Yunzhou and young Man's admissions was, of course, immediately shared with Gu Jianing. On Huancha Island, Gu Jianing was overjoyed to hear the news. "That's wonderful. I knew third brother and sister-in-law could do it." After hanging up the phone, Gu Jianing felt deeply moved. She recalled her previous life, and her eyes grew red. In her past life, her sister-in-law young Man hadn't even considered taking the college entrance exam, obsessed with having children, and often quarreled with her brother because of her, the little sister-in-law, especially during the hot summer months. Third brother, Gu Yunzhou, had it even worse. He had clearly been accepted to university, full of hope for the future, but because she begged him, he gave his admission letter to Wen Zhuqing. She had personally broken her third brother's ladder to success. Instead, she sent that scumbag Wen Zhuqing up in his place, which led to Wen Zhuqing gaining more and more power, and ultimately caused the tragedies that befell her own family and her mother's family. Luckily, everything is different now. Gu Jianing believed the future would only get better. At the same time, when Zhuqing knew, he'd already changed his name to Zhang Yutong, whom Gu Jianing occasionally thought of, was also waiting for his university admission letter. However, even by the end of February, Zhang Yutong still hadn't received his admission letter. Although the admissions process wasn't over yet, the later it got, the slimmer his chances became. "It's all right. The next college entrance exam is in just 6 months. You can take it again, I believe in you." Qin Honghua, whose belly was already showing her pregnancy, comforted Zhang Yutong. Maybe it was because they were married now, or maybe because she was pregnant, or maybe because Wen Zhuqing was so good at sweet-talking her. These days, Qin Honghua had lost some of her former shrewdness and become more love-struck. Now, she would agree to almost anything Zhang Yutong asked. Just like now, she was able to comfort Zhang Yutong, who hadn't passed the exam. Zhang Yutong looked touched by her words, but deep down, he didn't care at all. The truth was, Zhang Yutong knew his own abilities. His grades had always been average. And ever since he'd been sent to the countryside, he hadn't had a chance to study for years. Now that the college entrance exam had resumed, he'd only had a month or so to review. How could that possibly be enough? There were so many questions on the exam he couldn't answer. Zhang Yutong knew that even if he took the exam again, once or twice, he still wouldn't pass. And even if he did, it wouldn't be any good university. But what should he do? Zhang Yutong didn't want to waste his life here, nor did he want to be tied to Qin Honghua forever. He desperately needed a chance to break free. Zhang Yutong knew that if he could just get such an opportunity, he could soar to new heights and completely sever ties with his miserable past. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yutong grabbed Qin Honghua's hand, his eyes full of affection. Honghua, actually, we don't have to wait for the next exam. There's another way. What way? Taking someone else's place. What? Zhang Yutong quickly explained his idea. As the name implied, it meant taking someone else's spot at university. He thought that as long as it was handled properly, it was totally doable. Is that really possible? Qin Honghua was unsure. Actually, honey, you're so capable, you could just wait for the next exam. Maybe because Zhang Yutong had always presented himself so well, Qin Honghua had complete faith in him now. No, Honghua, I could wait, but I don't want you to have to wait. Zhang Yutong squeezed her hand. If I can get to the city sooner, I can bring you, our child, and dad to the city to enjoy a better life sooner. Honghua, this can definitely work. Go ask dad for help, he'll know what to do. This. In the end, Qin Honghua was moved by Zhang Yutong's affection and convinced by his words. All right, I'll go talk to dad. Watching Qin Honghua's departing figure, Zhang Yutong clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination. All over the country, students were receiving their university admission letters. The students on Huancha Island were no exception. Today, Zhang Qiumei received her admission letter. It wasn't from her dream school, Beijing Medical University, but from Luqing Medical University. Just one character different, but the difference was huge. Beijing Medical University was a top national university, while Luqing Medical University was obscure and very ordinary. Actually, when Zhang Qiumei was filling out her preferences, she'd wanted to put Beijing Medical University as her only choice, but to be safe, she added Luqing Medical University at the end. As it turned out, she wasn't accepted by Beijing Medical University. Instead, she was accepted by Luqing Medical University. Zhang Qiumei thought if she hadn't put down Luqing Medical University, she might not have gotten in anywhere this time. So, while she was disappointed, she was also relieved. But while Zhang Qiumei was dissatisfied, the rest of the Zhang family was delighted. Especially her mother, Niu Chui, and her brother, Zhang Jianjun. The two of them instantly forgot all the unpleasantness caused by Chuanqing's divorce drama and were overjoyed. After all, to Niu Chui and Zhang Jianjun, getting into any university was already a huge achievement. My daughter is amazing, she's been smart since she was little. Not like some people who've always looked dumb since they were kids. People like that, no matter how much they study, what's the use? As Niu Chui spoke, her sharp gaze landed on the little girl standing near Chuanqing. Niu Chui had thought that her son's second wife, Chuanqing, would be a good one. At the very least, she should have been obedient. But she never expected Chuanqing to be so disobedient. Not only had she not given her son a child in 2 years of marriage, she was always protecting her own daughter. Earlier, just to let that girl go to school, she'd even threatened Jianjun with divorce. The whole thing had blown up, and even brought in the authorities, who ended up criticizing Jianjun. That had made Niu Chui furious. But since the authorities had intervened, there was nothing she could do. She just found Chuanqing and her daughter more and more of an eyesore. If she'd known, she never would have let her son marry Chuanqing. With her son's abilities, even for a second marriage, he could have found a proper, never-married girl. And Chuanqing thought she could threaten her and Jianjun with divorce. She wasn't scared at all. Chuanqing and her daughter should consider themselves lucky to be allowed into the Zhang family. If Chuanqing dared to divorce, Niu Chui would have her son remarried to a proper girl within a month. Meanwhile, Chuanqing, who had been preparing dinner, slammed the pot down when she heard Niu Chui's sarcastic remarks. She grabbed her daughter Jishu and headed for the door. Jishu, let's go. Mama will take you to eat at the state-run restaurant. With that, she left without looking back. Seeing this, Niu Chui was furious. What does she mean by that? Not making dinner and taking that money-draining girl to eat at a state restaurant. She thinks she's something just because she has a job now. She only got that job because of my son, and she doesn't even hand over a cent of her salary. What kind of daughter-in-law is this? She's even more domineering than me, her mother-in-law. What a sin. How did our Zhang family end up with such a daughter-in-law? Why couldn't lightning just strike this unfilial woman dead? All right, Mom, that's enough. Everything was fine until you started saying those things. Zhang Jianjun, hearing his mother's tirade, just felt a headache coming on. Because he knew Chuanqing's job wasn't thanks to him. And he also knew he absolutely could not divorce Chuanqing. Actually, when it came to assigning jobs to military wives this time, Zhang Jianjun had a priority slot, but he turned it down. If Chuanqing got a job, she wouldn't be completely dependent on him anymore. How could he allow that? He wanted Chuanqing to have no job, no way to earn money, so she'd have to rely on him for everything. That way, Chuanqing wouldn't leave him, nor would she even think about divorce. Of course, Zhang Jianjun didn't think this way because he loved Chuanqing so much. It was because of a hidden, unspeakable secret he kept. Even his mother, Niu Cui, didn't know the secret. Naturally, Chuanqing didn't know either. But he kept finding excuses to keep Chuanqing by his side. He certainly wasn't going to do what his mother suggested and marry some young, unmarried girl. He knew Chuanqing cared deeply about her daughter. That was Chuanqing's weakness. Zhang Jianjun thought this was good. It gave him a way to control Chuanqing. As for whether or not Jishu should go to school, Zhang Jianjun didn't really care. Of course, it would be best if she didn't. If she went to school, she'd grow wings and want to fly away. He was also afraid that Jishu would become Chuanqing's support in the future. But he couldn't say any of this out loud. So he could only let his mother handle it. He just hadn't expected his mother to be so useless. And Chuanqing, so daring. She actually threatened him with divorce. Helpless, he could only let Jishu go to school. But the fact that Chuanqing had gotten a job made Zhang Jianjun feel even more out of control. He'd thought that by turning down the priority job assignment for Chuanqing, she'd have to stay home and depend on him. He never expected Chuanqing to get so lucky. On an outing, she ended up saving the grandson of the food factory director who had fallen into the river. To thank her, the director gave Chuanqing a job at the food factory. Chuanqing had started working there over a month ago. Not only that, but now Zhang's household was run by his mother. Even as her son, he had to hand over half his monthly salary to her. But Chuanqing said that since her husband already handed over half his salary, she wouldn't hand over any of hers. No matter how his mother nagged or how he tried to persuade her, Chuanqing just wouldn't hand over any money. Whenever they argued, she threatened divorce. So Zhang Jianjun could only give up. He watched Chuanqing's departing figure, his eyes full of gloom. Chuanqing. She seemed to be slipping out of his control. Her temper was getting worse, and she was no longer as obedient and docile as before. No, this can't go on. He had to think of a way. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiumei didn't care about her brother and Chuanqing's issues. All she knew was that her college acceptance letter had arrived. She was going to be a university student. So, did that mean she could finally be with Shang Zishi? She pulled her mother, Niu Cui, into her room to share her thoughts. Niu Cui was shocked by her daughter's idea. Ame, are you crazy? That officer is already married, and he has 2 kids. His wife is pregnant, too. You're a good university student. How could you want to be someone's stepmother? Niu Cui thought her daughter was so outstanding. A university student with a brother who was a regimental officer, she could find any man she wanted. Why go after a man with kids and become a stepmother? No, absolutely not. Oh, Mom, don't say stepmother, it sounds so awful. When the time comes, those kids can just stay with his country wife. I can have my own children with him. Besides, he's excellent. He's even younger than my brother and already a regimental officer with a bright future ahead. Mom, think about it. If I marry him, that house will be mine, and I'll bring you to live with me. I don't care, Mom. All these years, I've only liked him. I don't want anyone else. Zhang Qiumei was stubborn. Once she set her sights on something, she had to have it. So she tried everything to persuade Niu Cui, clinging to her arm and acting spoiled. No, I still don't think it's a good idea, Niu Cui insisted. I don't care, Mom. If you don't agree or help me, I'll kill myself right here. With that, Zhang Qiumei made as if to run into the wall. Niu Cui was terrified. She'd always spoiled her daughter, giving in to her every whim. Even though she knew Zhang Qiumei wouldn't really kill herself, she couldn't bear to risk it. In the end, Niu Chui gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll help you. Should we tell your brother about this? Niu Chui hesitated. Let's not. Let's get it done first, then tell him. It'll be a nice surprise for him. He'll have a capable brother-in-law to help him. He'll be happy. Niu Chui, fine, fine. So, the mother and daughter began plotting. They decided there was no time like the present. Zhang Qiumei would dress up, and Niu Chui would take her to propose marriage. As for whether Xing Zishi's wife, Gu Jianing, would agree or make a fuss, they figured she was just a country woman. What say did she have? Xing Zishi's word was what mattered. As long as Xing Zishi agreed, there'd be no problem. Besides, they thought, as long as Xing Zishi wasn't a fool, he'd definitely agree. After all, compared to a useless country woman, a soon-to-be university student, anyone with sense would know who to choose. So, while Gu Jianing was in the yard feeding Amber and her family, she saw two people peering into her house. The young woman was none other than Zhang Qiumei, Xing Zishi's persistent admirer. As for the older woman beside her, "Sis, that old woman tried to steal from us before." Amber recognized Niu Chui by her scent. Gu Jianing suddenly understood. Amber had told her about this. Thinking it over, she realized she knew a few things. For example, she knew Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei were mother and daughter, and that recently, Juanxing and Niu Chui's son Zheng Jianjun had almost divorced over their daughter's schooling, a big scandal. Though that happened while she was in Beijing and was over by the time she returned, it was still a hot topic among the military wives. Gu Jianing had heard about it from them. None of the military wives had a good impression of Niu Chui, so they rarely interacted with her. Who are you looking for? Gu Jianing hadn't expected Niu Chui and her daughter to show up at her door. Zhang Qiumei was a little disappointed not to see Xing Zishi. When she saw Gu Jianing's face, a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. Only this country woman is here? That's fine. Just the chance to make this country woman back off on her own. So, the mother and daughter crossed their arms and strutted in as if they were the real mistresses of the house. Just as they were about to walk up to Gu Jianing, Amber suddenly appeared in front of her, leading the four pups. They immediately shielded Gu Jianing behind them. After all, Niu Chui and her daughter looked like they were here to cause trouble. Amber and her pups all knew. With the man of the house away, it was their duty to protect the lady and the two young masters. Since the two little ones were napping, there was no need to watch over them for now. Niu Chui had a psychological shadow when it came to Amber and the other dogs. The moment they came over, she immediately remembered how one of them had once chased her until she nearly peed herself. She was so scared she stumbled back a few steps, almost dragging Zhang Qiumei, who was holding her arm, down with her. "I am Mom. What are you doing?" Zhang Qiumei, who nearly fell, felt utterly embarrassed, especially in front of Gu Jianing. "It's nothing. I just lost my balance," Niu Chui hurried to explain. There was no way she'd tell her daughter about something so humiliating. "Who are you? What are you doing at my house?" Gu Jianing asked calmly. Although she knew who these two were, in reality, they'd never interacted before, so it was perfectly normal to act like strangers. As she spoke, Gu Jianing caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Someone seemed to be peeking in from outside the courtyard. She didn't pay it much mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiumei and Niu Chui had no idea that outside, the military compound's wives and families had noticed them visiting Gu Jianing and were gathering to watch the drama unfold. After all, nobody thought anything good would come from a visit by Niu Chui and her daughter. Zhang Qiumei shot her mother a look. Niu Chui immediately understood. So, despite her fear of Amber and the other dogs, Niu Chui forced herself to step forward half a pace. You're that country bumpkin wife of Regiment Commander Shang, Gu Jianing, right?" As she spoke, she eyed Gu Jianing up and down with her sharp, triangular eyes. When she saw that Gu Jianing was even prettier than her own daughter and that, even pregnant, her figure was still curvy and shapely, she was filled with jealousy. "Vixen. Looking like that, she must be a vixen." Gu Jianing raised her eyebrows slightly. "Country bumpkin wife?" She thought for a moment. How long had it been since she'd heard herself called that? The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Yes, I'm Gu Jianing, the country wife of Xing Zishi's family. So, what brings you here? She deliberately emphasized the words country and wife. Hearing Gu Jianing admit it, Zhang Qiumei and Niu Chui immediately looked smug. Niu Chui felt even more confident. As long as you admit it. Let me tell you, my daughter Qiumei has already received her university admission letter. She's going to be a college student. Gu Jianing crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. So? Niu Chui almost laughed in disbelief, thinking Gu Jianing was shameless for playing dumb after she'd made it so obvious. What do you mean so? Don't you get it? It means you need to step aside. My Qiumei is the one most suited for the regiment commander. You should hurry up and take your 2 kids back to your village. Gu Jianing looked up at the sky in exasperation as she finally understood. So this was the classic mother brings her daughter, who's taken a fancy to Xing Zishi, to force the original wife to step down and make way. Honestly, Gu Jianing had never seen anything like it before. She almost wanted to laugh. How could anyone be so delusional and stupid? The onlookers outside were equally shocked, so this was what Zhang Qiumei and Niu Chui were up to. The daughter fancied the regiment commander, and the mother brought her over to force his wife and kids out. This was truly a first. How shameless could this mother-daughter pair be? I told you Niu Chui was no good. She drove away Zhang regiment commander's first daughter-in-law back then. And now Chuanqing is filing for divorce. I bet it's got something to do with Niu Chui too. Zhang Qiumei is just shameless. I used to think, since Zhang Qiumei is about to be a college student and her brother's a regimental officer, maybe I could introduce her to my nephew. Now, the woman shook her head. If she really did introduce her nephew, it would be a disaster. Back at the house, faced with Niu Chui and her daughter's arrogance, Gu Jianing casually brushed her bangs aside, her gaze landing on Zhang Qiumei. So, you like my Zishi and want me to divorce him so you can marry him? Zhang Qiumei was a little embarrassed at being called out so directly, but she forced herself to stay calm. Thinking of Xing Zishi's tall, handsome figure, her cheeks flushed. I'm just thinking of what's best for the regiment commander. I'm a college student, my brother's a regimental officer, only I am truly worthy of him. Mentioning her status as a college student, Zhang Qiumei was full of confidence. That's right, my daughter's a college student, and she's studying medicine. She'll be a doctor in the future. Niu Chui added proudly. Her daughter's status was so much better than this country bumpkin who didn't know anything. If you really care about the regiment commander, and if you have any shame, you do the right thing, get a divorce, and take your 2 kids away. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. So, just because your daughter is a college student, that makes her so noble? Is being a college student really that rare? Gu Jianing shot back. Niu Chui thought Gu Jianing was an idiot and burst out laughing. Of course college students are rare and impressive. What, you, a country bumpkin, are looking down on college students? See, ignorance is scary. No wonder you're not a college student, just a country bumpkin. The onlookers frowned. The regiment commander's wife was pretty, but how could she say something like that? The country had only just reinstated the college entrance exam. It was a big deal. College students were definitely rare, people said the government even gave them subsidies. How could the regiment commander's wife say something like that? Just then, Gu Jianing whispered something to Amber. A moment later, Amber turned and went inside. When she came back, she was carrying a small box in her mouth. Gu Jianing took it, opened it up, and said, "It's true, I'm not a college student, but I'm a PhD student. And not just at one place, Beijing University, Tsinghua University." Gu Jianing listed several top universities, then took out certificate after certificate and laid them out. Finally, she took out the national certificate for her medical professorship. She looked at Zhang Qiumei. "You say you'll be a doctor one day?" "Sorry, I'm already a doctor. In fact, I'm a professor. This is a certificate issued by the state. You can read, right? You should be able to see for yourself." Gu Jianing's move utterly stunned Niu Chui, Zhang Qiumei, and all the onlookers. If this is true, then this is a total, one-sided crushing blow. Jang Chi stared blankly at the stack of certificates in front of her, frozen in place. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Beijing University, Huancha University. So many top schools she had dreamed of attending but never managed to get into, yet this countrywoman standing before her actually had certificates from these universities. And not just undergraduate degrees, these were PhDs. She wasn't just a college graduate, she was even a nationally recognized medical professor. No way, this can't be real. Jang Chi refused to believe it. Niu Chui also shook her head in denial. That's right, there's no way this is real. These must be fake. Gu Jianing raised an eyebrow. Fake? If they were fake, would I dare to show them? Aren't I afraid of being exposed? Whether these certificates are real or not, just call the universities and check. Besides, forging academic certificates and faking national honors is a crime. I have no interest in breaking the law. Gu Jianing thought to herself, looks like going to Beijing to help write exam questions and earning these certificates from top universities was worth it after all. Using them now to slap those rotten admirers of my husband in the face feels so satisfying. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Excuse me, is this Professor Gu Jianing's home? Gu Jianing looked up and saw two men standing at the door. After she nodded, the two middle-aged men walked in. Upon seeing Gu Jianing, their eyes were full of respect. Hello, are you Professor Gu Jianing? I'm Dr. Zhang Chuanhe from the county hospital, and this is Dr. Yu Ming. Professor Gu, the hospital has already decided on your position. You'll be our deputy director. If you have no objections, you can start work tomorrow. What? Deputy director? Niu Chui exclaimed in shock. She immediately pointed at the two men and said to Gu Jianing, you must have paid these people to come here, right? They're fake, aren't they? If you really become the deputy director of the county hospital, I'll eat shit. Before Gu Jianing could say anything, the onlookers outside spoke up first. Niu Chui, looks like you'll have to keep your word. These two really are Dr. Zhang and Dr. Yu from our county hospital. Dr. Zhang treated my son when we went there. Yeah, and Dr. Yu treated me when I went to the hospital before. The crowd chimed in, confirming the doctors' identities. Although Dr. Zhang Chuanhe was new here, he could tell that these two women were here to cause trouble for Professor Gu. That won't do. Professor Gu is a treasure for our hospital. We can't let anyone bully her. You think I'm lying? Zhang Chuanhe sneered, then took out an official appointment letter. This is the appointment certificate stamped personally by the hospital director. It's all written clearly, you can take a look. What, do you think this is fake too? Niu Chui couldn't read, so she didn't know, but Jang Chi could, and she saw at a glance that everything matched what they said. Jang Chi felt her mind was in chaos, unable to think straight. At this moment, the military wives watching from the sidelines finally reacted. I used to worry that the regiment commander's wife would compete with us for jobs, but now, who would have thought? The regiment commander's wife is so impressive, a PhD, a medical professor, and now a deputy director. Amazing, just amazing. In their eyes, Gu Jianing had instantly risen to an unattainable height. She was someone worthy of their respect. Compete for jobs? Zhang Chuanhe raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Did these people think that just because Professor Gu hadn't been working lately, she was some nobody with no background? Zhang Chuanhe chuckled and explained, Professor Gu was already a renowned doctor in the Northwest Military District. Now that her husband has been transferred to Huancha Island, she's also been transferred to our county hospital. The reason Professor Gu hasn't reported to the hospital yet is because, for the past 2 months, she was invited to Beijing to help write the National College entrance exam questions. She only just got back. Originally, we were going to offer her a department head position, but we felt that wasn't worthy of her abilities. After a hospital-wide discussion, we've decided to appoint Professor Gu as our deputy director. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Oh my God, I was wondering why she disappeared after arriving. Turns out she was invited to Beijing to help write the college entrance exam. Niu Chui and Zhang Chi are such a joke. Zhang Chi was so smug about being a prospective college student, but she had no idea the regiment commander's wife was already a professor. Zhang Qiumei still has to take the college entrance exam, but Professor Gu is one of the people writing the questions. Professor Gu is so accomplished, and yet Zhang Qiumei still had the nerve to try and break up her marriage and drive her away. Shameless, absolutely shameless. All the mocking and sarcastic comments were spoken loudly and clearly, ringing in Zhang Qiumei's ears. In that moment, Zhang Qiumei felt like every word was a slap in the face, making her cheeks burn with pain. If there were a hole in the ground right now, she would crawl into it without hesitation. So humiliating. Absolutely mortifying. What nonsense are you all spouting? If you don't shut up, I'll tear your mouths apart. Niu Chui was furious at how everyone was talking about her daughter. Gu Jianing, supporting her waist, stepped forward and looked at Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei. My marriage to Xing Zishi is legal. It's a military marriage, protected by law. You coming here to stir up trouble? Are you trying to destroy a military marriage? Do you want to go to jail? Her light, casual words were enough to make Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei freeze in fear. Just then, Zhang Jianjun arrived and heard what was being said. He immediately sensed trouble. Sister-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. My mother and sister were just being foolish and came here without thinking. Please, don't take it to heart. Seeing her most successful son arrive, Niu Chui finally felt she had some support. Jianjun, talk to her. Your sister just likes the regiment commander, that's all. How could that mean going to jail? Jianjun, she's just talking nonsense, right? Right? Zhang Qiumei also looked at Zhang Jianjun with pleading eyes. Gu Jianing, one hand on her waist, studied the man in front of her. So this was Zhang Jianjun? The one who'd been the talk of the town with his remarried wife Chuanqing? Gu Jianing vaguely recalled that Niu Chui had once blamed Chuanqing for not being able to have children. And Zhang Jianjun's ex-wife hadn't given him a child either? Thinking of this, Gu Jianing began to suspect something. So, she immediately activated the scanner installed in her eyes and started scanning Zhang Jianjun. Within just a few seconds, the scan results were out. As expected, just as she had guessed. It wasn't Chuanqing who was infertile, it was Zhang Jianjun. Gu Jianing's expression instantly darkened, even more so than when Niu Chui had brought Zhang Qiumei over to make a scene. What she hated most were these hypocritical men who used women as scapegoats. Clearly, the problem was with them, yet they pushed all the blame onto the women. She remembered well how those military wives had talked about how Niu Chui, as a mother-in-law, had forced her previous daughter-in-law to divorce, and now she was cursing and pressuring Chuanqing over the issue of not being able to have children. Gu Jianing's gaze fell on a woman standing outside the door, peeking in with a little girl. That must be Chuanqing. Even though she had only seen her from afar once, Gu Jianing recognized her. Chuanqing probably still didn't know the truth, and might even be blaming herself, feeling guilty for not being able to give Zhang Jianjun a child. But Zhang Jianjun, the one with the real problem, was hiding the truth. Hypocritical and shameless. At that moment, Zhang Jianjun, who was being pulled by his mother to complain, suddenly noticed Gu Jianing looking at him with a strange expression. He didn't know why. Zhang Jianjun truly had no idea that his sister had a crush on Xing Zishi, or that she had even brought their mother along to make a scene in front of Xing Tuan's wife. Speaking of which, he didn't know Gu Jianing's identity. After all, he'd climbed to a pretty high position himself by now. It was just that his family hadn't mentioned anything about Xing Zishi and his wife in front of him, so he hadn't brought it up either. He never expected that by overlooking things for a moment, his mother and sister would cause such trouble. The reason Zhang Jianjun had paid attention to Xing Zishi and his wife in the first place was because of this house. He'd originally thought the house would be his, but it ended up being assigned by the leadership to Xing Zishi, who had been transferred to Huancha Island. Unwilling to accept it, he'd gone out of his way to investigate Xing Zishi's background. And he did find out a few things. For example, Xing Zishi's father was a leader in the Beijing military district, and Xing Zishi's wife was an exceptional doctor. But that was all he could find. When he tried to dig deeper, he was discovered and warned by higher-ups. He was told that both Xing Zishi and Gu Jianing were people the top brass had specifically ordered to be protected. Their information was not to be leaked. Because Zhang Jianjun had investigated them without authorization, he'd even been disciplined once. From then on, Zhang Jianjun knew that Xing Zishi and his wife were not people he could afford to mess with. Of course, Zhang Jianjun was jealous of Xing Zishi. Jealous of his powerful background, his high-status father, his abilities. He was 10 years younger than Zhang Jianjun, yet already a regimental-level officer, with a limitless future ahead. Jealous that he had a wife as outstanding and beautiful as Gu Jianing, who had given him a pair of twins and was now pregnant again. And as for himself? He had nothing. He couldn't even have children. Still, no matter how jealous or resentful Zhang Jianjun felt, reason told him he couldn't provoke Xing Zishi and his wife. So whenever he ran into Xing Zishi, he always put on a friendly face. He just never expected his mother and sister to be so brainless as to come to Gu Jianing's store and cause trouble. Zhang Jianjun was about to explode from anger. Were these two crazy? Honestly, if Xing Zishi had actually been interested in his little sister, that would be another matter. Having a brother-in-law like Xing Zishi would be great for him. But the key was, Xing Zishi was said to have a wonderful relationship with his wife. Rumor had it that every evening after dinner, the whole family would go for a walk together. And Gu Jianing was so outstanding. Anyone with eyes would choose Gu Jianing over Zhang Qiumei. Zhang Jianjun knew he couldn't let this incident escalate. After thinking it over, he immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, "Dr. Gu, I'm really sorry. My mother and sister were just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson when we get home. I'll have them apologize to you. You're generous, please don't hold it against them." As he spoke, he shot a look at Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei. "Well, hurry up and apologize to Dr. Gu." Niu Chui never expected that the son she'd always been so proud of, the one she'd always relied on as her backer, would actually ask her to apologize to a young woman. Niu Chui, who had always felt superior, simply couldn't accept it. So she stiffened her neck and refused to apologize. As for Zhang Qiumei, she'd thought her brother had come to stand up for her. She never expected he'd want her to apologize instead. Already humiliated from being put in her place by Gu Jianing, the thought of apologizing made her feel even more ashamed. Zhang Qiumei's pride simply wouldn't allow it. Zhang Jianjun looked at his stubbornly silent mother and sister and was almost scared to death. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice came from outside. "No need for apologies. I've already reported this to the leadership. Someone will be sent over soon. As for what happened and how to handle it, the leadership will decide." Shang Tuan is back. Everyone's eyes turned to the tall man who had just taken off his hat and walked in. Sure enough, the one who'd rushed over was Xing Zishi. Xing Zishi had been in training when he heard someone was causing trouble at his house and giving his wife a hard time. He couldn't sit still, so he arranged to swap shifts with a comrade and hurried home. On the way, he happened to hear from a friend about why Zhang Qiumei and Niu Chui had come over. He immediately detoured to the leadership's office to report the matter before coming home. "Brother Shi." Gu Jianing hadn't expected Xing Zishi to come back at this moment. Xing Zishi came over and took her hand. "Are you all right?" Gu Jianing shook her head. "I'm fine. And the kids? They're sleeping inside. They didn't wake up. Actually, I could have handled this myself. You coming back must have interrupted your training." Xing Zishi squeezed her fingers. "It's fine. I just swapped shifts with a comrade. Nothing is more important than you and the kids." Even though Amber and her cubs were at home to protect them, and he knew they wouldn't let anything happen to Gu Jianing or the children, with Gu Jianing pregnant and the twins still so young, how could he not worry? "This whole thing wasn't caused by me, but it did happen because of me, so it's only right that I handle it." Gu Jianing. "Fair enough, that does make sense." This rotten peach blossom, Zhang Qiumei, was only here because of this man's face after all. Still, Gu Jianing knew she couldn't blame Xing Zishi for this. He really was a wonderful man. But he was just too outstanding, too handsome, of course people would be interested in him. It was only natural. When rotten peach blossoms appear, just cut them off. On this side, Zhang Jianjun had originally thought that with Xing Zishi back, things would take a turn for the worse. He never expected that Shang Zishi would actually report the incident to the higher-ups. That was serious. He might even get dragged into it himself. Brother Sheng, why did you have to report it to the leaders? Isn't that making too big a deal out of it? Shang Zishi wasn't moved at all by Zhang Jianjun's attempt to get chummy. The two of them weren't close to begin with. From the few times they'd crossed paths before, Shang Zishi had already decided he didn't like Zhang Jianjun's type. Now, his expression was calm as he replied, "What do you mean, making too big a deal out of it? Your mother and sister came to my house and threatened my wife, a pregnant woman who can't even defend herself. As her husband, I reported it to the leaders and let them handle it. What's wrong with that? Should I just let my wife be bullied by them? Do you think a half-hearted apology is enough to make up for it? Besides, they didn't even want to apologize. My wife was really frightened. What if something happened and she had a miscarriage? We're in the military district. It's perfectly normal to let the leaders handle things. Or do you think the leaders would be unfair?" Shang Zishi raised an eyebrow at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun was startled and quickly said, No, of course I don't mean that. Think the leaders would be unfair? He'd have to be crazy to agree with that. What he really thought was that letting the leaders handle it might get him implicated. Just as Zhang Jianjun was about to say more, the leaders arrived with their people. When Zhang Jianjun saw them, his heart sank. Soon, the leaders got the full story and took Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei away. Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei were stunned. They had just wanted Gu Jianing to be sensible and give up Shang Zishi. How had it escalated to them getting arrested? They were terrified. "Son, Jianjun, save your mother. I don't want to go to jail. You're a regimental officer, you must have a way. Think of something. Brother, I'm about to go to university. I can't get arrested." Mother and daughter both pleaded with Zhang Jianjun. But what could Zhang Jianjun do? He couldn't help them at all. He could only force a smile and say, "Mom, Qiumei, I'm sure the leaders will handle this fairly." He'd have to be an idiot to plead for them now. Did he want to end up in jail too, or lose his position as a regimental officer? Right now, he needed to go back and figure out how to keep himself from getting dragged into this mess. He worked so hard to climb to his current position, he couldn't afford any trouble now. Zhang Jianjun knew his mother and sister were fools. He used to think their stupidity was useful, it made them easy to manipulate, easy to send out to do his dirty work. But now, he regretted it. They were just too stupid enough to commit the crime of sabotaging a military marriage. And they'd gone and provoked Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing, the last couple anyone should mess with. Fools, all of them fools. Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei were taken away. Naturally, Zhang Jianjun had no reason to stick around and left immediately. He still needed to pull some strings and see who he could talk to make sure this didn't affect him. The onlookers started to disperse as well. None of them had expected to witness such a spectacle today. As for Niu Chui, nobody liked her. Niu Chui always relied on her son being a regimental officer to bully us. We could only swallow our grievances. Our men's ranks are all lower than Zhang Jianjun's. But now, Niu Chui and her daughter have messed with the Xing couple. They've finally met their match. Let's see if the leaders don't skin them alive this time. I'm going to the leader's office to report how Niu Chui bullied me before. This time, I'm going to make sure that old hag gets what she deserves. Me too, I'm coming with you. Before, they'd never had the chance, any grievances could only be swallowed. Now that the opportunity had finally come, there was no way they'd let it slip by. The military wives were all fired up. Back in the courtyard, Zheng Chun and the two doctors, after getting Gu Jianing's answer, were ready to leave. Well then, Dr. Gu, we look forward to you joining us. All right. Outside the courtyard, in a corner, only Chuanxing was left, holding little Jishu's hand. She looked at the Xing couple in the yard, then at the two children walking away, then at the military wives, her expression shifting as she wondered what she was thinking. The next day, Gu Jianing started her new job at the county hospital. She was appointed deputy director, but of course, she also saw patients. Maybe it was because word of yesterday's events had spread, but from her very first day, plenty of people came specifically to see Dr. Gu. Gu Jianing quickly became busy. In fact, that's exactly what happened. After the military wives had watched the drama, they didn't just go to the leader's office to report Niu Chui. The whole incident was soon widely talked about. Everyone knew about Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei's ugly behavior. Of course, Gu Jianning's own reputation soared as well. She was a medical professor, deputy director of the county hospital, nationally honored, and had even helped write the National College entrance exam. Such a legendary background spread like wildfire. Instantly, Gu Jianning's image was elevated in everyone's eyes. When someone dug up an old newspaper about her giving a lecture in Beijing on treating tuberculosis, her reputation climbed even higher. With such a skilled doctor around, who wouldn't want to see her? And that wasn't all. Some people from the Northwest Military District, like Xing Zishi, knew even more about the Xing couple. Soon, everyone knew that Xing Zishi was a doting husband and a sharp-tongued king of hell. And Gu Jianning was known as the child-giving goddess. So Dr. Gu's real specialty isn't surgery, but helping people have children? I need to bring my daughter-in-law to see Dr. Gu as soon as possible. Me too. So, Gu Jianning found that more and more people were requesting her specifically, especially those seeking help to have children. But Gu Jianning didn't mind. If patients needed her, she'd see them. While Gu Jianning was busy at work, Xingxing and Yeye weren't left at home. There was a daycare in the military district, filled with the young children of military wives and staffed with caregivers. Gu Jianning asked Xingxing and Yeye if they wanted to go, and with their agreement, she sent them there. At daycare, they could learn simple things, play games, eat well, and have other kids to play with. Xingxing and Yeye were both quite smart, and even though they were the youngest in the daycare, when they saw older kids still crying and fussing, But they understood that mom and dad were busy with work, so they had to take care of themselves too. For days passed in a blur of busy routines, sending the children to daycare and Gu Jianning going to work. Meanwhile, the punishments for Niu Chui, Zhang Qiumei, Zhang Jianjun, and the others were announced. Because Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei had attempted to sabotage a military marriage, even though their actions hadn't yet caused any real damage and they wouldn't be sent to jail, they still had to face consequences. Both mother and daughter were no longer allowed to stay in the military compound and would have to leave soon. What's more, Zhang Qiumei's actions would be reported to the school that had accepted her. As for what kind of punishment the school would give Zhang Qiumei, no one could say. As for Zhang Jianjun, although he had shown up and stopped things in time, Niu Chui was his mother and Zhang Qiumei his sister. Because of these family ties, Zhang Jianjun was held responsible for failing to supervise his relatives. He too would be punished. Zhang Jianjun was immediately demoted 2 ranks, from a regimental officer to a battalion officer. For the next 5 years, unless he achieved some extraordinary merit, he would not be eligible for promotion. Additionally, before leaving the military compound, Niu Chui would have to apologize to all the military wives she had bullied in the past. The results of these punishments were soon made public. In the family quarters, everyone applauded the decision. It was clear just how much everyone disliked Niu Chui's family. But the Zhang family was plunged into gloom. Son, Jianjun, talk to your superiors. Let me stay in the military compound. I can't leave. If I go, who will look after your home? I don't want to go back to the old village. I don't want to go back. Brother, help me plead with them. Please don't let them report this to my school, okay? Otherwise. Zhang Qiumei's eyes were full of tears. She was truly scared. She had worked so hard to get into college. Even if it wasn't her dream school, at least she was going, at least she'd be a college student. In these times, even a middle or high school diploma was impressive, let alone a college degree. As long as she graduated, even from an average school, she could get a good job and be a cut above the rest. But if the school found out about this, she was afraid they'd persuade her to withdraw. Being a college student was her greatest source of pride. How could she lose that identity? Faced with their crying and pleading, Zhang Jianjun was frustrated and irritable. Enough, he finally exploded, unable to hold back. His outburst startled both Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei. Even Chuanxing's child, Jishu, who was in the other room, was frightened. Chuanxing covered Jishu's ears and frowned toward the commotion outside, but had no intention of going out. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun began berating Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei. All you care about is yourselves. Don't you realize I'm being punished too? I've been demoted. Do you know how many years it took me to climb to regimental officer? And now, just like that, because of you, I've been demoted to battalion officer, and I can't be promoted for 5 years. You're crying injustice and asking me to help? What about me? Who am I supposed to cry to? Who's going to help me? I'm telling you, the higher-ups have already made their decision. There's no changing it. As for what happens next, you'll have to fend for yourselves. I'm already in trouble because of you. I can barely protect myself. What more do you want from me? Niu Chui was stunned. This was the first time her promising son had ever lost his temper with her. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, and finally said, maybe I should go beg Comrade Xing and Dr. Gu. I'll kneel, I'll kowtow. If they can forgive us, I'll do anything they ask. Niu Chui had always been proud. But now she knew it was her fault her son had ended up like this. He was her pride and joy, her most successful child. So Niu Chui was ready to swallow her pride and beg Xing Zishi and Gu Jianing for forgiveness. But as soon as she finished speaking and tried to run out, Zhang Jianjun stopped her with a shout. Don't go, Ma. Whatever you do, don't go. Those two aren't to be messed with. Things are already bad enough, don't make it worse. Xing Zishi and Gu Jianing weren't the type to be swayed by pity or moral pressure. He was afraid that if his mother went to kneel and beg, things would only get worse. Ma, we can't afford to offend that couple. Niu Chui froze, then began to cry. Then what do we do? What do we do? She turned to Zhang Qiumei, a trace of resentment in her eyes. This is all your fault. You're a college-bound girl, a proper young lady. Why did you have to fall for a married man? Were you trying to be a homewrecker? If I'd known, I never would have listened to you. Sure, I'm uneducated. I didn't know sabotaging a military marriage was so serious, but how could you, a college-bound girl, not know? All those years of schooling were wasted on you. I always knew girls were useless. If I'd known, I never would have let you go to school. Niu Chui was full of regret and began to vent her anger on Zhang Qiumei, the daughter she had once doted on. Zhang Qiumei stared at her mother in shock. She had always thought her mother's talk about girls being useless and not worth educating was aimed at other people. She'd always thought she was different and even agreed with her mother's words. Now, she never imagined those words would be turned on her. Inside the house, listening to the argument outside, Chuanxing's lips curled into a cold smile. In the end, the day after the punishments were announced, Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei left the military compound. But because of their pleading, Zhang Jianjun didn't make them go back to their old village. After all, he still cared about his reputation. Back in their village, their family's reputation was already bad. Later, when he joined the army and rose through the ranks, he brought his mother and sister out of the village. He'd even gotten back at some of the people who used to look down on them. If his mother and sister went back now, not only would they be laughed at, but so would he. Even if he was in the military compound and wouldn't see it, Zhang Jianjun couldn't stand the idea. He wouldn't allow it. Since his mother and sister couldn't stay in the military compound, they'd have to live somewhere else on Huancha Island. So he had his mother use her savings to rent a house in a village on the island, and the two of them moved in. It wasn't as nice as the military compound, but it was better than going back to the old village. Jianjun, why don't you let Chuanxing move in with us too? Niu Chui suggested. Zhang Jianjun frowned. He knew exactly what his mother was thinking. She wanted Chuanxing to move in so she could keep serving them, doing the laundry and cooking. But, Mom, Chuanxing is a military wife. She has to stay in the family compound. Zhang Jianjun thought, doesn't he need someone to take care of him too? Although Chuanxing couldn't give him children, at least when it came to taking care of people, she did a good job. Even though they'd had some conflicts recently, and she wasn't as obedient as before, she still did all the housework she was supposed to do. Seeing Zhang Jianjun say this, Niu Chui had no choice but to drop the matter. Over the years, she'd gotten used to being served as a mother-in-law. Now, having to do everything herself again, it was really Her gaze landed on Jang Chi, who was clearly unwilling. It would be best if this girl could get into college. Otherwise. In fact, Jang Chi herself was hoping she could go to university, but things didn't turn out as she wished. On the 4th day after they moved to this village, while Jang Chi was still planning to go to school, her brother suddenly received a call from the university that had accepted her. When her brother came over with a grave expression, Jang Chi was terrified. She had a feeling that what she feared most was about to happen. Sure enough, her brother told her that the school was advising her to withdraw, and there was no room for negotiation. At that moment, Jang Chi felt as if her soul had left her body for a moment, her ears buzzing. It took her a long time to process what had happened. She grabbed Zhang Jianjun's hand, her eyes full of pleading. "Brother, please, help me plead with them. I've already been accepted. How can they ask me to withdraw?" Actually, not only was she being advised to withdraw, but Jang Chi was also banned from taking the college entrance exam for the next 3 years. Jang Chi was on the verge of collapse. 3 years. She was already getting older. Would she even be able to pass the exam 3 years from now? And could she really afford to wait 3 years at her age? Zhang Jianjun was thinking the same thing. He pulled his hand free from Jang Chiume's grip and said, "Little sister, if I could help, I definitely would. But with this, there's nothing I can do. Chiume, maybe you should start getting ready. I'll find you a good marriage match." Zhang Chiume was already 19. Zhang Jianjun had wanted to arrange a marriage for her before. But then the college entrance exam was reinstated, and since his sister had good grades, she might get in. Zhang Jianjun thought, if his sister became a college graduate, she could marry even better, which would help him as her brother. So he didn't rush her to get married, planning to wait until she finished school. But now, no more college, and she couldn't take the entrance exam for 3 years. As for after that, even if she could pass in 3 years, after 4 years of university, Zhang Chiume would be 27, a very old unmarried woman. At 27, even with a college degree, she wouldn't be as attractive or valuable as the young, pretty girls. So, rather than wait until then, it was better to marry Zhang Chiume off now, so she could bring value to him as her brother. After all, he'd been demoted because of her. Now it was only right for her to make sacrifices for her brother. No, I don't want to get married. Zhang Chiume knew her brother's character well enough. He was selfish, always put himself first, and unless someone was useful to him, he'd abandon them. Now that she'd caused his demotion and lost her status as a college student, he'd already half given up on her. And now, if he wanted to marry her off, what kind of good family could he possibly introduce her to? She didn't want this, not at all. But Zhang Jianjun just patted her hand, his tone meaningful and brooking no refusal. "Don't worry, little sister. I'll find you a good match." With that, Zhang Jianjun left without lingering. Watching his departing figure, a surge of hatred suddenly rose in Zhang Chiume's eyes. But this hatred wasn't for Zhang Jianjun, nor for Niu Cui, it was for Gu Jianing. "It's all your fault. I ended up like this because of you. You're the one who ruined me, Zhang Chiume. Why couldn't you just let me have Brother Sheng? If I can't live well, I'll never let you off." At that very moment, as Zhang Chiume's hatred flared, Gu Jianing's malice detector went off. However, the detector didn't indicate that Zhang Chiume would take any action. Even so, Gu Jianing stayed alert. But the detector had gone off once before. And that person was Zhang Jianjun. Thinking back to when she ran into Zhang Jianjun a couple of days ago, he'd smiled and greeted her. Gu Jianing thought, this Zhang Jianjun is a real hypocrite, a smiling tiger. People like that are the most dangerous. Now that both Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Chiume resent me, I'll have to be extra careful. After all, she wasn't alone. She had family, a husband, and children. She had weaknesses. She absolutely couldn't give these people any opportunity to exploit. Meanwhile, as Gu Jianing worked at the county hospital, her excellent medical skills and reputation as a bringer of children spread further and further. More and more people came to her for treatment. But Gu Jianing didn't expect to meet a familiar face today. Well, not exactly familiar, she only knew of her, they'd never actually spoken. Hello, Dr. Gu. I'm Chuanqing. You probably don't know me, but I... Before Chuanqing could finish, Gu Jianing said, No, I know you. Chuanqing, your daughter's name is Jishu, right? That's a lovely name. Chuanqing hadn't expected Gu Jianing to know her, or even her daughter's name, and to compliment it. That made her even happier than if Gu Jianing had said she was Zhang Jianjun's wife. Yes, I'm Jishu's mother, Chuanqing. You really think Jishu is a nice name? I picked it myself. It really is a beautiful name. I'm sure she'll grow up to be gentle, polite, and full of knowledge. Chuanqing's smile grew even brighter. Actually, her daughter's original name was Yudi, a very common name. There were lots of girls in the village with D in their names. Chuanqing didn't have much education, but she knew what it meant. She didn't like it. She didn't want her daughter to have such a name. I think when parents name their children, it should be a blessing. That was Chuanqing's belief. Jishu was her blessing for her daughter's future. She hoped her daughter would be wise and understanding, that her life would be different, shaped by books and knowledge. So she had resolutely resisted her first husband's family and given her daughter this name. Getting Gu Jianing's praise made Chuanqing very happy. After all, in her heart, Gu Jianing was a highly educated and outstanding woman. To be recognized by her was a big deal. Gu Jianing could tell from Chuanqing's demeanor that she didn't hold any prejudice or resentment against her because of Zhang Jianjun and the others. It made sense. According to the rumors, Chuanqing was a remarkable woman and an excellent mother. Still, Gu Jianing decided to ask. Chuanqing was momentarily taken aback, then her expression turned a little distant. Why would I blame you or even resent you? This wasn't your fault. Right and wrong, I may not be highly educated, but I can tell the difference. If someone's done wrong, they should be punished. Besides, Chuanqing paused before continuing, I never got along with them anyway. In the eyes of her mother-in-law Niu Cui and her sister-in-law Zhang Qiumei, Chuanqing was nothing but a servant. Those two never treated her or her daughter as human beings. Since that was the case, why should she worry about them? Chuanqing didn't see herself as some kind of saint, nor was she that foolish. Gu Jianing's eyes lit up a little. She quite liked Chuanqing's personality. Did you come to see me today for something? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Jianing changed the subject. Chuanqing quickly straightened up. Dr. Gu, actually, I did come for something. I heard everyone calls you the child-giving guanyin, So, you want me to check if there's anything wrong with your body, to help you get pregnant with a son? Chuanqing shook her head. Yes, but also no. Chuanqing twisted her hands together, then finally mustered her courage. Dr. Gu, I'm not here because I want a son. I want you to check if there's anything wrong with my body. Gu Jianing looked at her thoughtfully. You mean? Chuanqing pursed her lips, her expression turning a little cold as she recalled something. I've been married to Zhang Jianjun for over 2 years now, and I haven't had a single child. But I think I'm able to have children. Even though I was injured when I gave birth to Jishu, I still feel like I can have more kids, so... Gu Jianing's suspicions were confirmed. Chuanqing was smart. She hadn't gotten pregnant in over 2 years, but Chuanqing didn't think the problem was with her. In fact, she probably suspected the issue was with Zhang Jianjun, though she hadn't said so directly. Gu Jianing hadn't scanned Chuanqing's body yet, but she had previously scanned Zhang Jianjun. And the truth was, Zhang Jianjun was infertile. But was it possible that neither Chuanqing nor Zhang Jianjun could have children? After all, Chuanqing had mentioned she was injured during her daughter's birth. Let me take your pulse and have a look, Gu Jianing said. Okay. Chuanqing quickly extended her hand. Soon, Gu Jianing's hand was on Chuanqing's wrist, and as she took her pulse, the scanner in Gu Jianing's eyes was also examining Chuanqing. Chuanqing's hand trembled slightly. To be honest, she was a little nervous. She even wondered if maybe her earlier suspicions were wrong. But she still wanted to know for sure. If it was just her, she could accept it. But she had Jishu to think about. The scan results came back quickly. Gu Jianing looked at them, confirming her own guess. When she withdrew her hand from Chuanqing's wrist, Chuanqing looked at her expectantly. Dr. Gu Jianing looked at her and said, Chuanqing, you've suspected all along that you could have children, but Zhang Jianjun couldn't, haven't you? Chuanqing froze, surprised that Gu Jianing had seen right through her. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Chuanqing admitted it. It's not just about me, I have a daughter. I can bear the reputation of being barren, but if it's not my fault, I can't let my daughter be mocked or have her reputation tarnished. I want my daughter to be able to hold her head high, to live with dignity, without being blamed or made to feel inferior because of anyone else. I want to protect her from all the hurtful things people might say. Gu Jianing understood. So that was it. Once again, Gu Jianing was struck by how deeply Chuanqing loved her daughter. These days, there were mothers who loved their daughters. But in this era, traditional thinking was still strong, and sons were valued over daughters. For Chuanqing to care so much about her daughter was truly remarkable. In Chuanqing, Gu Jianing even saw a reflection of her own mother, of Wu Meili. She felt even closer to Chuanqing. So Gu Jianing didn't keep her in suspense. In fact, just as you suspected, you are able to have children. Although you were injured during childbirth before, you've recovered over the years. It's not a big problem. The one who can't have children is Zhang Jianjun. I'm pretty good at diagnosing by observation. I've met Zhang Jianjun a few times, and I could tell he's infertile. Gu Jianing was certain of this. Chuanqing's eyes widened. She'd only expected to find out if she could have children. She hadn't expected Dr. Gu to confirm not only that, but also that Zhang Jianjun was the one who couldn't have children. So, all along it was Zhang Jianjun who was infertile? Did Zhang Jianjun know? Chuanqing's gut told her that he did. But if Zhang Jianjun knew, why had he let his mother call her a barren hen for over 2 years? Why had he stood by and done nothing while she was insulted and blamed? And then, afterward, he'd comfort her, telling her to let fate decide. He'd said that if they didn't have children, he'd treat Jishu as his own. At first, Chuanqing had actually believed him. Until Niu Chui opposed Jishu going to school, and Zhang Jianjun quietly agreed. That was when Chuanqing realized Zhang Jianjun was a hypocrite and a liar. She couldn't even tell which of his words were true and which were lies. The longer they spent together, the more certain she became. Now, she was absolutely sure of Zhang Jianjun's hypocrisy and selfishness. And now, the truth was clear, Zhang Jianjun was infertile, and she had just been his scapegoat, taking all the blame and criticism for him. Despicable, utterly despicable. In that moment, Chuanqing's anger flared. Zhang Jianjun, you beast, you bastard. Dr. Gu, could you please give me a certificate proving I'm fertile? Chuanqing asked. Of course. Gu Jianing understood that Chuanqing would want to take action after learning the truth, and she was happy to help. People like Zhang Jianjun are scum. Men who use women like that deserve to have their masks ripped off, so everyone can see their true face. A week after Gu Jianing issued the certificate proving Chuanqing's ability to have children. Gu Jianing heard the news. Chuanqing and Zhang Jianjun had divorced. Even though they were divorced, Chuanqing was still able to keep her job at the food factory. After all, she hadn't gotten that job because she was a military wife, but because she'd saved someone's life. However, after the divorce, she and her child could no longer stay in the military compound. That day, as Chuanqing was leaving with her child, she happened to run into Gu Jianing, who was on her way to work. Dr. Gu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer I'd have to bear the reputation of being infertile, or how much longer I'd be deceived by Zhang Jianjun. Chuanqing's eyes were filled with gratitude. Gu Jianing looked Chuanqing over. It was obvious that Chuanqing's mental state had improved significantly. Even her daughter, Jishu, standing by her side, looked up at Gu Jianing with bright, sparkling eyes. She had heard many people talk about this auntie, and her mother had told her too. This auntie was very capable and outstanding. Jishu thought, not only is this auntie outstanding, she's also beautiful. She decided she would study hard and strive to become as excellent as this auntie in the future. Gu Jianing patted Jishu's head, making the little girl's smile even sweeter. There's no need to thank me. Everything you have now, you fought for yourself. And that was the truth. Whether it was the courage to divorce Zhang Jianjun or securing her job, Chunqing had done it all on her own. If it were someone else, even knowing Zhang Jianjun was the one who couldn't have children, in this era, they might not have had the courage to get divorced. Not to mention, Chunqing had already been divorced once before. Getting divorced again would surely invite gossip and make people think she was the problem. Where are you planning to move? Gu Jianing asked. I've already asked someone to help me rent a place near the food factory. It's small, only about 10 square meters, but it's enough for Jishu and me. She had started looking for a place as soon as she decided to divorce Zhang Jianjun. Actually, she could have chosen not to divorce him. She could have even used the fact that Zhang Jianjun couldn't have children to threaten him, making herself the head of the Zhang family. Living in the military compound with a father who was an officer would certainly be better for her and Jishu. Would Zhang Jianjun agree? Chunqing thought, men always care about whether they can have children. Especially Zhang Jianjun, who cared so much that he pinned the blame for infertility on her just to keep others from finding out. So he would definitely have compromised. But after thinking it over, Chunqing dismissed the idea. She felt Zhang Jianjun was truly selfish and hypocritical, even vengeful. He simply wasn't a good person. For someone like that, Chunqing didn't want herself or her daughter to be tangled up with him any longer. So, divorce was the cleanest option. Leaving the military compound and staying away from Zhang Jianjun, she had her job and now a place to live. She and Jishu could live well. Besides, to keep her from revealing his secret, Zhang Jianjun had even given her a hush money payment during the divorce. Chunqing accepted it, of course. She accepted the money, but she never promised anything. If Zhang Jianjun tried to deceive another woman in the future, making her take the blame like Chunqing had, she would never tolerate it. As for the hush money, she considered it compensation for the 3 years she'd worked like a horse for the Zhang family, serving his mother, his sister, and him. Chunqing accepted it with a clear conscience. Gu Jianing listened to Chunqing's plans and nodded. She could tell Chunqing was a determined woman with a plan. People like her could thrive anywhere, no matter the circumstances. Then I wish you and Jishu all the best in the future. Chunqing smiled. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Oh, by the way, Dr. Gu, you're heading to the county, right? We're going the same way, why don't we go together? Sure. So Gu Jianing and Chunqing, mother and daughter, set off for the county together, chatting and laughing along the way. But behind them, in a shadowy corner, a pair of eyes watched them, filled with gloom and malice. The news of Chunqing and Zhang Jianjun's divorce caused quite a stir in the Huancha Island military compound. After all, not long ago, Zhang Jianjun's mother Niu Chui and his troublesome sister Zhang Qiumei had made a scene. Their conflicts with Gu Jianing and her husband had been the talk of the compound for a while. Only after the matter was settled and Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei moved out did the gossip finally die down. No one expected another scandal so soon, Chunqing and Zhang Jianjun's divorce. People were puzzled. Why would Chunqing divorce Zhang Jianjun? Do you think Chunqing is foolish? Now that her mother-in-law Niu Chui and that difficult sister-in-law Zhang Qiumei are gone, it's the perfect time for her to take charge. Why would she want a divorce now? Could it be because of her daughter? After all, she did argue with Zhang Jianjun about her daughter's schooling and threatened divorce. But didn't Zhang Jianjun give in? Yeah. Or maybe it's because Zhang Jianjun got demoted to battalion commander. That shouldn't matter much. He's still a soldier, still has a salary, and they still have a family apartment. Do you think maybe Chunqing has someone else outside? Someone suggested Chunqing might be seeing someone else, but before they could finish, others shot them a warning look. Don't say things like that without proof. That's slander. Besides, Chunqing doesn't seem like that kind of person. And if she really was, would Zhang Jianjun have divorced her so peacefully and given her so much? True. Maybe it's because Chunqing can't have children. But that can't be. If Chunqing was infertile, where did Jishu come from? I think someone hinted that maybe Zhang Jianjun was the one who couldn't have children. This speculation made everyone exchange glances. They thought it was quite possible. After all, it couldn't be that both Zhang Jianjun's ex-wife and Chunqing were infertile, right? But no one said it outright. Even if it was true, if word got back to Zhang Jianjun, there could be trouble. No one wanted to risk his retaliation. I think something must have happened, and Zhang Jianjun was at fault, something Chuanqing couldn't tolerate. That's why she divorced him, and why he gave her so much. Most people agreed with this guess. As for whether it was because Zhang Jianjun was infertile, no one could say for sure. But the seed of suspicion had been planted in everyone's hearts. Of course, some people tried to ask Chuanqing directly, but she never gave a clear answer. She only said that their personalities and values were incompatible. Suddenly, someone dashed out from ahead, heading straight toward Gu Jianing and the children, Xingxing and Yaya. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun had noticed that ever since his divorce, some of the military spouses looked at him with curious, even strange, expressions. But whenever Zhang Jianjun tried to ask them about it, those women would scatter and disappear. After this happened a few times, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel a bit down. But there was nothing he could do about it. Gu Jianing worked at the county hospital, 5 days a week with 2 days off. Today was Saturday, so she didn't have to work. At Xingxing and Yaya's request, Gu Jianing took them out to stroll around the villages and the county town outside the military base. As for Xingzishi, he had training and couldn't join them. But Xingxing and Yaya said that as long as their mom could come with them, they were already very happy. As for Dad, they'd wait for another chance for the whole family to go out together. Since coming to Huancha Island, this was a rare outing for Gu Jianing and her children. After all, they'd spent over 2 months in Beijing. When they returned, they rested for a few days, but stayed within the military base. After that, Gu Jianing started working at the county hospital. Now, finally, they had a chance to go out and explore. Gu Jianing noticed that everything on Huancha Island was very different from the northwest region. First, the weather. No matter how cold it got here, it never snowed. Of course, they did get typhoons every year. Then there were the eating habits. In the northwest, people mostly ate noodles and other wheat-based foods, while here, rice was the staple. Not only that, but perhaps because it was near the sea, seafood was abundant. Seafood that was rare and expensive in the northwest was everywhere here, and very cheap. Gu Jianing had rarely eaten seafood before. Now that she was eating it, she found it quite delicious. Very fresh and tasty. Xingxing and Yaya especially loved eating fish and shrimp. After a satisfying meal, Gu Jianing asked around and decided to buy some seafood to send to her family in Hua village and to Grandpa and Grandma Seng in Beijing. After all, it was already January, the start of a new year. Spring Festival was coming up soon. These would be New Year's gifts for them. Gu Jianing learned that the local seafood was often dried, making it perfect for mailing. She thought, after the Spring Festival, her eldest sister-in-law and third brother would be reporting to school, starting a new chapter in their lives. She was really looking forward to it. Gu Jianing took Xingxing and Yaya to a village called Qianye Village. She'd heard that this village sold dried seafood collectively. The environment was getting better and better these days. Business regulations had become less strict, especially starting this year. Some agricultural and sideline products could now be traded privately. But there were still some restrictions on other things. Qianye Village's dried seafood business, however, had always been run collectively by the whole village. When Gu Jianing arrived in Qianye Village with Xingxing and Yaya, the villagers immediately noticed them. After all, they were unfamiliar faces. An older woman came up to ask Gu Jianing what brought her here. When she learned that Gu Jianing was a military wife from the island base and wanted to buy some dried goods, she happily led them inside. "Oh my, young lady, you're really beautiful. And your 2 children are adorable and clever, just delightful to look at." The woman praised them as she led them into the village. As Gu Jianing walked in with Xingxing and Yaya, she understood why the village was called Qianye, Thousand Leaves Village. There was a special kind of tree growing all around. Gu Jianing didn't recognize it. But even in this chilly weather, the tree's leaves were still lush and green. The village was named after these trees. They were a unique feature of the village. It was said that if you tried to transplant them elsewhere, they wouldn't survive. Only in this village, in this particular environment, could they thrive. Xingxing and Yeye were fascinated by the trees, picking up fallen leaves from the ground to play with. "Young lady, we're here. Take a look and see what you'd like to buy." Gu Jianing looked around and found a huge variety of dried seafood. There was even sea cucumber, abalone, and shark fin. And the prices were much lower than they would be in the future. Of course, they were also cheaper than in other places. Gu Jianing thought. Maybe it's because things are only expensive when they're rare. Here by the sea, these things were common, so prices stayed low. Besides, in this era, most people just wanted to have enough to eat and drink. As for nutrition or rare delicacies, those weren't a big concern. Gu Jianing checked the quality and found it excellent. So she didn't hesitate and started shopping in earnest. Sea cucumber, abalone, shark fin, she bought plenty of each. Dried scallops were great too, they made porridge or soup even tastier. Dried squid was good too, you could add it to porridge or soak it and stir-fry with other ingredients. There were all kinds of dried fish, which Gu Jianing thought would be great to stir-fry with vegetables for extra flavor. Dried shrimp? Definitely a must-buy. Gu Jianing bought 10 jin, about 5 kilograms of it. Spicy pickled fish chunks? Just the smell made her mouth water. She bought those too. Gu Jianing wanted to see if there were any of those crispy fried little fish. But she couldn't find any. When she asked, she learned that such things were rare these days. First, if fishermen caught small fish, they'd usually release them. Second, those little fish tasted best deep-fried. But in these times, whether it was lard, peanut oil, or canola oil, oil was expensive. Families were reluctant to use much oil even for stir-frying, let alone for deep-frying little fish. Gu Jianing, looks like I really have to keep the differences of the era in mind. It took almost an hour to finish shopping. When Gu Jianing checked the time and saw it was getting late, she got ready to leave. Just then, someone suddenly rushed out from ahead, heading straight toward Gu Jianing and the children, Xingxing and Yeye. Xingxing and Yeye instinctively stepped forward, their faces serious, holding hands as they shielded their mother. They hadn't forgotten what their father had told them. No matter where or when, they must protect their mother. Dad said their mom was delicate and needed their protection. Especially now that she was pregnant, she needed even more care. Xingxing and Yeye always remembered this, so without hesitation, the two little ones stood in front of Gu Jianing. In their hearts, they felt it didn't matter if something happened to them, or even if they got hurt, but nothing could happen to their mom, especially not when she was pregnant. But how could Gu Jianing just stand by and let her children shield her? She was touched, but also quickly trying to think of a solution. But before she could figure out what to do, the older woman who had been accompanying them stepped forward and grabbed the person in a bear hug. Tian Tian, Tian Tian. The auntie was a sturdy woman, strong too. She managed to restrain that person in an instant. Only then did Gu Jianing get a good look at the person. It was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Her hair was loose and messy. Who knew how long it had been since she last washed it? It was tangled and frizzy. Her face seemed dirty as well. She was frighteningly thin, and the patched-up clothes she wore hung loosely on her body. Even though the auntie was holding her tightly, restricting her movements, the woman's eyes remained fixed on where Yeye was standing. The emotions in her eyes were so complicated that Gu Jianing couldn't read them at all. But Gu Jianing felt that if the auntie let go, the woman would probably rush straight toward Yeye. And it was obvious that this woman was not in a good state. Just then, a few more villagers from Chenya village passed by. The auntie called them over to help restrain the woman. "Isn't this Lin Shu? Wasn't she fine before? What happened?" the villagers asked. The auntie looked at Xingxing and Yeye, hesitating to speak. The others followed her gaze, and when their eyes landed on Yeye, who was dressed up as a little girl with braids, they suddenly understood. She looks just like her. Really, just like her. At this moment, the woman called Lin Shu was still staring intently at Yeye, calling out, "Tian Tian, Tian Tian. Aunt Zhao, what's going on? Who is this woman?" Gu Jianing asked. Oh, I'm so sorry, comrade army wife. We've frightened you. Aunt Zhao quickly apologized to Gu Jianing, then sighed as she looked at Lin Shu. Don't blame Lin Shu. She's had a hard life. If it weren't for that typhoon back then, Lin Shu wouldn't be like this now. Aunt Zhao began to explain. It all started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Lin Shu was nothing like she is now. Lin Shu was a native of Qianya village and later married into the Li family in the neighboring village. After she got married, Lin Shu couldn't get pregnant for years, so she wasn't treated well by the Li family. At one point, her husband even wanted to divorce her. Finally, 3 years after marrying in, Lin Shu became pregnant. She cherished this hard-won child. The Li family hoped she would give birth to a son and then have many more sons. But after 10 months of pregnancy, when the time came to give birth, Lin Shu gave birth to a daughter. Not only that, Lin Shu had a difficult labor when she gave birth to her daughter. The Li family didn't want to send her to the hospital at first, afraid of spending money. But in the end, for the sake of the eldest grandson, they sent her. At the hospital, she gave birth, but it was a girl. Because it was a girl, the Li family blamed Lin Shu for everything. Even her mother-in-law refused to help her during her confinement. Lin Shu's 3 days of hospital fees were actually paid by the villagers of Qianya village, who pooled their money to help her. This was related to Lin Shu's parents. Lin Shu used to have loving parents. But when Lin Shu was 8, a massive typhoon hit, flooding the island. During that 3-day, 3-night typhoon, Lin Shu's parents, who were good swimmers, saved many villagers from Qianya village. But in the end, exhausted, they collapsed in the water and drowned. 8-year-old Lin Shu became an orphan. The villagers of Qianya village were grateful Lin Shu's parents had died saving them. How could they abandon Lin Shu? From then on, Lin Shu was raised by the whole village, eating at different homes, and she even got to go to elementary school. When she grew up, she started seeing the eldest son of the Li family from the neighboring village. The Li family was really good at pretending. They seemed nice and had a good reputation, but in reality, they were a nest of heartless beasts. When Lin Shu married into the Li family, the villagers of Qianya village even pooled money to prepare her dowry. After Lin Shu gave birth to her daughter, and, because of the difficult labor, she could no longer have children, the Li family treated Lin Shu and her daughter poorly. Her husband was no different. He didn't even want to name the child. In the end, Lin Shu named her daughter herself, Tian Tian. Lin Shu really loved Tian Tian even though her husband and the rest of the Li family treated her even worse after Tian Tian's birth. She still loved Tian Tian and never blamed her. To Lin Shu, Tian Tian was the child she had waited so long for. A gift from heaven. No matter what, she loved her daughter. Tian Tian looked just like Lin Shu when she was little, so pretty, so cute. Tian Tian's eyes were just like your daughter's, bright, sparkling, as if they could talk. I guess Lin Shu mistook your daughter for Tian Tian. Although Lin Shu and Tian Tian weren't welcomed in the Li family and lived a hard life, mother and daughter depended on each other, so it wasn't unbearable. But the tragedy began 3 years ago. Back then, Tian Tian was only 3. At 3, Tian Tian was already a well-behaved, sensible, and beautiful little girl. Lin Shu taught her to be polite, and every time she brought Tian Tian back to Qianya village, everyone young and old liked her. They would give her lots of little gifts. 3 summers ago, in the middle of the night, a typhoon suddenly hit Huancha Island. It wasn't as big as the one from over a decade ago, but it was still fierce, and the sea flooded in. Everyone was fighting the typhoon. Lin Shu was called out by the Li family to help. The wind was strong outside, and Tian Tian was so little. Lin Shu was afraid it wouldn't be safe for her to go out. So she told Tian Tian to stay home. Tian Tian agreed. But Aunt Zhao and the villagers' eyes filled with sorrow. Lin Shu was still calling out Tian Tian in Ye's direction. Aunt Zhao paused, then continued. When Lin Shu finished her work and came home, she couldn't find Tian Tian anywhere. She searched over and over, but couldn't find her. She asked her mother-in-law, but the old woman claimed she didn't know. With no choice, Lin Shu braved the typhoon and rain to search outside, falling over and over. In the end, Lin Shu found Tian, but Tian was dead. She was found by the sea. A fisherman happened to spot something floating and went over only to discover it was a child. When they pulled her out, they saw it was Tian. But Tian was already dead. She had drowned. That night, the wind was truly fierce, and the rain was heavy and cold, lashing people's faces. But no matter how cold it was, it couldn't compare to the coldness of Tian's body in Lin Shu's arms. And no matter how cold, it couldn't compare to the chill in Lin Shu's heart. They say even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, but that eldest son of the Li family, he's worse than an animal. That day, Lin Shu was shrouded in sorrow from head to toe. The light in her eyes was completely extinguished. Ever since Tian died, Lin Shu had been utterly defeated. It was as if her soul had been sucked out. She wandered around in a daze all day long. Because of this, she was subjected to the Li family's scolding and abuse. Especially the old woman of the Li family, her words were particularly vicious. What exactly did she say? This girl shouldn't have been born in the first place. Living these 3 years was already enough. Girls like her should be taken away by the heavens as early as possible. Who knows, maybe she wandered off on her own because she was too playful. She said she wanted to look for you. I told her not to go out, but she insisted. What could I do? Lin Shu, I don't care what you're going through. The chores in this house are still your responsibility. Don't think you can slack off because of this. These words from the old woman completely ignited Lin Shu's fury. She had always been gentle, so obedient she seemed timid, but for the first time, she fought back and quarreled with her mother-in-law. It was during this argument that the old woman accidentally let something slip. She admitted that on that day, she'd deliberately taken Tian out and led her to the seaside. But after realizing she'd said too much, she refused to say another word, insisting it was just talk in the heat of anger. Lin Shu, however, remembered it all. After that, Lin Shu started seeking the truth from people in the village. When she noticed some villagers hesitating or trying to cover things up, she immediately knelt and begged them. Maybe it was because Lin Shu was so pitiful, or because Tian was so innocent. Or maybe it was because the old woman of the Li family was just too hateful. In the end, Lin Shu managed to piece together the truth from the villagers' words. It turned out that on that typhoon day, while Lin Shu was out working, only the old woman and Tian were at home. The old woman led Tian outside. She took her straight to the seaside. Then she pushed Tian into the sea. After that, the old woman went home. There were witnesses. 3 people saw the old woman taking Tian out, though they didn't know what she intended. They were busy with their own affairs and didn't think much of it. As for the moment Tian was pushed into the sea, one villager saw someone push something into the water from a distance. But it was too far and the rain was coming down hard, blocking his view. He couldn't see clearly what it was. It was only when the old woman came closer that he realized it was her. She looked flustered when she saw him, then hurried away. At the time, he didn't think much of it, just assumed she was dumping trash in the sea, something not uncommon. If I'd known the old woman was pushing Tian into the sea, I would have rushed to save her, the villager said, full of regret. If he'd realized, maybe he could have saved Tian. But there are no ifs in life. When Lin Shu learned the truth, she nearly lost her mind. She never imagined that her daughter hadn't drowned because she'd wandered off to play. It was her mother-in-law who'd taken her out and pushed her into the sea to drown. Lin Shu knew that her husband's family, including her husband himself, didn't like her or Tian. But she never thought her mother-in-law could be so cruel. Taking advantage of her absence, she lured Tian out and pushed her into the sea to drown. Lin Shu nearly went mad. She returned to the Li house, grabbed a knife, and tried to kill the old woman. In the end, the villagers stopped her, but the police were called. Later, the old woman was arrested for intentional homicide, and the rest of the Li family were also taken away for investigation. But what the investigation uncovered was even more shocking. It turned out that Tian's death wasn't just the old woman's idea. It was also planned by the eldest son of the Li family, Tian's own father. The mother and son pair had wished Tian Tian had never been born. Or, to put it bluntly, they wished Lin Shu had died in childbirth, taking Tian Tian with her. Unfortunately, not only was Tian Tian born, but Lin Shu survived as well, though she lost the ability to have more children. But the Li family wanted a son to carry on the family line. The only way was if Lin Shu died or they divorced her. Divorce was possible, but they couldn't bear to lose Lin Shu, who worked like a slave for their family. As for killing Lin Shu, they didn't quite dare. Of course, if Lin Shu could take Tian Tian and kill herself, that would be ideal. So, for 3 years, they tormented Lin Shu and Tian Tian, hoping to drive them to that point. But as long as Tian Tian was there, Lin Shu, no matter how much she suffered, still had the will and hope to live. So, they realized that if they wanted Lin Shu dead, Tian Tian had to die first. Soon enough, the typhoon gave them their chance. That day, the eldest son of the Li family came home and deliberately called Lin Shu away. Before leaving, he met with the old woman, telling her to take Tian Tian out to the seaside and push her into the sea. Afterwards, they could pretend Tian Tian had wandered off and drowned by accident. With Tian Tian gone, Lin Shu would lose all hope and wouldn't last much longer. In the end, their vicious plan succeeded. Tian Tian was indeed killed by them. But someone witnessed it, and now the police were involved. Under questioning, the old woman and the eldest son quickly broke down. Lin Shu never imagined that not only was the old woman involved, but her own husband also wanted Tian Tian dead. It was even his idea. Gu Jianing listened, feeling deeply unsettled. Even Xingxing and Yaya had tears in their eyes. They say even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, but that eldest son of the Li family, he's worse than an animal, Gu Jianing said. Exactly. That whole Li family, they're either beasts or jackals. Later, the old woman and the eldest son were both sentenced. But, because of all this trauma, Lin Shu suffered one blow after another and ended up losing her mind. After what the eldest son did, there was no way the people of Qianya village would let Lin Shu stay in that family. So they helped her get a divorce and brought her back to Qianya village. Her parents' old house was still there, and as for food, she relied on the goodwill of the villagers. Whether out of gratitude for her parents or pity for Lin Shu herself, the villagers were willing to take care of her. Actually, Lin Shu's condition is relatively good. She's usually well-behaved, walks around the village, and gets along well with the children except that she sometimes goes to the seaside to look for Tian Tian. And just now, I think it was because your daughter's eyes look so much like Tian Tian's. I've seen Tian Tian before. Her eyes really are similar. That's why Lin Shu acted that way. Please don't blame her, Aunt Zhao said apologetically. Gu Jianing shook her head. No, I don't blame her. All parents in the world love their children. Lin Shu only became like this because she couldn't bear the shock of losing her daughter. As a mother herself, how could Gu Jianing blame Lin Shu? Aunt Zhao let out a sigh of relief. But Lin Shu still stubbornly stared in the direction of Yaya, calling out for Tian Tian over and over. Each cry tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Yaya looked at the disheveled, clearly unstable woman. Normally, if she encountered someone like this, she would have kept her distance. She might have even been a little scared. But now, Yaya looked up at Gu Jianing, seeking her opinion. Mom, I want to talk to her. Gu Jianing stared at Yaya in surprise for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Mom. Yaya gently squeezed Gu Jianing's hand. Then she walked toward Lin Shu. Tian Tian, my Tian Tian. Seeing Yaya approach, Lin Shu grew even more agitated. She struggled desperately, wanting to get closer to Yaya. The villagers of Qianya village knew that even in her current state, Lin Shu would never hurt anyone, let alone hurt her Tian Tian. But just in case, they still held her back. By now, Yaya had already reached Lin Shu. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and hugged Lin Shu, gently patting her back with her small hand. Tian Tian. Under Yaya's comforting touch, Lin Shu gradually calmed down, though her eyes never left Yaya. Yaya looked at Lin Shu's messy, tangled hair. After a moment's thought, she took off the hair clip from her own head. She gestured for Lin Shu to lower her head. Lin Shu understood and bowed her head. Standing on tiptoe, Yaya clipped the hairpin into Lin Shu's hair. This is my favorite hair clip. I'm giving it to you. You're a good mom and a beautiful mom too. But I'm not Tian Tian. I'm Yaya. Lin Shu stared blankly, gingerly touching the hair clip on her head. She looked at Yaya and tentatively called out, Yaya. Yes, I'm Yaya. I have to go now. I'll come visit you again in Chenya village. With that, Yaya hugged Lin Shu again, then returned to Gu Jianning's side. Mom, let's go home. Gu Jianning patted her head. All right. Gu Jianning took Xingxing, Yaya, and the things she'd bought, and left. Lin Shu seemed to want to follow, but after a few steps, she stopped. She just kept watching Yaya's small figure, calling out Tian Tian, Yaya over and over. Yaya resisted the urge to look back. Do you like Auntie Lin Shu a lot, Yaya? Gu Jianning asked on the way. Yaya gazed at her mother. Mom, Auntie Lin Shu is a good mom. Yes, she's a good mom. If only Tian Tian were still here. Gu Jianning sighed. Yes, if only Tian Tian were still alive. But once someone's gone, there's no coming back. As they walked, almost out of Chenya village, Xingxing tugged at Gu Jianning's sleeve. Mom, someone's watching us. Gu Jianning followed his gaze. She saw two familiar faces. They were none other than Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei, who had been kicked out of the military district. Not far away, Zhang Qiumei was glaring at Gu Jianning's family with venomous eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Gu Jianning to look back and catch her staring. Even though she quickly averted her gaze, Gu Jianning had already seen the malice in her eyes. Behind her, Niu Chui was also watching them with a sinister look. Gu Jianning frowned. It seemed these two just wouldn't give up. Aunt Zhao, who was helping Gu Jianning carry her purchases to the military district, also noticed Zhang Qiumei and Niu Chui. Those two rented a place here in Chenya village not long ago. They're not locals, just a mother and daughter. But their tempers aren't good, always arguing. Aunt Zhao's dislike for Niu Chui and Zhang Qiumei was clear on her face. But I heard that woman's son is a high-ranking officer. That's why, even though some villagers had been bullied by them recently, they could only put up with it. After all, they had seen officers coming and going from their place. Gu Jianning nodded and looked away. She knew Zhang Qiumei and Niu Chui had been kicked out of the military district and had heard from other military wives that the mother and daughter hadn't gone back to their hometown, but had rented a place near the military district instead. She hadn't expected them to be living in Chenya village. And today, of all days, she happened to run into them. Gu Jianning hadn't forgotten the warning from her malice value alert about Zhang Qiumei and Zhang Jianjun. She would have to stay on guard. Xingxing, yeah, let's go home. Okay. Not far away, Zhang Qiumei watched Gu Jianning's family of 3 walk away, her eyes full of hatred. Even Niu Chui, standing behind her, was startled by the look on her face. Did Zhang Qiumei hate Gu Jianning? Hate her? She hated her to the core. She felt that everything she'd become was because of Gu Jianning. If only Gu Jianning had obediently given Shang Zishi to her, none of this would have happened. But Gu Jianning was so hateful. Not only did she refuse to give up Shang Zishi, she even got the military leaders to punish Zhang Qiumei. Because of that, she lost her hard-won spot at university. She was even kicked out of the military district. Even her mother, who had always doted on her, now treated her differently. Now, living in Chenya village, she was forced to work every day. And then there was her brother, Zhang Jianjun. Maybe because he thought she'd never get into university now and was afraid she'd lose her value, he'd been arranging blind dates for her lately. But the men he set her up with, what kind of people were they? Either the son of some high-ranking officer who'd been simple-minded since childhood, or some old widower whose children were all taller than her. Sure, she'd be a stepmother either way. But how could that compare to marrying Shang Zishi? Shang Zishi was young, promising, and exactly her type. But that old man, his face was full of wrinkles, his expression lecherous, and he reeked of old age. She was disgusted just thinking about it. How could she possibly agree to marry him? But her dear brother said if she didn't decide within a week, she'd be sent back to their hometown. And then, he'd wash his hands of her. That was the last thing Zhang Qiumei wanted. Going back to the countryside and marrying some farmer there would be worse than death for her. So, it was all Gu Jianning's fault. That woman was the reason she was in such a miserable state. Gu Jianning, if I can't have a good life, why should you? Watching Gu Jianning chatting and laughing with her son and daughter, Zhang Qiumei felt an unbearable ache in her heart. You're still standing here watching? She's long gone. Niu Chui's voice came from behind, full of exasperation. Zhang Qiumei's eyes were dark and heavy. She didn't want to speak. So, have you decided who you're going to marry? Let me tell you, I don't want to be sent back to our hometown. That's right, what Zhang Jianjun said wasn't just about sending Zhang Qiumei back home. He meant sending Niu Chui back too. Of course, this was also to get Niu Chui, who didn't want to return to their hometown, to persuade Zhang Qiumei. If you ask me, that Officer Lin is pretty good. He seems to really like you, and he doesn't care that you used to like Sheng Zishi. Besides, Officer Lin's rank is higher than Sheng Zishi's. If you marry Officer Lin and become his wife, you'll be a notch above that other woman. Then you can move back into the military compound and really show her up. Zhang Qiumei's eyes widened slightly, as if she was tempted by Niu Chui's words. But she still didn't say anything. Seeing that Zhang Qiumei was wavering, Niu Chui pressed on. Besides, didn't you want to be Sheng Zishi's stepmother before? If you're going to be a stepmother anyway, what difference does it make who it's for? Officer Lin's kids are all grown up now, so you won't even have to look after them. Isn't that great? Qiumei, you need to think carefully about what you have now and what you need most right now. These words made Zhang Qiumei fall into deep thought. What did she have now? Other than her youth and a somewhat attractive face and figure, it seemed she had nothing. What did she want? Zhang Qiumei's eyes narrowed slightly. What she wanted was for Gu Jianning to be unhappy. She had to admit, her mother's words made sense. And there were some things she needed to do. She had to get back into the military compound. Her eyes flickered, and Zhang Qiumei finally steeled herself and made up her mind. I understand. Next time my brother comes, I'll tell him I'm willing to marry Officer Lin. So what if she'd be a stepmother? So what if he was 30 years older than her and smelled like an old man? As long as he adored her, was willing to give her what she wanted, and could help her achieve her goals, that was enough. After all, Zhang Qiumei's life had already been ruined. If she didn't do something, she really couldn't accept it. Niu Chui's eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Qiumei's answer, and she was overjoyed. Good, good, good. This is how it should have been all along. Good girl, I knew I wasn't wrong to love you. You're definitely the most promising one. A week later, Gu Jianning suddenly heard the news from Sheng Zishi. Zhang Qiumei had come back. Not only that, she'd married Officer Lin. Officer Lin? Is that the same Officer Lin I've met? Gu Jianning frowned. Sheng Zishi nodded. Oh my god, if he were any older, he could be her grandfather. Sheng Zishi sneered. Age doesn't matter. There was a trace of anger in Sheng Zishi's tone. After all, Zhang Qiumei had previously tried to sabotage his relationship with Ning and was punished by the leadership and kicked out of the military compound. He hadn't expected that after such a short time, she'd be back. This made Sheng Zishi feel provoked. He was also worried that Zhang Qiumei's return to the compound had ulterior motives and might pose a threat to Gu Jianning and the children. So, as soon as he heard the news, he immediately went to see the leadership. He didn't care who Zhang Qiumei married, but she absolutely couldn't come back to the military compound. But this time, even the leadership was powerless. Zishi, I understand your concerns. Zhang Qiumei coming back like this really isn't in line with the rules. But Officer Lin is determined to protect her. As long as she hasn't committed some unforgivable crime then. After all, Officer Lin has a special background. The Lin family has deep roots here on Huancha Island. Zishi, you still have more than half a year left on Huancha Island. Why not just endure it for now? When you're transferred elsewhere, you won't have to see her anymore. If you insist on pursuing this, I'm afraid things won't go smoothly for you and your wife in the future. It was obvious who could make things difficult for them. With anger simmering, Sheng Zishi ran laps on the track and practiced a full set of boxing before returning. He hugged Gu Jianning. I'm sorry, I'm not capable enough. He'd always thought he was strong, that he'd risen to his current position through ability and was better than most. But now he realized, there's always someone better, always someone with more power. He still wasn't strong enough, his status still not high enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to give in over Jang Chi's matter. Honestly, before he got married, with his proud and rebellious nature, he would have insisted on getting justice no matter what. But now he was married. His wife was pregnant, and Xingxing and Yaya were still so little. He couldn't act recklessly. Gu Jianing hugged Xingzishi back, comforting him. Don't blame yourself. I know you've done everything you could. You've already done very well. Some things, if we can't get justice now, we'll get it in the future. And besides, Zhang Qiumei might not necessarily cause trouble. Don't worry too much. In truth, Gu Jianing was just comforting Xingzishi. But deep down, she felt that Zhang Qiumei's return was definitely not simple. Still, she didn't want Xingzishi to be so tense that he couldn't focus on training or missions. After a while, Xingzishi finally calmed down. Ning, our chance will come. I won't allow anyone or anything to hurt you or the kids. Oh, by the way, I might have to go on a mission in a couple of days. Once he'd calmed down, Xingzishi told Gu Jianing about the mission. This would be his first mission since coming to Huancha Island. It's fine. If you need to go, just be careful. I will. So, 2 days later, Xingzishi set off on his mission with no set return date. Xingxing and Yaya weren't used to their father suddenly being away. Especially during their evening walks, without him, there was a lot less laughter and chatter. Gu Jianing wasn't used to it either. But since she'd married Xingzishi, this was something she had to accept. Gu Jianing silently prayed for Xingzishi's safety on his mission. While Xingzishi was away, Gu Jianing did run into Zhang Qiumei in the military compound's family quarters. But neither of them spoke. Perhaps because Zhang Qiumei had married a higher-ranking officer, the other military wives and families, although they didn't like her, didn't dare gossip or provoke her. Gu Jianing hadn't forgotten the look of resentment Zhang Qiumei once gave her. So she stayed on guard. But Zhang Qiumei didn't do anything. In fact, she seemed to have settled down. Even after Xingzishi returned from his half-month mission, Zhang Qiumei had remained quiet. But that day, when Xingzishi came back from training, he looked troubled, as if something had happened. What's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Jianing asked, watching as Xingzishi hung up his hat. Xingzishi came over, took Gu Jianing's hand, and sat down on the bed with her. Ning, you and the kids need to be extra careful these days. It was only after Xingzishi explained that Gu Jianing understood the reason. It turned out that Xingzishi had received a notice from his superiors. A group of drug traffickers seemed to have escaped to Huancha Island. Gu Jianing's heart tightened at the news. Are you sure? Not completely. It's just a possibility. Based on their escape route, Huancha Island is one of the places they might have gone about a 1/3 chance. So there's a 2/3 chance they went somewhere else? Yeah, but even a 1/3 chance is still possible. This group is extremely dangerous. They've committed all sorts of crimes, and they have a lot of blood on their hands. According to reliable intelligence, they're carrying firearms and even have bombs and poison with them. Gu Jianing frowned as she listened. The authorities haven't made this public to avoid causing panic. But they did tell everyone to warn their families to be extra careful lately, especially around strangers, Xingzishi said. But seeing Gu Jianing's worried expression, Xingzishi patted her head and said, as long as you stay in the military compound, you'll be safe. No matter how bold they are, they wouldn't dare come into the military compound. That would be suicide. I know. After talking with Xingzishi, Gu Jianing called Xingxing and Yaya over. She didn't tell them exactly who these people were, just that some bad people might have escaped to Huancha Island. She told them not to leave the military compound without their parents and not to talk to strangers. Mama, we understand. Xingxing and Yaya nodded seriously. Over the next few days, Gu Jianing could clearly feel a tense, oppressive atmosphere, both inside the military compound and out in town. Fortunately, after about a week, that tension finally eased. Ning, you don't have to worry anymore, Shang Zishi said. The authorities got word that the group probably escaped to the neighboring province. Someone spotted traces of them there, and now a secret manhunt is underway. Gu Jianing breathed a sigh of relief. No matter where those people ran, they had to be caught. But knowing they weren't on Huancha Island let her finally relax a little. And sure enough, the next day, Gu Jianing could feel everyone's mood lighten. When she went to work at the hospital, she could see people chatting and laughing along the way, as if a weight had finally been lifted. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a flash. Gu Jianing, now 7 months pregnant, continued going to work. Shang Zishi went off to training. Xingxing and Yeye were sent to the kindergarten inside the military compound. At that moment, in the kindergarten, Xingxing and Yeye were whispering to each other. Big brother, it's Mama's birthday in just 1 week. Yeye leaned over and whispered in her brother's ear. Xingxing looked at his sister. What are you getting at? Big brother, have you prepared a gift for Mama? Xingxing shook his head. No. Do you want to get Mama a gift? Yeye asked. Xingxing nodded almost without hesitation. On their birthdays, Mom and Dad always gave them presents. He remembered that last year, on Mama's birthday, Dad gave her a present. But they hadn't. Xingxing remembered that when they were just over a year old, they saw Dad give Mama a gift, and Mama was so happy. But they hadn't given her anything, and they felt so guilty that both he and his sister cried. In the end, Mama let them kiss her and said that was the best birthday present she could ever get from them. As long as they were safe and healthy, that was the best gift for her. But the siblings knew Mama was just comforting them. Even though they calmed down at the time, they never forgot about it. Now, Mama's birthday was coming up again. In fact, Xingxing had been thinking for a week about what to get her. But the gift I want to buy isn't available at the commissary in the compound, Xingxing said. Me neither. So, big brother, Yeye's eyes sparkled. Should we sneak out? No, Mama said there are bad people around. We can't leave the compound, Xingxing said seriously. But big brother, I heard those bad people aren't here anymore. Xingxing hesitated. That was true. But there's no way we can get out. The guards at the gate won't let us leave. Not only that, they'd tell their parents right away. Then we just won't go out through the gate. Huh? Yeye leaned in and whispered, I know there's a dog hole by the little grove. We can crawl out through there. Xingxing thought about it. That could work. But he was still hesitant. But the desire to get Mama a birthday present eventually won out. We can go, but not just the two of us. We need to bring Honging and Leiting. Honging and Leiting were Amber's 2 puppies, both lively and energetic. As for why not bring Amber? Well, if they asked Amber, she'd definitely say no. But they could sneak Honging and Leiting out. Xingxing considered that, at just over 2 years old, no matter how smart they were, if they ran into an adult bad guy, they wouldn't stand a chance. But Honging and Leiting were different. Dad had trained Honging, Leiting, Li Jian, and Shandian before, so even one of them could handle 2 adults alone. So Xingxing thought they should bring Honging and Leiting. Sure. Honging and Leiting will definitely want to come. We also need to leave a note for Mom and Dad. Otherwise, what if Mom and Dad thought they were missing? And then, Yeye agreed, nodding firmly. Kindergarten let out pretty early. By around 3 in the afternoon, neither Shang Zishi nor Gu Jianing would be home from work yet. And it was always Amber's puppies who picked up Xingxing and Yeye from school. Every day, 2 of the puppies would take turns picking them up. Today, it just happened to be Honging and Leiting's turn. When school was over, Xingxing and Yeye came out with their little backpacks and saw Honging and Leiting waiting outside. As soon as they saw Xingxing and Yeye, Honging and Leiting ran over to them. Soon, the 2 kids and the 2 dogs headed home together. Once they got home, the 2 little ones tore a page from a notebook and picked up a pen. Although the 2 little ones were only a bit over 2 years old, they had already started learning to read and could even write a little. Of course, if there were words they didn't know, they could use pinyin instead. Right now, Xingxing was holding a pen, carefully writing out a note explaining that they were going out to buy a gift, so their parents wouldn't worry. Once they bought the gift, they'd come right back. They'd also make sure to keep themselves safe. Because they were so young and not very good at writing, it took Xingxing quite a while to finish the 2 lines. When he was done, he put the note on the living room table and covered it with a kettle to make sure their parents would see it as soon as they got home. "Brother, are you done?" "Yeah, let's go." Then, Xingxing and Yaya got their money ready. "Hongying, Leitang, we're heading out," Yaya called. As soon as she called, Hongying and Leitang came running over, wagging their tails at the kids' sides. Amber came over too. Amber barked a few times at the 2 little ones. "Are you going out to play?" Xingxing and Yaya couldn't understand Amber's words, but they could guess what she meant. "Amber, my brother and I are going out to play. Don't worry, we'll take Hongying and Leitang with us." Hearing this, Amber felt reassured. It was normal for Xingxing and Yaya to go out and play after coming home from school. Usually, they played with other kids in the military compound. And since they brought Hongying and Leitang along, Amber felt more at ease, not worried that the kids would be bullied by others. So, Amber just assumed Xingxing and Yaya were doing what they always did, playing with the other kids in the compound. She didn't stop them. "Be sure to come back before your parents get off work. Remember to be home for dinner." Even though she knew Xingxing and Yaya couldn't understand her, Amber still reminded them. After all, with Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi not at home, the responsibility of looking after Xingxing and Yaya fell to her. Amber treated Xingxing and Yaya like her own cubs, caring for them dearly. At the same time, Amber also reminded Hongying and Leitang to protect the kids. And so, Xingxing and Yaya left the house smoothly. But as they walked, Leitang suddenly stopped and barked at Xingxing and Yaya. Clearly, Leitang realized this wasn't the usual path they took to play with the other kids. He was confused. Not just Leitang, Hongying was puzzled too. Xingxing and Yaya exchanged a glance, knowing they couldn't hide it from the dogs. So, the 2 of them went up and hugged Hongying and Leitang, telling them about their plan to leave the compound and buy birthday presents for their moms. "No way, Mom said you can't leave the compound." Leitang barked immediately in protest. Hongying wasn't too keen on the idea either. Even though she liked going outside, she still listened to their owners and to Amber. "Oh, come on, Hongying, Leitang, we're not going far or messing around. We just want to buy a gift for Mom. Every year on our birthdays, Mom always gives us presents. But we've never given her a present. I don't think that's right. I want to give Mom a gift." Xingxing and Yaya pleaded with Hongying and Leitang, using every trick in the book, pouting, acting cute, and being persuasive. Even at such a young age, the 2 little ones already knew how to appeal to emotion and reason. And they were very good at it. Hongying and Leitang had always doted on the kids and had a great relationship with them. They already felt bad about refusing the kids' request. Now, hearing that the kids weren't just sneaking out to play, but wanted to buy a birthday present for their mom, their pure intentions moved the dogs even more. "Should we ask Mom?" Leitang hesitated. "No," Hongying said firmly. The mom Leitang referred to was, of course, Amber. "If we ask Mom, she definitely won't agree." Leitang, true. "So what do we do? Just say yes." "Huh." In the end, after much coaxing and pleading from Xingxing and Yaya, Hongying and Leitang finally agreed. "Hurry, hurry. I know a way out," Yaya said excitedly. Soon, the 2 kids and 2 dogs walked for over 10 minutes until they reached a spot in the compound. Yaya pushed aside some thick grass. There, a dog-sized hole was revealed, just big enough for a person to crawl through. Hongying and Leitang were shocked. There really was a dog hole. "Brother, quick, let's go." Yaya crawled through first. For a 2-year-old, crawling through a dog hole was a piece of cake. She just ducked her head a bit and was out. Xingxing quickly followed. As for Hongying and Leitang, they were much bigger than the kids, but with a bit of squeezing, they managed to get through. On the other side of the dog hole was a whole new world. "Brother, Hongying, Leitang, come on, let's go." So, the 2 kids and 2 dogs set off. Hongying and Leitang were somewhat familiar with the area outside the hole. During training, Shang Zishi had taken them to train both inside and outside the compound. This place wasn't far from where they'd trained outside before. Hong Ying and Lei Tang had excellent memories for routes. They recognized it right away. And they knew the way to the county town. So, Hong Ying took the lead. Brother, Hong Ying knows the way to the county town. Let's follow her, Yaya urged. Okay. So, the two little ones followed behind Hong Ying and Lei Tang, heading toward the county town. When they got tired, Xingxing rode on Lei Tang's back and Yaya rode on Hong Ying's. With the dogs carrying them, they moved much faster. By the time they reached the county town, there were quite a few people around. Quick, let's pick out a gift for Mom, Xingxing said. Knowing they were short on time, they quickly chose their gifts. Yaya wanted to look around the county town a bit more, but she knew they had to hurry back or their parents would worry. Yaya, let's go home, Xingxing suggested. With their chosen gifts in hand, Xingxing and Yaya were both delighted. Okay. Just then, two people hurried past them on the street. They seemed to be in a rush and not paying attention to where they were going. One of them bumped right into Xingxing, knocking him to the ground. Ow! Xingxing couldn't help but cry out. Brother, are you okay? Yaya rushed over to help him up. Then, Yaya grabbed the person who had knocked her brother down and was trying to leave. You knocked my brother down. You have to apologize. Yaya said seriously, her little face stern. Hong Ying, Lei Tang, are you saying that man has a strange, bad smell on him? The man turned around and saw that it was a little girl tugging at his pants. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. He was just about to forcibly pry the girl's hand off when Lei Tang, standing nearby, barked at him fiercely, glaring at him with a look that said, if you don't apologize, I'll bite you. The man's gaze landed on Lei Tang, and he suddenly stiffened, as if something had occurred to him. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Very quickly, he not only saw Lei Tang but also Hong Ying, who was poised and ready to pounce. The man immediately changed his attitude. He smiled at Yaya and said, sorry, I didn't mean to. But Yaya shook her head. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to my brother. The man felt annoyed, but still turned to Xingxing, who was getting up, and said, all right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have knocked you over. I was just in a hurry to get home. Xingxing nodded. Once Yaya saw the man apologize, she didn't push the issue any further. She let go of his pants, but still said in a very grown-up way, if you're in a hurry, then go, but next time, don't just run off after bumping into someone. Okay, I'll remember that. The man gave Xingxing, Yaya, and the two dogs a long, hard look, then walked away. Brother, Hong Ying, Lei Tang, let's go home, Yaya called out. But at that moment, both Hong Ying and Lei Tang were anxiously circling in place, even looking like they wanted to follow the man. Lei Tang, Hong Ying, what's wrong? Yaya asked, confused. Xingxing was also puzzled. To be honest, this was the first time they'd seen Hong Ying and Lei Tang act like this. Hong Ying and Lei Tang barked at Xingxing and Yaya, as if trying to communicate something. Although Xingxing and Yaya couldn't understand their words, after spending so much time together, they could more or less figure out what Hong Ying and Lei Tang meant. Clever Xingxing boldly guessed, Hong Ying, Lei Tang, are you saying that man has a strange, bad smell on him? Hong Ying and Lei Tang immediately barked in confirmation. Brother, what do you mean by a strange, bad smell? Yaya didn't quite understand. But Xingxing did. He thought of how Hong Ying, Lei Tang, Li Jian, and Shan Dian were often taken by Dad for training. One time, he'd gone along and watched how Dad trained Lei Tang and the others. Dad had them learn to distinguish different bad and dangerous smells. Among them, Hong Ying and Lei Tang had the best noses. Thinking of this, Xingxing's expression turned serious. Hong Ying, Lei Tang, are you sure? Woof. Hong Ying and Lei Tang barked affirmatively. Xingxing looked at the man's figure as he walked away, about to disappear from sight. He made up his mind. Yeah, you take Hong Ying back to the base and find Dad. Tell him you found a bad guy and ask him to bring people. I'll follow that man with Lei Tang. No, brother, it's dangerous. Yaya objected. Brother, let me and Hong Ying go with you. No, Yaya, listen. We're just two kids. Even with Hong Ying and Lei Tang, what if there are more of them and they find us? Getting Dad to bring people is the best way. Actually, if he wasn't worried about losing track of the man, Xingxing wouldn't want to take the risk either. After all, it would definitely be dangerous if they were discovered. But if they didn't follow now, the man would disappear. Xingxing's expression grew even more serious. Yeah, listen to me. Ye's eyes turned red. Okay, I'll listen. Hearing her agree, Xingxing felt relieved. He patted Ye's head. Lei Ting, let's go. Let's follow that man. On this side, Ye watched her brother leave with Lei Ting, knowing there was no time to lose. She immediately climbed onto Hong Ying's back. Hong Ying, hurry, let's go back and find Dad. Hong Ying barked, then carried Ye swiftly toward the military base. At the county hospital, Gu Jianing had just finished seeing a patient. Suddenly, she heard the system's voice in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have treated a total of 10,000 patients. You are now eligible for a reward. Please choose one of 3 options. Gu Jianing, huh? She hadn't even realized she'd already seen 10,000 patients. And there was even a reward. Gu Jianing checked what the rewards were. 1. 3 opportunities to travel 30 years into the future, each time for 1 hour. 2. The front page of the local newspaper from her previous life's future, 3 issues, triggered at different times. 3. The ability to fly twice, each time for 1 hour. Gu Jianing's eyes practically lit up as she looked at the 3 rewards. All 3 were amazing. The chance to travel 30 years into the future and stay for 1 hour each time. She wondered if she could bring things back from the future. Gu Jianing had been reborn, so she already knew what the future was like. If it was just to take a look at the world 30 years from now, it would be a bit pointless for someone like her. The second reward was the one Gu Jianing was most tempted by. The front page of the local newspaper from the future, anything that made the front page had to be major news. If she saw it, she could learn about future events in advance. Right now, she was living on Huancha Island, so knowing the future of this place would be very useful. Her past life. Past and present lives were actually parallel timelines. Most developments were the same, only diverging at certain points. This reminded Gu Jianing of the flashes of her previous life's future she'd seen before. This second reward was actually very similar to the future vision flashes she'd had. And that future vision skill was extremely useful. Back then, after she'd used it, she'd wanted to buy it again in the system shop, but it wasn't available. Gu Jianing looked at the third reward. Flying, who hasn't dreamed of flying? And this skill would be very useful in dangerous situations. But it was also a bit impractical. After thinking it over, Gu Jianing finally said, I choose the second reward. Ding! Host has made a selection. Ding! Based on the current time node, the first front page of the local newspaper from your previous life's future will now be issued. Gu Jianing, huh? She could see the first newspaper so soon? She couldn't help but rub her hands together in anticipation. It was almost time to get off work anyway. She'd just seen her last patient. Gu Jianing got up and closed the office door. Then she sat back down in her chair. All right, let's see it. As soon as she spoke, a flash of golden light appeared before her eyes. A small newspaper floated down in front of her. Gu Jianing picked it up eagerly. The moment her eyes swept across it, a bold headline on the front page leapt out at her. Major explosion, hundreds dead. Gu Jianing's pupils shrank abruptly. Even her hand holding the newspaper was trembling slightly. Gu Jianing's expression immediately turned serious as she began to read through the article. It was about a major explosion that had occurred on Huancha Island. This explosion was no accident, it was man-made. The article explained that a few months ago, a group of drug traffickers had fled to Huancha Island. They deliberately released false information, suggesting their whereabouts were in the neighboring province. So, while the authorities on Huancha Island let their guard down, they had no idea that this group was actually lying low on the island, like venomous snakes in hiding. During their escape, the traffickers not only brought a large amount of drugs, but also guns and quite a few bombs. Then they began their revenge. Over the course of half a month, they quietly planted bombs all over Huancha Island. And in fact, they succeeded. On that day, countless people on Huancha Island were thrown into panic and tears. It wasn't until 3 months later that the entire group was finally apprehended and confessed to all their crimes. After Gu Jianing finished reading the article, her hand holding the newspaper was still trembling. She thought of the group of drug traffickers Xing Xinhao had mentioned to her not long ago. Wasn't this headline news exactly about them? So, that group was still hiding on Huancha Island. And even worse, an explosion. Gu Jianing looked at the date on the newspaper, midnight, right at the turn of April 25th to the 26th. It was a timed detonation. A sense of dread rose in Gu Jianing's heart. She immediately looked up at the calendar hanging on the wall. April 25th was clearly marked. Today is the 25th. That means the explosion is set for midnight tonight. It was now 5 p.m., only 7 hours left until midnight. Gu Jianing's hand trembled uncontrollably. To be honest, she was starting to panic. 7 hours. No one knew where that group was hiding. Even the military district had no idea they were still on Huancha Island. 7 hours, could they really find however many time bombs had been planted all over the island? Realizing how urgent the situation was, Gu Jianing didn't hesitate any longer. She immediately stood up, folded the newspaper, and put it in her pocket. Then she went to request leave. She had to get back to the military district right away to find Sheng Zishi. Meanwhile, at the Huancha Island military district, Amber had watched with her own eyes as Ning and Ning left together with Xing and Yu. But half an hour after Xing and Yu had left, a little girl suddenly poked her head in at the door. Yu, she called out for Yu. Amber came out, looking at the little girl in confusion. She recognized this little girl. She often played with Xing and Yu. Why was she here, calling for Yu? The little girl recognized Amber too. This was the dog Yu's family kept. Yu had told her before that Amber was very smart and could even understand human speech. So the little girl said to Amber, "Is Yu home?" "I came to play with her." Amber thought, weren't Xing and Yu playing with this little girl? The next second, Amber's eyes went wide. Could it be that Xing and Yu aren't with her after all? So where did they go? Unable to hold back, Amber immediately ran out. She went to the places where Xing and Yu usually played with other kids. But she couldn't find Xing or Yu anywhere, not even Ning or Ning. Amber sniffed the air and realized the two kids and the two pups had headed toward the small grove. She ran over at once. And then, she saw the dog hole. The scent of the two kids and two pups was outside the hole. At that moment, Amber understood everything. Those two bold kids and pups had actually crawled through the dog hole and snuck out of the military district. What on earth were they up to? Just then, Li Jian came running over, a piece of paper in his mouth. Amber couldn't read, but she could smell the kids' scent on the paper. Had the two kids left a note before running away from home? Whatever the reason, they had to be found. So Amber immediately ran to where Xing Zishi was training. Commander Sheng, your Amber is looking for you. Seems like something urgent. Xing Zishi, who was just training the soldiers, frowned. Amber was here? He knew Amber was very intelligent. He and Gu Jianing both worked and trained, so they left the two kids in Amber's care. Could it be something happened to Xing and Yu? Xing Zishi immediately stopped the training and came out. And for the first time, he saw Amber looking so flustered, with a piece of paper in her mouth. Xing Zishi quickly took the paper and looked at it. Seeing the childish handwriting with many words written in pinyin, Xing Zishi felt both exasperated and furious. Amber, did Xing and Yu sneak out of the military district? They said they were going to buy a birthday present for Ning. They took Ning and Ning with them. At that moment, Xing Zishi really wanted to give those two kids a good scolding. If they wanted to buy a birthday present for their mom, they could have waited for him to go with them. But these two kids just ran off without a word, acting first and reporting later. How could he not worry? He knew the kids were smart. He also knew Ning had given them some ways to protect themselves. But they were only just over 2 years old. If they ran into an adult with any strength, they'd be helpless. Fortunately, they'd brought Ning and Ning along. Xing Zishi trusted their abilities. But still, I'll go inform the others. Let's go find Xing and Yu together. With that, Xing Zishi turned back to the training camp, then quickly returned. Can you track Xing and Yu's scent? Xing Zishi asked Amber. Amber nodded. All right, let's go. Just as Xing Zishi was about to set out with Amber, Li Jian, and Shandian to search for Xing and Yu, Amber suddenly seemed to catch a scent, stopped, and started barking ahead. They're back. They're back. Yu and Honging are back. Xing Zishi couldn't understand Amber's words, but soon he saw Yu riding Honging toward him. When Yu saw her dad, she looked like a lost child who had suddenly found her anchor. She slid off Hongying's back and ran over on her short little legs, hugging Xing Zishi's leg and looking up at him with anxious, red-rimmed eyes. Daddy, there are bad guys. Hurry, go catch the bad guys. Xing Zishi's heart skipped a beat. Yu, don't worry. Tell Daddy what happened, okay? And where are your brother and Lei Ting? Suppressing his urge to scold his daughter, Xing Zishi anxiously asked. Brother and Lei Ting went to chase the bad guys. As Yu explained, Xing Zishi finally understood what had happened. It's a trap. Xing Zishi's eyes shot up sharply. The two little ones had snuck out, planning to buy a birthday present for Ning. They'd bought the gift, and on their way back, Xing was knocked over. Then, both Hongying and Lei Ting smelled something bad and strange on that man. Xing Zishi had trained Amber's 4 pups. Whether it was because Amber herself had been a military dog or for some other reason, Hongying, Lei Ting, and the others were all exceptionally gifted. Xing Zishi didn't know if they would become military dogs in the future. But whenever he had the chance, he would take the 4 of them for some basic training. Teaching them to distinguish different scents was the most fundamental part. And the 4 pups' performance was outstanding. Now, Xing Zishi walked up to Lei Ting and asked, Hongying, what was the scent you and Lei Ting smelled? Although Xing Zishi couldn't actually understand Hongying's words, as their trainer, he had his own ways of interpreting their meaning. Very quickly, he learned from Hongying that the scent Lei Ting and Hongying had picked up wasn't just one thing. It was very likely explosives and poison. At once, Xing Zishi's expression grew grave. He couldn't help but think of that gang of drug traffickers who had recently been on the run. The higher-ups had been paying close attention to those ruthless criminals. But hadn't it been reported that they'd fled to the neighboring province and that people had even seen traces of them there? It's a trap. Xing Zishi's eyes shot up, and he immediately realized what was going on. The whole story about fleeing to the neighboring province was just a smokescreen that gang had put out for them. In reality, they were still on Huancha Island. Maybe even right here in the county town, lying in wait for the right moment. Brother Xing Zishi was deep in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him from ahead. He looked up and saw Gu Jianing running toward him. She looked flustered and panicked. Xing Zishi frowned. At this hour, shouldn't Ning still be at work in the hospital? Why was she here? Could it be that she'd found out about Xing following the bad guys? He hurried over, calling out, Ning, don't run. Your belly. Seeing Gu Jianing running with her pregnant belly, Xing Zishi was genuinely worried. He quickly reached her, supporting her and helping her catch her breath. Don't worry. Don't be too anxious. Xing is so smart, and Lei Ting is with him to protect him. He'll be fine. Xing Zishi meant to comfort Gu Jianing, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, her face turned even paler. Her grip on his hand tightened slightly. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, Xing is so smart, he'll be fine? What happened to Xing? Gu Jianing looked around, but only saw Ye and Hongying, no sign of Xing or Lei Ting. Her heart clenched, and she grabbed Xing Zishi's arm. Where are Xing and Lei Ting? Only then did Xing Zishi realize that Gu Jianing didn't know about Xing and Ye sneaking out. You didn't know? Then why did you come back in such a hurry? Did something happen? Tell me what happened to Xing first. Xing Zishi knew he couldn't hide it, so he quickly explained the situation. But with every word he spoke, Gu Jianing's already pale face grew even whiter. By the end, there was almost no color left in her cheeks, and her hand on his arm was trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. Ning, don't be afraid, don't cry. Xing is so smart, and Lei Ting is with him. No, they're in real danger. Gu Jianing shook her head, crying, her eyes full of fear and terror. It was the first time Xing Zishi had ever seen Gu Jianing so frightened. She clutched her chest, feeling suddenly short of breath and dizzy. But Gu Jianing knew she had to hold on, she couldn't faint now. She had to save Xingxing and Lei Tang, and the other people on the island. I have something here. Once you see it, you'll understand. Without much hesitation, Gu Jianing took a newspaper from her pocket, actually, from her space, and handed it to Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi was puzzled, but took the newspaper. He glanced at the date first. Immediately, he found it strange. The publication date was more than 3 months in the future. Clearly, something was off. When he finished reading the contents, his grip on the paper tightened. His eyes grew even more grave and serious. Ning, this is. Just as you see, it's a newspaper from the future. Brother Shi, don't doubt its authenticity. I can guarantee it's real. Brother Shi, we have to save Xingxing and Lei Tang and the people on the island. Although Shang Zishi was shocked by the appearance of a newspaper from the future, he quickly accepted it. He knew his wife had some mysterious abilities. That was her secret. Shang Zishi knew, but never pried. But he hadn't expected that his wife could even produce a newspaper from the future. He was indeed shocked, but he trusted the information. And what was written in the paper made Shang Zishi realize the gravity of the situation. Those people were ruthless. If Xingxing was discovered by them, even by accident. Xingxing. Shang Zishi's heart skipped a beat. He was always strict with Xingxing, but Xingxing was still his child, his and Ning's child. How could he not love him? And how could he not worry now? Shang Zishi handed the newspaper back to Gu Jianing. Ning, keep this safe. Don't show it to anyone else. It's best if you destroy it. I'm going to find the leaders right now. We'll go look for Xingxing and do everything we can to catch those people and eliminate the threat. Okay. Yeah, Hongying, let's go, Shang Zishi called. Since Ye and the others had brought this news, they should go too. He hoped the leaders would take it seriously. Gu Jianing, for her part, could only wait for Shang Zishi to return. She thought about all the life-saving measures she'd given Xingxing. With Lei Tang by his side, a protective talisman to block a fatal blow, a pill to resist all poisons, a water-repelling bead, and so on. Xingxing, you'll be okay, right? Gu Jianing murmured. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi had already taken Ye and Hongying to the leader's office. On the way, he'd already briefed Ye on what to say and what not to say. In the office, the leader happened to be there. At first, he was puzzled to see Shang Zishi arrive with a little girl and a dog. But after Shang Zishi finished speaking, the leader's expression grew grave. Then he began questioning Ye further. And Ye told him everything. Zishi, we really haven't received any reports of those people showing up on Huancha Island, the leader said. Shang Zishi was anxious. That's exactly how cunning they are. We'd rather be safe than sorry. If they really are hiding on Huancha Island and just throwing out smoke screens, then whatever they're plotting on the island must be huge. And they're not just carrying a lot of drugs, but also a lot of bombs. If something were to happen. He didn't finish the sentence, but the leader already understood. Just the thought made his heart skip a beat. If they planted bombs on Huancha Island and one went off, what would happen to the people living there? Those people are ruthless and vicious. Whatever they do will definitely cause civilian casualties. As the leader, he'd be held responsible. He might even lose his position. Let me think. The leader clasped his hands behind his back and began pacing the office, thinking quickly. He hadn't been Shang Zishi's superior for even half a year, but he knew Shang Zishi's abilities and his character. Shang Zishi wasn't the type to make baseless claims. If Shang Zishi dared to come to him with such a serious expression, it meant he was taking this very seriously. He also knew about Shang Zishi's 2 kids. Rumor had it they were very smart. And Shang Zishi's dogs, he'd heard that Shang Zishi often trained them, and each one was practically a military dog. Plus, Shang Zishi had a point, better safe than sorry. Thinking this through, the leader made up his mind. All right then. Chen Han, how can you trust what a child says? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Shang Zishi frowned, and when he saw who it was, his frown deepened. The newcomer was older than Shang Zishi, around 50 or 60. Shang Zishi's superior, Deputy Brigade Commander Chen Han, immediately stood up and saluted when he saw the man. Commander Lin. Lin Chu-shi. Shang Zishi hadn't interacted much with him, but he knew who he was. Lin Chu-shi was the man who'd just gotten married recently. Shang Zishi hadn't expected to run into him today, let alone have him overhear their conversation and even step in to stop them. Even if he didn't like the guy, Shang Zishi could only salute obediently. Lin Chu-shi sat down, looking completely relaxed and at ease, a stark contrast to the anxious Shang Zishi. I heard everything you two just said. Chen Han, how can you lose your judgment like this? How can you ignore our military intelligence and trust the words of a 2- or 3-year-old child and a dog? That's just ridiculous. It's not that, Commander Lin. But what if it's true? The consequences could be unimaginable. Lin Chu-shi laughed. You said it yourself, what if? If nothing happens, you'll just cause panic among the island's civilians and waste military resources. Shang Zishi was furious when he heard this. Especially when he thought of the newspaper Ning had given him. With those chilling casualty numbers, how could anyone not be alarmed? If he wasn't worried about exposing Ning, Shang Zishi would have thrown the newspaper in Lin Chu-shi's face. But he knew, for someone who was dead set on opposing him, even that wouldn't help. This man would never believe it. Yes, Shang Zishi knew Lin Chu-shi was just deliberately making things difficult for him. Shang Zishi honestly felt Lin Chu-shi was totally unfit for his position. In a situation like this, how could he be worrying about wasting military resources? Shouldn't the safety of the people come first? With his temper flaring, Shang Zishi couldn't hold back anymore. He questioned, face darkening, Commander Lin, if this turns out to be true, can you take responsibility? Can you bear the consequences? Lin Chu-shi was momentarily speechless. Of course he couldn't answer that. But Lin Chu-shi's face darkened as he barked, What, Shang Zishi, are you questioning me? Do you realize you're being insubordinate? Are you asking for punishment? You. Shang Zishi wanted to say more, but Chen Han quickly stopped him. Commander Lin, Zishi absolutely didn't mean any disrespect. He's just anxious. Lin Chu-shi sneered, anxious about what? He should just go home and take care of his kids. With that, Lin Chu-shi said no more, got up, and left. Only Shang Zishi and Chen Han were left in the office. Sir, is there really nothing we can do? Maybe we could act on our own, Shang Zishi started, but Chen Han raised a hand to cut him off. Zishi, you know as well as I do, military orders are absolute. If Commander Lin didn't know about this, I could still give the order. But now that he does, Chen Han shook his head. Shang Zishi clenched his fists, thinking of the information in that newspaper, staring in the direction Lin Chu-shi had left. He could barely stop himself from going after him. Actually, Shang Zishi could just leave it alone. He could focus on finding Xing and let the rest go. After all, he'd already fulfilled his duty by reporting it. But as a soldier, Shang Zishi couldn't get past his conscience. It would be one thing if he didn't know, but now that he did, how could he just stand by? He absolutely couldn't do it. Sir, is there really no other way? Think about all the people on that island. Chen Han thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Zishi, there is one more way. Shang Zishi looked at him eagerly. You know, in our military district, there's only one person above Lin Chu-shi, someone who could override him and give the order directly. Shang Zishi pressed his lips together. He knew who it was, Director Liu. Director Liu. That's right. Should I go see Director Liu now? But Chen Han shook his head. Director Liu is even more strict, and it's not easy to get an audience with him. But your father, Director Xing, has a good relationship with Director Liu. If you can convince your father to call Director Liu, then this matter should be no problem. Shang Zishi's expression nearly cracked. He'd have to call the old man? Doesn't that mean he'd have to beg the old man? Chen Han knew about Shang Zishi's relationship with his father, Sheng Xinhao. Seeing Shang Zishi's constipated expression, he patted him on the shoulder. How you handle it is up to you. There's really no other way to get Director Liu's attention? Shang Zishi asked again. Zishi, this is the best option I can give you. Shang Zishi, fine. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing, who had been anxiously waiting, had hoped Shang Zishi would bring good news. But instead, she saw the father and daughter approaching, both fuming. Yaya ran straight to Gu Jianing, hugging her legs. Mommy, There's a bad grandpa who won't agree to save my brother or catch the bad guys. But the safety of the people and Star's well-being are more important than any personal grudges. Although, when her dad was talking to that bad old man, Yaya clenched her fists, wanting so badly to go up and hit him. She wanted to tell that bad old man. Dad's judgment couldn't possibly be wrong. Even though Yaya was just a child, she wouldn't make things up. But in the end, Yaya held herself back. And so, throughout the whole thing, she stayed silent, holding it in until her eyes turned red. Anyway, in her eyes, Lin Chu-shur was just a bad grandpa. Hugging her mother's legs, Yaya was on the verge of crying from anger. Gu Jianing gently patted Yaya's back to comfort her, then looked up at the equally fuming Xing Zishi. Shiji, what's going on? What bad grandpa? Xing Zishi's face was dark. It's Lin Chu-shur. Gu Jianing was puzzled. That name sounded a bit familiar. Xing Zishi reminded her, the man Zhang Qiumei married. He was practically grinding his teeth. Gu Jianing suddenly understood. So it was that man. He actually refused to agree. Was it for public reasons or private ones? Gu Jianing thought it was probably the latter. And in fact, that was true. Right now, Lin Chu-shur was leaving Chen Han's office and heading home. He was thinking back to what he'd just seen in Chen Han's office. Xing Zishi. Wasn't that the man his little woman at home used to like? Thinking of the young, strong, and handsome Xing Zishi, a flash of jealousy crossed Lin Cheshi's eyes. Everyone in the military district knew about his little woman's former crush on Xing Zishi. It had been the talk of the place. It was impossible for him not to know. And Lin Chu-shur was indeed jealous. Because he liked Zhang Qiumei. No one knew that more than 2 years ago, when Zhang Qiumei first arrived at the military district, the moment he saw her, her figure was etched into his heart. He knew there were women more beautiful than Zhang Qiumei. He also knew there were women more educated than her. He even knew Zhang Qiumei wasn't perfect, she had her flaws. But he just couldn't help falling in love with her. Lin Chu-shur had once considered proposing marriage. After all, Zhang Qiumei was unmarried, and he was a widower. He thought, with his status, if he wanted to marry her, he could. After all, he knew Zhang Qiumei's brother, Zhang Jianjun, and what kind of person he was. But he still held himself back. Because he also knew his own age. So he suppressed his feelings. And that suppression lasted more than 2 years. Until Zhang Qiumei took the college entrance exam and got accepted to university. Lin Chu-shur thought, now that Zhang Qiumei was a college student, it was like she'd grown wings, and there was even less possibility between them. So he was almost ready to give up. But then, news came that Zhang Qiumei liked Xing Zishi and was being punished for disrupting a military marriage. Not only would she be expelled from the military district, but she'd also lose her spot at university and wouldn't be able to take the college entrance exam for 3 years. Actually, Lin Chu-shur had known about this outcome even before it was officially announced. In fact, at first, the decision was just to expel Zhang Qiumei and her mother from the military district, but not to notify the university or revoke her admission. The reason things turned out the way they did was because Lin Chu-shur pushed for it. Lin Chu-shur admitted it. He'd been despicable, and his methods weren't above board. But he loved Zhang Qiumei too much. Even if he knew Zhang Qiumei liked Xing Zishi. But as long as he could marry Zhang Qiumei, he didn't care. He knew that being a college student was Zhang Qiumei's hope. As long as she was still a college student, there would never be anything between them. But if Zhang Qiumei completely lost her college student status and was expelled from the military district, then in her desperation, there might be a chance for him. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. Very soon, he got his wish and married Zhang Qiumei. Even though he could tell Zhang Qiumei wasn't satisfied with him and didn't even like him. But she was still obedient. She was even willing to have his child. Lin Chu-shur thought that was enough. Lin Chu-shur was jealous of Xing Zishi. He'd even thought about taking action against Xing Zishi. But first, he investigated Xing Zishi and his wife. But as soon as he started, he was discovered and stopped. This made Lin Chu-shur wary. It made him realize that Xing Zishi and his wife were not simple people. So, even though he was curious, he temporarily put aside any thoughts of acting against them. He didn't even dare to make things difficult for Shang Zishi in daily life. After all, the Lin family had managed to stand firm on Huancha Island for so many years because of their caution. But like today, making things difficult for Shang Zishi a little, that was still possible. As for Chen Han talking up how smart Shang Zishi's child and that dog were, Lin Chusher just scoffed. He thought, whether it was the child or the dog, their story about those drug traffickers hiding on Huancha Island was pure nonsense. Because he was the one who'd been in charge of tracking those people recently. He was sure that gang had already escaped to the neighboring province. They were there now. How could they possibly be on Huancha Island? If they were, he'd be the first to know. Shang Zishi was just too arrogant, getting fooled by a child and a dog. Do you really think only you, your kid, and your dog are smart and everyone else is stupid? Lin Chusher muttered sarcastically. This Chen Han seems to get along well with Shang Zishi, and he's actually willing to go along with his nonsense. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing had already learned from Shang Zishi that Lin Chusher, the man Zhang Qiumei married, was the one blocking Shang Zishi's superior from sending troops. Gu Jianing found it hard to believe the man had no personal motives. She checked the time. There's only a little over 6 hours left. And Xingxing, I wonder how he's doing? Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Actually, the leader said, there's one more way, soon. Shang Zishi, looking very annoyed, explained the method. So I'll call the old man right now. Almost before Gu Jianing could finish her question, Shang Zishi answered. Gu Jianing looked at him in surprise. After all, she knew how bad his relationship was with that so-called cheap father-in-law. And now he was going to ask him for help. Shang Zishi took Gu Jianing's hand. Ning, I still know what's most important. Face and pride are important, yes. But the safety of the people and Xingxing's safety are more important than any personal grudge. The setting sun cast its last rays, bathing the man before her in a golden glow. Gu Jianing thought, maybe it was this kind of character that made her fall in love with him. Ning, no more talking, time is tight. I'll go make the call. Okay, I'll wait for you. Right now, all Gu Jianing could do was wait for Shang Zishi to bring help. She wanted to go look for Xingxing herself, but she knew Shang Zishi would never let her go alone. So, for now, she could only wait. But Gu Jianing opened the system shop, wanting to see if there was anything that could help with the current situation. But first, Gu Jianing chose to buy 2 bad luck auras that would last for a month each, planning to find an opportunity to throw them onto Zhang Qiumei and Lin Chusher. Whether it was Lin Chusher using personal grudges to stop Shang Zishi from leading the rescue mission this time, or Zhang Qiumei returning to the military district, both made Gu Jianing angry. So, she was angry, and those who angered her would not have an easy time. Gu Jianing admitted that she had never been a generous person. She was petty and held grudges. If she got the chance, she would definitely get her revenge. Gu Jianing was not someone to be messed with. Anyone she considered under her protection, she would never let be bullied easily. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi was already striding quickly toward the communications office, making a call to the old Shang family residence in Beijing. Beijing at the old Shang family home. Now, only Shang Xinhao lived in the old house. It felt a bit empty. Shang Xinhao thought, if only Aishi and his wife could bring Xingxing and Yaya back home. But Shang Xinhao also knew that, even though his eldest daughter-in-law had performed surgery on him, his relationship with his eldest son still wasn't great. Now, Shang Xinhao understood that it was all his fault. He used to be too overbearing, too controlling. He also trusted Fong Wanrong's words too much. It was his fault in the past. Unfortunately, he realized it all a bit too late. His eldest son had long since lost hope in him. But they were still family. Otherwise, his daughter-in-law wouldn't have performed the surgery for him. No one knew how complicated Shang Xinhao's feelings were when he woke up after the surgery. Back then, he felt an overwhelming guilt toward his eldest son's family. Now, he had fully recovered and returned to work at the military district. Originally, Shang Xinhao should have retired, but he was able to keep his position. And he knew that in a little over half a year, His eldest son would be transferred to the Beijing military district. His daughter-in-law, Xingxing, and Yeye would definitely come with him. He thought that would be wonderful. He planned to do his best to pave the way for his eldest son. If his son needed help with anything, he would help. Once his son was established, he would step down. But he knew his son's character. Would his son ever actually ask for help? Just as he was thinking this, the phone suddenly rang. Xing Xinhao picked up, and with just a single word, he recognized Sheng Zishi's voice. "I need your help with something." Even though Sheng Zishi's voice was a bit cold and stiff, Xing Xinhao was still delighted. "Go ahead, whatever you need, your father will help you." Sheng Zishi didn't hesitate and explained everything that had just happened. When Xing Xinhao heard that Xingxing had actually taken a dog to follow some bad guys, his heart leapt into his throat. Xingxing, his eldest grandson. And Xing Xinhao knew just how smart his grandchildren were. He also knew his eldest son wouldn't make a fuss over nothing. Just from his tone, Xing Xinhao could tell how serious things were. "All right, I'll contact Old Lu right now. Wait for me, you'll have news soon." "Okay." Hearing Xing Xinhao agree so readily, Sheng Zishi felt a complicated mix of emotions. He pressed his lips together, but in the end, still said, "Thank you." Xing Xinhao's eyes grew a little red. "I'm your father, no need to thank me." "Enough, I'll contact Old Lu right away." With that, the call ended quickly. Sheng Zishi stood there, still thinking about what had just happened. It seemed like less than a minute had passed before the phone rang again. It was Xing Xinhao calling back. Old Lu already agreed. Knowing Sheng Zishi was anxious, Xing Xinhao got straight to the point. Sheng Zishi finally relaxed. "Okay, thank you." Xing Xinhao wanted to say that there was no need for thanks between father and son. But thinking of all the things he'd done in the past, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. And aside from saying thank you, Sheng Zishi didn't know what else to say. For a moment, the call fell into silence. In the end, Xing Xinhao spoke first. "Go on, get to work. I won't hold you up. If you have time, bring Xingxing, Yaya, and your wife home for a visit." Lately, Xingxing and Yaya had been calling him from time to time. Hearing the soft voices of the two children on the phone, Xing Xinhao truly missed them. He longed to see them again. "Sheng Zishi, we'll see. I'm hanging up now." Back in Beijing, Sheng Xinhao, left with a dial tone and no clear answer from his son, wasn't angry. He felt that his son asking for help this time was the beginning of their reconciliation. He would do his best to make up for the past, to be a better father. He looked forward to the day when Sheng Zishi would bring his wife and children home of his own accord. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Sheng Zishi stood in place for a couple of seconds, but ultimately pushed his thoughts aside. Right now, the most important thing was to catch those people and find the bombs that had been planted. There were just over 6 hours until midnight, and it was already getting dark. He had to race against time. So, after hanging up, he immediately headed to the leader's office. But before he got there, he ran into Chen Han, who was just as excited. "Zishi, good news." "Commander Lu called me," he agreed. "The orders have been issued. Come on, let's go." Sheng Zishi was overjoyed. "Great." But before leaving, Sheng Zishi had to tell Gu Jianing. He knew his wife was anxious and worried about their son. Soon, Sheng Zishi found Gu Jianing, who was still waiting. He told her the good news. "Are you sure I can't go with you?" Gu Jianing asked, hope shining in her eyes. If it were anything else, Sheng Zishi might have agreed. He couldn't resist Gu Jianing's hopeful gaze. Under that look, he could hardly refuse her anything. "But, Ning, you know how dangerous those people are. You're over 7 months pregnant now. If you came along, I'd be worried. And I'd definitely be distracted. Ning, I know you're worried about Xingxing and about the people of Huancha Island. But don't worry, I'll do everything I can. I'll bring Xingxing and Leitang back safe and sound. I promise. Please, stay home with Yaya and wait for us to come back, okay?" Gu Jianing hesitated, but in the end, nodded. She knew that if she went along, Sheng Zishi would definitely be distracted. So, no matter how worried she was, she told herself she could only hold it in. "I have something for you," Gu Jianing said. Under Sheng Zishi's puzzled gaze, Gu Jianing took out a box of contact lenses. She leaned in close to Shang Zishi's ear and quietly explained the function of these lenses. Shang Zishi's pupils widened slightly, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Ning, I understand. Once Gu Jianing finished, Shang Zishi spoke. He grasped Gu Jianing's hand. If these really do what you say they do, then their effect is tremendous. Even if there's a time limit. Gu Jianing hummed in agreement. She had carefully selected these from the system's shop and exchanged her points for them. I'll help you put them on. Okay. To be honest, Shang Zishi really didn't know about these things, had never seen them before, and certainly didn't know how to wear them. Very quickly, with Shang Zishi's cooperation, Gu Jianing helped him put on the special contact lenses. Afterwards, Shang Zishi didn't feel any immediate difference. No one else could see any difference either. Go on. I'll stay home with Yaya and wait for you to come back. Go, Daddy. You can do it. Yaya cheered him on. Soon, Shang Zishi set out with Amber and her pups, following the team led by Chen Han as they quietly slipped into the deepening night. Before long, their figures vanished into the darkness. The reason for bringing Amber and her pups was to help search for Xingxing and Lei Tang. They could track scents. Of course, Chen Han's team also brought other military dogs. Meanwhile, Xingxing and Lei Tang had been tailing that man for quite a while. By now, dusk had fallen. The man finally stopped and entered one of the houses. Looks like this is their hideout, Xingxing murmured. Xingxing knew he shouldn't go any further. Otherwise, if he was discovered, things could go badly. He was well aware that he was just a child and never overestimated his own abilities. So he understood that the best thing to do now was to wait for Yaya to inform Dad, and for Dad to bring people to catch the bad guys. Not long ago, he had already sensed through his bond with his sister that Yaya had told Dad everything. And Dad was on his way with reinforcements. Lei Tang, did you pay attention to this place and that man sent? Xingxing asked Lei Tang. Lei Tang nodded. Then let's head back. But just as the boy and the dog turned to leave, two men appeared ahead, walking toward them in the gathering darkness. They were carrying bottles of alcohol. Almost instantly, their eyes landed on Xingxing and Lei Tang. Hey kid, who are you? What are you doing here? One of the men, tall and thin, asked in a gentle voice. But in that instant, Lei Tang's fur bristled slightly, because he could smell a faint trace of the bad guys sent on these two men, which meant they were with the bad guy. Lei Tang wanted to warn Xingxing, but knew this wasn't the right time. Although the tall man's voice was gentle, his eyes narrowed with scrutiny and a hint of cruelty. Xingxing blinked, his eyes showing a mix of confusion and wariness. Then he snapped, "Why should I tell you? Are you trying to kidnap me?" I won't fall for it. My house is nearby and my dad's a police officer. If you try to kidnap me, he'll arrest you. The two men exchanged glances. Well, aren't you a vigilant little kid? You got it wrong, kid. We're not kidnappers. We just want to remind you it's late and you shouldn't be wandering around alone. If you really did run into a kidnapper, that'd be bad. Xingxing suddenly looked enlightened. Oh, so you're good guys. Okay, uncle, I understand. He acted like he was easily fooled and easy to talk to. Well then, uncle, I'm going home now. Doggy, let's go home. Lei Tang barked obediently. Then Xingxing led Lei Tang forward. The two men continued on their way as well. They were walking in opposite directions. The last rays of the setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long across the ground. As they passed each other, their shadows nearly overlapped. Beneath his sleeve, Xingxing's small hand clenched tightly, his palm almost sweating. In truth, what Lei Tang could smell, the clever Xingxing had also noticed in the men's eyes. He guessed that these two were probably accomplices of the bad guy. He knew he wasn't strong enough to fight. Lei Tang alone might not be enough either. If the men weren't armed, maybe they'd have a chance. But if they had weapons. So Xingxing knew the only option was to leave for now. And everything seemed to be going smoothly. Just as their shadows were about to separate, Lei Tang suddenly saw that one of the men's shadows on the ground moved. At the same moment, Lei Tang sprang into action. In a flash, Lei Tang turned and faced off with the tall, thin man who had suddenly spun around. The man's hand shot out toward Xingxing, clearly trying to grab him. his face twisted into a vicious snarl, his eyes full of malice. Lei Tang leapt, his sharp claws raking across the man's hand, blocking him from Xingxing. His claws left several bloody scratches on the man's hand. If Amber hadn't always made sure the pups kept their claws filed down so they wouldn't accidentally scratch Xingxing or Yaya, Lei Tang's swipe might have gone straight to the bone. At that moment, Xingxing reacted as well. He realized these two men still suspected him. So it really is a military dog. This kid must be from the military district. What a smart kid. Too bad, a smart kid like this can't be left alive. With that, they lunged at Xingxing. Lei Tang charged too, and the fight broke out. Lei Tang had inherited his mother Amber's physical prowess. Amber had been a military dog, and though no one knew who their father was, rumor had it he was a formidable military dog as well. So, with such excellent genes, Lei Tang's physical abilities were naturally outstanding. Plus, Gu Jianing had given them intelligence-boosting pills when they were born. Xing Zishi often trained them as well. So Lei Tang had no problem taking on two at once. In the blink of an eye, the two men's clothes were torn, and their exposed skin was covered in bloody scratches. As expected of a military dog. Impressive. Looks like we'll have to use the knife. With that, one of the men drew a dagger from his chest. The dagger gleamed coldly in the dim night, its sharp edge sending a chill through the air. Xingxing's heart leapt into his throat. It was different now that they had weapons. No, he had to run now. Lei Tang thought the same thing the moment he saw the man pull out a dagger. If it were just himself, he might not have cared so much. But Xingxing was here too. If Xingxing got hurt by that dagger, wouldn't that be? Woof. Lei Tang tried to communicate with Xingxing. Xingxing immediately understood. But just then, the door of the house suddenly swung open. The man who had gone inside earlier came out. Seeing the situation, it was obvious what was happening. Hurry, let's catch this little brat together. If a kid can go out with a military dog, there's probably a big prize behind him. I'm coming. That man also pulled a knife from his coat. Lei Tang, let's go. Seeing another person join in, Xingxing knew things had taken a turn for the worse. There was no way they could fight head-on. They could only run. Lei Tang lunged forward again, knocking two of the men to the ground before quickly turning back. He crouched down, ready for Xingxing to climb on. At just over 2 years old, Xingxing definitely couldn't run fast. Only Lei Tang could carry him and escape. Xingxing immediately ran toward Lei Tang. But just as he was about to climb onto Lei Tang's back, the tall, skinny man thrust his knife toward Lei Tang. The angle was vicious, aimed right at Lei Tang's heart. Xingxing's mother was a doctor, and he'd picked up some medical knowledge from her. He knew where a dog's heart was. He knew that if Lei Tang was stabbed by that sharp dagger, Lei Tang might. From the moment Xingxing was born and opened his eyes, he'd seen Lei Tang. Of Amber's pups, he was closest to Lei Tang. You could say Lei Tang was his very best friend. And now, Lei Tang was protecting him. How could he just stand by and watch Lei Tang be killed? Watching this scene, the 2-year-old Xingxing's eyes filled with desperation. Without hesitation, he dove toward Lei Tang. At the same time, Lei Tang sensed something was wrong and turned his head. He saw Xingxing throwing himself in front of the dagger to shield him. Lei Tang's pupils widened in shock. He let out a howl, a sound so heart-wrenching it could tear a person apart. The tall, skinny man hadn't expected the little boy to throw himself in front of the military dog. He was confused, but also thought the kid was overestimating himself. But it was fine. If the kid died with the dog, it would be even more valuable. At this moment, the man's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. He drove the dagger mercilessly toward Xingxing's heart. Huancha Island Military District, Family Compound. After Xing Zishi left with Amber and the others, Gu Jianing stayed at home with Yaya, waiting anxiously. But she just couldn't calm down. She was deeply worried about Xingxing. Neither she nor Yaya could eat dinner. The mother and daughter waited anxiously. Who knew how much time had passed? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Gu Jianing's mind. Ding! Detected that one of the host's gifted protective charms has shattered. Charm owner, Xingxing. Gu Jianing's pupils contracted, Her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed. Mama. Yaya was startled and rushed over, while Gu Jianing managed to steady herself against the wall. Mama, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Seeing her mother like this, Yaya's eyes reddened and tears fell. Gu Jianing's face was pale. She couldn't spare any thought to comfort Yaya. She could only grip her daughter's hand tightly and ask the system. System, did you just say Xingxing's protective charm shattered? Yes, host. Does that mean Xingxing is in danger? Host, the system detects that the little master is not currently in mortal danger. Hearing this, Gu Jianing's panic and fear eased a little. That's right, the childbirth system could monitor the safety of the host's children. When she heard the system say Xingxing's charm had shattered, she'd been so scared she almost forgot. Host, you must stay calm. Don't agitate your pregnancy. Gu Jianing pressed a hand to her belly. She realized that when she heard about the charm breaking, she'd felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She really had been agitated. She took a few deep breaths, trying hard to calm herself. Finally, she managed to steady herself. Although the system said Xingxing wasn't in mortal danger, she was still worried. If she could, she would have given Xingxing more protective charms. After all, each charm could only block one fatal attack. But fatal attacks might not come just once. She knew Xingxing must have been discovered by now. He was probably facing those bad people. Xingxing is only just over 2 years old. How could he possibly stand up to such vicious criminals? Gu Jianing's eyes filled with tears. I hope, brother, she can get there in time to save Xingxing and Leitang, she prayed. Then she started searching through the system shop, looking for anything that might help. At the family compound, Lin Chushi had already heard that Shang Zishi had called in Officer Liu. He also knew that Officer Liu had given the order. Lin Chushi's expression darkened. But there was nothing he could do. Officer Liu was his superior. He could stop Chen Han, but not Officer Liu's orders. This Shang Zishi is really something, to get Officer Liu to give an order. Where did he get such connections? Because his investigation into Xing Xinhao and his wife had been blocked from above, Lin Chushi didn't know that Xing Xinhao was Shang Zishi's father. Now, Shang Xinhao was trying to make up for his eldest son. So, not to mention a phone call, even if Shang Zishi wanted his father's life, Shang Xinhao might give it. But Lin Chushi didn't believe that Chen Han and Shang Zishi's operation would achieve anything. They'd come up empty-handed, wasting military resources. All this just to save Shang Zishi's child. Using military power for personal business. Wasn't this the perfect handle to use against them? Chen Han, Shang Zishi, even Officer Liu. None of them would get away unscathed. So Lin Chushi immediately contacted his father and told him everything. If Officer Liu was the top leader of the Huancha Island military district, then Father Lin was second in command. Father Lin had always been eyeing Officer Liu's position. Now, finally, an opportunity had come. Chushi, you did well. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. After hanging up, Father Lin's eyes gleamed with ambition. This time, he was determined to bring Officer Liu down. On this side, Xingxing saw the man's dagger aiming straight for Leitang's heart. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, using his own body to shield Leitang from the dagger. Leitang finally reacted. But it never expected Xingxing would throw himself in the way to take the blow for it. In that instant, Leitang let out a nearly heart-wrenching howl. It was as if it could already see Xingxing's blood splattering everywhere. The tall, thin man was even more eager for this outcome. A child's life was surely worth more than a dog's. But what happened next left him stunned. Just as his dagger was about to plunge into the little boy's heart, he was practically salivating at the thought of seeing the boy's blood. Suddenly, his dagger stopped dead. It was as if there was some invisible, impenetrable force blocking it. No matter how hard he pushed, the blade wouldn't move forward, wouldn't pierce the boy's body. The tall, thin man's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Is this supernatural? At that moment, Xingxing felt a burning sensation on his wrist. He looked down to see the safety amulet his mother had tied on him shatter, the red string snapping apart. His eyes widened as he looked at the man, who was now cursing and acting as if he'd seen a ghost. In that moment, Xingxing seemed to understand something. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out. Xingxing saw the tall, thin man in front of him suddenly bloom with a flower of blood at his chest. His eyes widened as he toppled backward. Xingxing was startled. But in the next second, Lei Tang, now fully alert, pulled him aside. Footsteps rushed in from all directions. The next moment, Xingxing felt himself swept up into a tight embrace, a familiar, safe pair of arms. Xingxing, don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's all over now. Slowly, Xingxing calmed down and looked up to see Shang Zishi holding him tightly. Even when facing danger, even when the man's dagger was about to stab into his body, Xingxing hadn't cried. But now, seeing Shang Zishi, his eyes instantly filled with tears. Daddy, Xingxing sobbed, burying himself in his father's arms. Shang Zishi hugged his small son tightly, his eyes full of pain and worry. That gunshot just now had been fired by Shang Zishi himself, hitting the tall, thin man dead on. Shang Zishi never expected that, after following Amber and the dogs by tracking Xingxing and Lei Tang sent here, the scene he'd witnessed would nearly make his eyes burst with rage. It was the moment the man's dagger was about to stab into Xingxing's body. He fired immediately. Xingxing, are you all right? Shang Zishi quickly checked Xingxing over. Daddy, I'm fine, but the safety amulet. Xingxing held out his hand, showing Shang Zishi the broken red string. Shang Zishi instantly understood. That so-called safety amulet was actually a protective charm. Ning had told him about its purpose before. Thank goodness for that charm. It blocked the fatal blow for Xingxing. Otherwise, Xingxing, about the amulet, don't tell anyone except Mom and Dad, okay? If anyone asks about what happened just now, just say the man missed, understand? Seeing his father's serious expression, Xingxing nodded immediately. Xingxing was a smart boy. He understood this was something that couldn't be talked about. Meanwhile, with several more gunshots, the other two men were subdued by Chen Han and his team. All three were still alive, but each had been shot. The gunfire immediately roused the whole town. Some people were too scared to go outside and only dared peek through their windows. The braver ones snuck out to look. When they saw so many soldiers, they realized at once they must be catching bad guys. No one dared come out, only watching in secret. Chen Han quickly led his men into the house to search. Soon, they found a large stash of drugs hidden in the cellar. Zishi, I can't believe these guys actually escaped to Huancha Island and hid here so well. Good thing your kid discovered them and reported it. Otherwise. And we found so many drugs this time. Once we report this, the kids and the dogs will definitely be commended, Chen Han said. Just then, the tall, thin man curled his lips into a smile. Chen Han walked over and nudged his face with his gun. What are you laughing at? Caught and still laughing? Shang Zishi's expression was grave. He knew the biggest danger wasn't over yet. I just asked Xingxing. He said he overheard them say they planted timed bombs all over Huancha Island. They're set to go off at midnight. Shang Zishi pulled Chen Han aside and whispered. What? Chen Han was instantly alarmed. Are you serious? Absolutely. My dogs can sniff out some of the bombs' locations, they can find them. Shang Zishi had learned this from Amber and her pups. As for the bombs, he'd actually learned about them from the newspaper. Of course, Xingxing hadn't actually overheard the men say this. To others, if the men hadn't just happened to talk about it and Xingxing overheard, how else could he have known? Chen Han immediately questioned the military dogs he brought. From their reactions, they could also smell traces of explosives. But the scent was too faint, they couldn't pinpoint the locations. Chen Han realized Shang Zishi's dogs were truly top-notch, even among military dogs. It was a shame they weren't serving as military dogs. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. Chen Han understood the gravity of the situation. If there really were timed bombs, there were less than 5 hours left. If they could find them all, fine. But if even one was missed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Han strode over and grabbed the tall man by the collar. Tell me, where did you plant the bombs? How did you? The tall man's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he'd almost been tricked into talking and quickly shut his mouth. Tell me, where are they? Seeing how certain the soldiers were, the 3 men were terrified. Only the 3 of them knew about this. How did the soldiers find out? There are no bombs, they denied quickly. As if they'd ever tell. Chen Han could see they weren't going to talk, and didn't expect to get anything out of them now. Take them away for a thorough interrogation. He gave the order, then turned to Shang Zishi. For now, we'll have to rely on ourselves to find the bombs. Can all your dogs sniff out the explosives? Shang Zishi nodded. All right, then we'll split into 5 teams. We must find every single bomb before midnight. Yes, sir. So, led by Amber and her 4 pups, the teams split up and began the search. Xingxing, I'll have someone take you home first. Your mom is at home and must be very worried about you, Shang Zishi said to Xingxing. Xingxing really wanted to go with Dad and Lei Ting to help look for the bombs. But he knew that right now he was just a child. Going with them would only slow them down. And Dad was right, Mom must be very worried about him. He needed to go back as soon as possible and not let Mom worry. Okay, Dad. I'll go home, Xingxing replied. Shang Zishi patted Xingxing's head and arranged for someone to quickly take him back to the military compound. After watching Xingxing get into the car, Shang Zishi joined Lei Ting and the others to begin the search. There was no doubt that whether it was Amber or the 4 pups, their sense of smell was incredibly keen. Maybe it was because they'd eaten those pills from the system since birth. Their sense of smell was even better than Amber, their mother. Soon, under the lead of Lightning, Lei Ting, Red Tassel, and Sharp Sword, the team split into 5 groups to search for the bombs. And results came quickly. When Chen Han saw that, under Sharp Sword's guidance, they'd found the first buried bomb, his heart sank as he looked at the timer on it. At first, he'd held onto a sliver of hope, thinking maybe the so-called timed bombs didn't really exist. But when he saw the first bomb dug up, he lost all hope. Especially seeing that the bomb was surrounded by apartment buildings, just imagining the casualties if it exploded made cold sweat run down his back. Hurry, let's search for the next bomb. As every second ticked by, Chen Han didn't dare waste a moment. Right now, they were racing against time. Huancha Island wasn't exactly big, but it wasn't small either. And who knew where those people had buried the bombs, or how many there were? What if they missed one? At the military compound. The lights were on in the house. Gu Jianing was pacing back and forth in the yard. Yeda followed her mom, glancing out of the yard from time to time, waiting for something. Unable to hold back, Gu Jianing walked to the gate and looked outside. By now, it was completely dark. The lighting around the compound was dim, and you couldn't see much from a distance. But Gu Jianing kept looking, hoping. Just then, she thought she saw a small figure moving in the darkness ahead. Her heart leapt. Xingxing, is that you? Gu Jianing couldn't help but call out. At that moment, the little figure emerged from the shadows. It was Xingxing. Mom. Xingxing hadn't expected his mom to be waiting for him at the gate. He immediately ran toward Gu Jianing. But seeing her big belly, he stopped just before reaching her. The moment he stopped, Gu Jianing pulled him into her arms. He could feel how tightly she was holding him. He could also feel her worry. Her hands were trembling as she hugged him. Mom, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry, Xingxing said, gently patting her back to comfort her. Only now did Gu Jianing's heart finally settle down. She was still so worried that her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Xingxing, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Gu Jianing anxiously looked him over, even wanting to lift his clothes to check. Mom, I'm fine. It's just, Xingxing held out his hand. My safety charm broke. Gu Jianing already knew about the broken charm. That was exactly why she'd been so worried. If the charm broke, Xingxing must have been in real danger. It's okay, as long as you're safe. I'll get you another safety charm later. By the way, did you see your dad? Gu Jianing asked. Xingxing nodded. Dad had someone bring me back. He's still busy. As he spoke, Xingxing took Gu Jianing and Yeye's hands and walked into the house. Seeing his pregnant mom worrying about him, waiting at the gate so late at night, Xingxing felt deeply guilty. He shouldn't have made his mom worry. They closed the gate and went into the living room. Xingxing briefly told them what had happened after Yeye left. When Gu Jianing heard that Xingxing had thrown himself in front of Lei Ting to block the knife, Her heart pounded even harder. She thought, if it hadn't been for the safety charm, what would have happened to Xingxing? Gu Jianing didn't dare imagine it. System, thank you. Really, thank you. Thank you for coming into my life, for giving me those rewards, so I could protect my child. As for Xingxing's actions, Gu Jianing couldn't bring herself to scold him. Should she tell him he shouldn't have blocked the knife for Lei Ting? But in both Xingxing's heart and hers, Amber and her 4 pups were family. Lei Ting had risked his life to protect Xingxing. How could she say something so ungrateful? Lei Ting, Red Tassel, and the others might be dogs, but they are also living beings. They have feelings too. And in that situation, Lei Ting had been protecting Xingxing the whole time. If it had just been Lei Ting, he could have easily escaped. Besides, Xingxing had a safety charm, but Lei Ting didn't. If Lei Ting had been stabbed, he would have been in real danger. Xingxing's charm had blocked the fatal blow for him. Maybe this was the best outcome. So, Gu Jianing couldn't say anything more. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. We shouldn't have gone out on our own, Xingxing said. Mom, I want to apologize too, Yaya added. The siblings both apologized to Gu Jianing, their heads bowed in guilt. Their mom was pregnant, and they'd made her worry so much. If anything happened to her, they'd never forgive themselves. Gu Jianing hugged both children. I know you wanted to buy me a birthday present. But Xingxing, Yaya, your safety and health are what matter most to me. In the future, you must think carefully before you act, understand? She couldn't bear to scold them. After all, they'd acted out of love, wanting to buy her a birthday gift. How could she blame them? All she could do was remind them to be more careful in the future and to think things through. Some things really do happen by a twist of fate. If Xingxing and Yaya hadn't gone out, that group of people wouldn't have been discovered, and they probably would have gotten away. If her system hadn't upgraded today, if she hadn't chosen the future newspaper from the rewards, she wouldn't have known about this at all. Most likely, things would have unfolded just like in her previous life. The casualties and losses that would have resulted are unimaginable. So, maybe, just maybe, everything that's happening now is the best possible arrangement. All that's left is to hope that Shiga and the others can successfully find all the bombs. Thinking of the contact lenses she gave to Shang Zishi, she figured that as long as they found all the bombs before midnight, there shouldn't be any problem. Meanwhile, as time ticked by, the bombs were gradually being found one by one. Of the 5 teams they'd split into, every single one found bombs. Chen Han was with Lightning's team. They'd also brought military dogs along. But he quickly noticed something different. He realized that Shang Zishi's dogs were way more capable than the military dogs from the base. While the military dogs were still sniffing around, Lightning had already dashed off toward a certain spot. And sure enough, when they dug where Lightning indicated, they found a bomb. As for the military dogs, they only caught the scent after the bomb had already been dug up. The difference is huge. If only Zishi's dogs could serve as military dogs, Chen Han looked at Lightning with burning admiration. He knew all too well just how important military dogs were during missions. A good partnership with a dog could make all the difference. As Lightning continued searching, he suddenly sensed the intense gazes around him. He turned around and was startled. Why were these humans staring at him? Staring at him was pointless. Finding bombs was what mattered. But in truth, his performance didn't just impress Chen Han, any soldier who saw it would be moved. And it wasn't just Lightning. Among all 5 teams, the soldiers looked at Lei Ting, Hong Ying, Li Jian, and Hupa with the same burning admiration. Chen Han thought to himself that he really needed to discuss this with Shang Zishi when they got back. Time passed, and soon it was 11:30 p.m. It was already late at night. All the dogs and military dogs had stopped. Chen Han and his team regrouped with Shang Zishi. So, does this mean we've completely cleared out all the bombs? Chen Han asked. But looking at the sheer number of bombs they'd disarmed, they were secretly shocked. I think so, Shang Zishi replied. After all, the military dogs and Lei Ting's group had all stopped. They probably couldn't smell any more bombs. Then we should pack up and head back, Chen Han said. Shang Zishi hesitated. As Chen Han spoke, Shang Zishi silently said in his mind, activate. He felt it was better to take another look, just to be safe. Suddenly, Shang Zishi felt something different about his vision. But then again, maybe not. He didn't answer his superior. Instead, he looked around. As his gaze swept over a certain area, he spotted a red dot. At that moment, Shang Zishi was incredibly grateful he'd activated the contact lenses. When Ning gave him these lenses, she'd told him. Once activated, they could detect bombs. Wherever there was a bomb, a red dot would appear. So, there was still one bomb left. Just as Shang Zishi was signaling Lei Tang to head toward the red dot, he turned his head and was instantly stunned, his eyes widening. He discovered something. He saw that in that area, there was a dense cluster of red dots. There were so many, they formed a whole patch, almost uncountable. Not only that, but with his knowledge of the geography of Huancha Island and the distance, he realized that these densely packed bombs might actually be in the sea. What was going on? How could there be bombs in the sea? And so many of them? Did that group hide them underwater? Shang Zishi thought that was unlikely. Besides, Ning had said that any bomb detected by the invisible detection function was active and usable. Could bombs hidden underwater still be used? Zishi, what's wrong? Looks like Lei Tang found another bomb. Let's hurry and follow. Chen Han patted Shang Zishi on the shoulder. Didn't expect there'd still be one left. That group is really cunning. 10 minutes later, Lei Tang led them to an outhouse at someone's home. Since it was inside someone's residence, they had no choice but to knock and wake the family. The family waited in the living room while Shang Zishi, Chen Han, and the others went to the outhouse. Zishi, Lei Tang says the bomb is in the pit of this outhouse. Do you think that's true? Chen Han asked, frowning. Shang Zishi nodded without hesitation. He could see it too. The bomb was right there in the pit. All right, let's start digging. Someone immediately got to work. 2 minutes later, when they saw the bomb covered in filth and cut the timer's wires, watching the countdown stop, Chen Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, these people are too cunning. They actually thought of hiding a bomb in a latrine pit, using the stench to mask the bomb's scent so the dogs couldn't detect it. Cunning, really too cunning. Good thing Lei Tang's nose is even sharper. Lei Tang, you're amazing. Lei Tang dodged Chen Han's hand, acting aloof. He was shy by nature, and aside from Xingxing's family, he didn't get close to others. So he avoided Chen Han's approach. But as he dodged, he was grumbling internally. Sharper nose? The real credit goes to my master. It was his master who told him the bomb was there. And that wasn't all. The next second, Lei Tang turned and headed off in another direction. Huh? Where's Lei Tang going now? Don't tell me there's still another bomb. Time was running out. If there were still bombs left, the consequences would be dire. Since Lei Tang had found something, of course they had to follow. Shang Zishi knew that this time, Lei Tang was taking them somewhere far. So he decided to take Lei Tang by car. Don't ask Shang Zishi how he knew Lei Tang was leading them somewhere far. Because that place was also where Shang Zishi had told Lei Tang to go. Where is Lei Tang taking us this time? That direction leads to the sea. Don't tell me Lei Tang is taking us to the seaside? When the car stopped and Chen Han saw the sea in front of them, he fell silent. He'd actually guessed right. But, Lei Tang, why did you bring us to the seaside? Don't tell me you want us to go for a midnight swim? Chen Han joked. Inside the box, there were about 10 of them. Each one was filled to the brim with large yellow croakers. Lei Tang, I wasn't the one who wanted to bring you all to the seaside. It was the master who told me to bring you here. The master said there were bombs in the sea. But Lei Tang sniffed around and couldn't smell anything. Could it be that the master's nose is even sharper than his? After thinking about it, Lei Tang was sure that must be the case. Wasn't it just now that the master told him about the bomb in the latrine? So, the master really is the most amazing. If the master says there are bombs in the sea, then there must be. With that, Lei Tang looked at Shang Zishi with eyes full of admiration. Shang Zishi catching Lei Tang's adoring gaze. On this side, Shang Zishi directly interpreted the meaning behind Lei Tang's barks. Lei Tang says there are bombs in the sea, and not just a few. What? As soon as he said this, not only was Chen Han shocked, but the other soldiers were also taken aback. Zishi, you must be joking. How could there be bombs in the sea? Shang Zishi pressed his lips together. Leader, do I look like someone who likes to joke around? In truth, Shang Zishi also felt it was unlikely there would be bombs in the sea. But he still trusted the ability of the thing Ning had given him. Since the contact lenses showed there were bombs, and so many of them, then there must be. Chen Han. Indeed, Shang Zishi wasn't the type to speak without reason or joke around. Besides, Shang Zishi was only relaying Lei Ting's message. As for Lei Ting's abilities, they had all witnessed them just now. He could even sniff out a bomb buried under the latrine. So, as for the ones under the sea, as unbelievable as it sounded, Chen Han felt it couldn't be ignored. After thinking it over for a while, he made a decision. All right, let's send people down to search. They wouldn't be at ease until they checked. And searching underwater wasn't that difficult. After all, except for Shang Zishi, all of them had been stationed on Huancha Island for years and were skilled swimmers. Even without equipment, diving into the sea for a while wouldn't be a problem. Zishi, are you going to dive as well? Chen Han asked. Shang Zishi nodded. Yes. After all, only he could see the exact location of the bombs. If he went down, they could find them faster and not waste time. Besides, as a king of soldiers, diving was just a basic skill for Shang Zishi. His swimming skills were no worse than those of the Navy stationed on Huancha Island. All right, I'll cover you from up here. There was still some basic diving equipment in the vehicle. So, everyone who was going into the water, including Shang Zishi, put on their gear. Then, under the lights, they entered the water. As soon as he was underwater, Shang Zishi quickly discovered another function of the invisible lenses he hadn't noticed before. He found that underwater, he could see everything with perfect clarity. There was no dimness at all, despite the lack of light at the bottom of the sea. He could even see very far. Shang Zishi also saw the others who had dived in with him. To avoid suspicion, he pretended to search elsewhere first. Then he swam toward the area where the red dots were most concentrated. Diving deeper, he soon saw a cave formed by piled-up rocks ahead. Very quickly, he spotted what looked like boxes inside the cave. The red dots were coming from inside those boxes. He immediately signaled the others in the water that he'd found something. His teammates all swam over. On the shore, Chen Han paced back and forth as he watched the sea. Shang Zishi and the others had been down for quite a while, and he had no idea what was happening below. Growing anxious, Chen Han looked at Lei Ting and walked over. Lei Ting, are you really sure there are a lot of bombs in the sea? Lei Ting glanced at him, not sure how to answer. I'm not sure, but my master is. Seeing Lei Ting's silence, Chen Han also fell silent. Man and dog stared at each other. Just then, the previously calm sea suddenly rippled. Chen Han and Lei Ting immediately looked over. A head popped up from the water. Leader, we found something. Chen Han, so there really was something. Half an hour later, Chen Han was staring at more than 20 large wooden crates in front of him. He turned to Shang Zishi. Are there any more under the sea? Shang Zishi shook his head. No more. Under the lights, the crates, each about 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high, were clearly visible. They were wrapped in several layers of cloth. The cloth looked oil and waterproof. No wonder they dared to leave them in the sea. But the crates were covered in seaweed and moss, making it clear they hadn't been put there recently. They must have been underwater for years. Open them up and take a look, Chen Han said seriously. He hadn't expected so many crates to be hidden in the waters under their jurisdiction. And in such a mysterious way. No one knew what was inside, or who had hidden them. Remembering Shang Zishi's words about Lei Ting smelling bombs inside, Chen Han became even more cautious. When all the crates were finally opened, everyone gasped at what they saw. Inside the boxes, about 10 of them, each one was filled to the brim with large yellow croakers. Under the lights, the yellow croakers gleamed, looking dazzling and enticing. So many yellow croakers. Of course, the bombs Shang Zishi mentioned were also in several of the crates. But it wasn't just bombs, some crates also contained a lot of guns and ammunition. Some of the firearms were quite advanced. They didn't look like domestic weapons. Leader, look, this is engraved with our country script. Shang Zishi quickly pointed it out. Chen Han immediately went over to look. Sure enough, The guns were engraved with "Our Country" writing. That was the script of Our Country. At the mention of Our Country, everyone's faces darkened. After all, the war with Our Country had ended only a few years ago. And the recent spy incident had also been an Our Country plot. No one in Jiagua liked Our Country people. "Leader, there's a letter." Soon, Shang Zishi found a letter inside one of the crates. He opened it. It was written in Our Country's language. But both Shang Zishi and Chen Han could read it. After a quick read, they immediately understood where all these things had come from. It turned out that, back during the war between Jiagua and Our Country, Jiagua had ultimately won. When the Our Country troops retreated, they couldn't take these weapons, ammunition, or yellow croakers with them. So, those stationed on Huancha Island at the time decided to pack everything into crates, wrap them in oil and waterproof cloth, and sink them into the sea. They were waiting for the day when they could come back and retrieve them. They never expected to be discovered by them now. Chen Han's face was full of excitement. He grabbed Shang Zishi's shoulders with both hands. "Zishi, did you see that? This time, you, your kids, and even your dogs have made a huge contribution. It wasn't just about capturing that group of drug traffickers and uncovering so many explosives. There were also the things those people from country had hidden under the sea before their retreat. Those items were of immense value. This time, they were sure to be commended." Of course, Chen Han hadn't forgotten that it all started because Xingxing, Yaya, and their dogs discovered those people. And as for the things under the sea, it was Lading who sniffed them out. Lading's contribution was indispensable. Shang Zishi was also a bit excited, but after glancing at the time, he said, "Sir, it's getting late. Why don't we head back to the base?" "All right, let's go back." Shang Zishi wondered if Ning was still waiting for him at home. He needed to get back early. He couldn't let Ning worry. So, Chen Han and Shang Zishi led the way, bringing the captured criminals and carrying the crates back to the base. By now, it was already past midnight. The tall, thin man and his companions realized it was already past midnight and there hadn't been a single explosion. They immediately knew their plan had failed. In other words, all the bombs they'd planted on Huancha Island had been dug up. They were shocked, almost unable to believe it. Even among the three of them, none knew exactly how many bombs had been buried on the island. Back then, they'd split up and buried them separately. Even if the three of them went searching individually, they probably wouldn't be able to find them all. Yet somehow, the military had managed to find every single one. Who could have found them? Was there some expert in the military? Or was it the military dogs? Whoever it was, their abilities were terrifying. And then, the tall, thin man lowered his head, his mind replaying the moment he'd stabbed at that little boy. He had clearly aimed for the boy's heart. He had definitely stabbed down. So why was the boy completely unharmed? It was as if his dagger had hit some kind of barrier. Was there something strange about that boy, or was there something wrong with himself? He couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Chen Han and Shang Zishi drove back first, leading the way. The others followed behind, carrying the crates and escorting the drug traffickers. But as soon as they got out of the car and entered the base, they saw the lights blazing ahead, with several people standing there. Shang Zishi squinted, recognizing one of them as Lin Chushi, who had stopped him that afternoon. Next to Lin Chushi was an older man who bore a resemblance to him, looking to be in his 60s. Shang Zishi had a vague guess about his identity. On the other side stood another man, about 50, with a square face and sharp features, but when he looked at Shang Zishi, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. "Officer Liu, Deputy Officer Lin." Chen Han recognized them and saluted first. Shang Zishi followed suit, confirming the identities of the men before him. Officer Liu was, of course, his father's old friend and the highest-ranking leader of their base. Lin Chushi needed no introduction. The older man beside Lin Chushi was Lin's father, the second-in-command on Huancha Island. Truth be told, at Lin's father's age, he should have retired long ago. But when he was about to retire, he pulled some strings and became a cadre who, due to work needs and good health, could continue working. The state had regulations allowing such people to delay retirement. Lin's father was one of those who'd postponed retirement and was still on the job. In fact, though he was in his 60s, he looked quite young, almost as if he and his son Lin Chusher were close in age. But it was obvious that Lin's father was the deeply calculating type. Although there was always a faint smile on his lips, Xing Zishi couldn't sense any goodwill in it. If anything, it was scheming. What were these people doing here in the middle of the night? Aside from Officer Liu, Xing Zishi didn't think the Lin father and son were up to anything good. And clearly, they were waiting for them. As it turned out, Xing Zishi's guess was right. As soon as Xing Zishi finished saluting, Lin Chusher immediately spoke up. "Chenhan, Xing Zishi, do you realize you've violated regulations by misusing military resources?" Lin Chusher stared at them, his tone full of reproach. Chenhan instantly understood Lin Chusher was targeting him and Xing Zishi. That's why they were waiting here in the middle of the night. Chenhan frowned and replied, "Misusing military resources? I'm not sure what you mean by that." Lin Chusher, you. Chusher, don't get worked up. Explain things slowly to Officer Liu, Lin's father said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So Lin Chusher immediately recounted how Chenhan and Xing Zishi had misused military resources to rescue Xing Zishi's child. At the end, he added, "I objected to it this afternoon, but Chenhan and Xing Zishi still mobilized so many resources to save that child. I really don't know who gave them the nerve." Of course, Lin Chusher knew exactly who had authorized it. But he was pretending not to know he wanted. "It was me." Sure enough, as soon as Lin Chusher said that, Officer Liu spoke up. He didn't hide it, after all, it would be easy to check, so there was no point in denying it. At this point, Lin's father chimed in, "Oh, so it was you, Officer Liu. Well, let's just leave it at that then. Let's just give Xing Zishi and Chenhan a warning and make sure it doesn't happen again. No matter who it is or how high their rank, anyone who breaks military regulations must be punished." Lin Chusher insisted stubbornly. By now, Chenhan and Xing Zishi could see right through it. Lin Chusher and his father were playing a double act, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Their real goal was to target them and Officer Liu. After all, it was Officer Liu who had authorized the operation. They'd heard before that Lin's father was jealous of Officer Liu's position. Now it seemed to be true. At this point, Lin's father turned to Officer Liu. "Officer Liu, what do you think?" Officer Liu glanced at Lin's father, but didn't say much. Instead, he turned to Chenhan and Xing Zishi. "Report what happened tonight." Lin's father and Lin Chusher frowned. Officer Liu didn't seem the least bit flustered. Did he trust Xing Zishi that much? Or had he already heard something in advance? Impossible, right? "Yes, sir." Chenhan saluted. Then he began his report. He started with how Xing, Yada, and their dogs had detected something suspicious. Then he explained how they'd arrived in time to save Xing and capture the drug traffickers. Father Lin and Lin Chusher were both stunned when they heard this. No way. That gang of drug traffickers really was hiding on Huancha Island, and they were actually caught by Chenhan and Xing Zishi. Then, what was the point of them being here? The father and son's faces immediately turned ugly. Officer Liu nodded, looking at Xing Zishi and Chenhan with great satisfaction in his eyes. He knew it, if old Xing was willing to speak up, his son couldn't possibly be unreliable. And he had chosen to trust them. When Chenhan and Xing Zishi went on to talk about how the drug traffickers had planted bombs on Huancha Island, and even set them to detonate on a timer, everyone present tensed up. At this moment, their subordinates started returning one after another. A large box was carried in. And it wasn't just lightning. Among all 5 teams, the soldiers looked at Lei Tang, Hong Ying, Li Jian, and Hupa with the same burning admiration. Chenhan thought to himself that he really needed to discuss this with Xing Zishi when they got back. Time passed, and soon it was 11:30 p.m. It was already late at night. All the dogs and military dogs had stopped. Chenhan and his team regrouped with Xing Zishi. "So, does this mean we've completely cleared out all the bombs?" Chenhan asked. But looking at the sheer number of bombs they'd disarmed, they were secretly shocked. "I think so," Xing Zishi replied. After all, the military dogs and Lei Tang's group had all stopped. They probably couldn't smell any more bombs. "Then we should pack up and head back," Chenhan said. Xing Zishi hesitated. As Chen Han spoke, Shang Zishi silently said in his mind, "Activate." He felt it was better to take another look, just to be safe. Suddenly, Shang Zishi felt something different about his vision. But then again, maybe not. He didn't answer his superior. Instead, he looked around. As his gaze swept over a certain area, he spotted a red dot. At that moment, Shang Zishi was incredibly grateful he'd activated the contact lenses. When Ning gave him these lenses, she'd told him. Once activated, they could detect bombs. Wherever there was a bomb, a red dot would appear. So, there was still one bomb left. Just as Shang Zishi was signaling Lei Tang to head toward the red dot, he turned his head and was instantly stunned, his eyes widening. He discovered something. He saw that in that area, there was a dense cluster of red dots. There were so many, they formed a whole patch, almost uncountable. Not only that, but with his knowledge of the geography of Huancha Island and the distance, he realized that these densely packed bombs might actually be in the sea. What was going on? How could there be bombs in the sea? And so many of them? Did that group hide them underwater? Shang Zishi thought that was unlikely. Besides, Ning had said that any bomb detected by the invisible detection function was active and usable. Could bombs hidden underwater still be used? Zishi, what's wrong? Looks like Lei Tang found another bomb. Let's hurry and follow. Chen Han patted Shang Zishi on the shoulder. Didn't expect there'd still be one left. That group is really cunning. 10 minutes later, Lei Tang led them to an outhouse at someone's home. Since it was inside someone's residence, they had no choice but to knock and wake the family. The family waited in the living room while Shang Zishi, Chen Han, and the others went to the outhouse. Zishi, Lei Tang says the bomb is in the pit of this outhouse. Do you think that's true? Chen Han asked, frowning. Shang Zishi nodded without hesitation. He could see it too. The bomb was right there in the pit. All right, let's start digging. Someone immediately got to work. 2 minutes later, when they saw the bomb covered in filth and cut the timer's wires, watching the countdown stop, Chen Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, these people are too cunning. They actually thought of hiding a bomb in a latrine pit, using the stench to mask the bomb's scent so the dogs couldn't detect it. Cunning, really too cunning. Good thing Lei Tang's nose is even sharper. Lei Tang, you're amazing. Lei Tang dodged Chen Han's hand, acting aloof. He was shy by nature, and aside from Xingxing's family, he didn't get close to others. So he avoided Chen Han's approach. But as he dodged, he was grumbling internally. Sharper nose? The real credit goes to my master. It was his master who told him the bomb was there. And that wasn't all. The next second, Lei Tang turned and headed off in another direction. Huh? Where's Lei Tang going now? Don't tell me there's still another bomb. Time was running out. If there were still bombs left, the consequences would be dire. Since Lei Tang had found something, of course they had to follow. Shang Zishi knew that this time, Lei Tang was taking them somewhere far. So he decided to take Lei Tang by car. Don't ask Shang Zishi how he knew Lei Tang was leading them somewhere far. Because that place was also where Shang Zishi had told Lei Tang to go. Where is Lei Tang taking us this time? That direction leads to the sea. Don't tell me Lei Tang is taking us to the seaside? When the car stopped and Chen Han saw the sea in front of them, he fell silent. He'd actually guessed right. But, Lei Tang, why did you bring us to the seaside? Don't tell me you want us to go for a midnight swim? Chen Han joked. Inside the box, there were about 10 of them. Each one was filled to the brim with large yellow croakers. Lei Tang, I wasn't the one who wanted to bring you all to the seaside. It was the master who told me to bring you here. The master said there were bombs in the sea. But Lei Tang sniffed around and couldn't smell anything. Could it be that the master's nose is even sharper than his? After thinking about it, Lei Tang was sure that must be the case. Wasn't it just now that the master told him about the bomb in the latrine? So, the master really is the most amazing. If the master says there are bombs in the sea, then there must be. With that, Lei Tang looked at Shang Zishi with eyes full of admiration. Shang Zishi catching Lei Tang's adoring gaze. On this side, Shang Zishi directly interpreted the meaning behind Lei Tang's barks. Lei Tang says there are bombs in the sea, and not just a few. What? As soon as he said this, not only was Chen Han shocked, But the other soldiers were also taken aback. Zishi, you must be joking. How could there be bombs in the sea? Shang Zishi pressed his lips together. Leader, do I look like someone who likes to joke around? In truth, Shang Zishi also felt it was unlikely there would be bombs in the sea. But he still trusted the ability of the thing Ning had given him. Since the contact lenses showed there were bombs, and so many of them, then there must be. Chen Han. Indeed, Shang Zishi wasn't the type to speak without reason or joke around. Besides, Shang Zishi was only relaying Lei Ting's message. As for Lei Ting's abilities, they had all witnessed them just now. He could even sniff out a bomb buried under the latrine. So, as for the ones under the sea, as unbelievable as it sounded, Chen Han felt it couldn't be ignored. After thinking it over for a while, he made a decision. All right, let's send people down to search. They wouldn't be at ease until they checked. And searching underwater wasn't that difficult. After all, except for Shang Zishi, all of them had been stationed on Huancha Island for years and were skilled swimmers. Even without equipment, diving into the sea for a while wouldn't be a problem. Zishi, are you going to dive as well? Chen Han asked. Shang Zishi nodded. Yes. After all, only he could see the exact location of the bombs. If he went down, they could find them faster and not waste time. Besides, as a king of soldiers, diving was just a basic skill for Shang Zishi. His swimming skills were no worse than those of the Navy stationed on Huancha Island. All right, I'll cover you from up here. There was still some basic diving equipment in the vehicle. So, everyone who was going into the water, including Shang Zishi, put on their gear. Then, under the lights, they entered the water. As soon as he was underwater, Shang Zishi quickly discovered another function of the invisible lenses he hadn't noticed before. He found that underwater, he could see everything with perfect clarity. There was no dimness at all, despite the lack of light at the bottom of the sea. He could even see very far. Shang Zishi also saw the others who had dived in with him. To avoid suspicion, he pretended to search elsewhere first. Then he swam toward the area where the red dots were most concentrated. Diving deeper, he soon saw a cave formed by piled-up rocks ahead. Very quickly, he spotted what looked like boxes inside the cave. The red dots were coming from inside those boxes. He immediately signaled the others in the water that he'd found something. His teammates all swam over. On the shore, Chen Han paced back and forth as he watched the sea. Shang Zishi and the others had been down for quite a while, and he had no idea what was happening below. Growing anxious, Chen Han looked at Lei Ting and walked over. Lei Ting, are you really sure there are a lot of bombs in the sea? Lei Ting glanced at him, not sure how to answer. I'm not sure, but my master is. Seeing Lei Ting's silence, Chen Han also fell silent. Man and dog stared at each other. Just then, the previously calm sea suddenly rippled. Chen Han and Lei Ting immediately looked over. A head popped up from the water. Leader, we found something. Chen Han, so there really was something. Half an hour later, Chen Han was staring at more than 20 large wooden crates in front of him. He turned to Shang Zishi. Are there any more under the sea? Shang Zishi shook his head. No more. Under the lights, the crates, each about 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high, were clearly visible. They were wrapped in several layers of cloth. The cloth looked oil and waterproof. No wonder they dared to leave them in the sea. But the crates were covered in seaweed and moss, making it clear they hadn't been put there recently. They must have been underwater for years. Open them up and take a look, Chen Han said seriously. He hadn't expected so many crates to be hidden in the waters under their jurisdiction. And in such a mysterious way. No one knew what was inside, or who had hidden them. Remembering Shang Zishi's words about Lei Ting smelling bombs inside, Chen Han became even more cautious. When all the crates were finally opened, everyone gasped at what they saw. Inside the boxes, about 10 of them, each one was filled to the brim with large yellow croakers. Under the lights, the yellow croakers gleamed, looking dazzling and enticing. So many yellow croakers. Of course, the bombs Shang Zishi mentioned were also in several of the crates. But it wasn't just bombs, some crates also contained a lot of guns and ammunition. Some of the firearms were quite advanced. They didn't look like domestic weapons. Leader, look, this is engraved with our country script. Shang Zishi quickly pointed it out. Chen Han immediately went over to look. Sure enough, the guns were engraved with our country writing. That was the script of our country. At the mention of our country, everyone's faces darkened. After all, the war with our country had ended only a few years ago. And the recent spy incident had also been an our country plot. No one in Jiagua liked our country people. Leader, there's a letter. Soon, Shang Zishi found a letter inside one of the crates. He opened it. It was written in our country's language. But both Shang Zishi and Chen Han could read it. After a quick read, they immediately understood where all these things had come from. It turned out that, back during the war between Jiagua and our country, Jiagua had ultimately won. When the our country troops retreated, they couldn't take these weapons, ammunition, or yellow croakers with them. So, those stationed on Huancha Island at the time decided to pack everything into crates, wrap them in oil and waterproof cloth, and sink them into the sea. They were waiting for the day when they could come back and retrieve them. They never expected to be discovered by them now. Chen Han's face was full of excitement. He grabbed Shang Zishi's shoulders with both hands. Zishi, did you see that? This time, you, your kids, and even your dogs have made a huge contribution. It wasn't just about capturing that group of drug traffickers and uncovering so many explosives. There were also the things those people from country had hidden under the sea before their retreat. Those items were of immense value. This time, they were sure to be commended. Of course, Chen Han hadn't forgotten that it all started because Xingxing, Yaya, and their dogs discovered those people. And as for the things under the sea, it was Lading who sniffed them out. Lading's contribution was indispensable. Shang Zishi was also a bit excited, but after glancing at the time, he said, Sir, it's getting late. Why don't we head back to the base? All right, let's go back. Shang Zishi wondered if Ning was still waiting for him at home. He needed to get back early. He couldn't let Ning worry. So, Chen Han and Shang Zishi led the way, bringing the captured criminals and carrying the crates back to the base. By now, it was already past midnight. The tall, thin man and his companions realized it was already past midnight and there hadn't been a single explosion. They immediately knew their plan had failed. In other words, all the bombs they'd planted on Huancha Island had been dug up. They were shocked, almost unable to believe it. Even among the three of them, none knew exactly how many bombs had been buried on the island. Back then, they'd split up and buried them separately. Even if the three of them went searching individually, they probably wouldn't be able to find them all. Yet somehow, the military had managed to find every single one. Who could have found them? Was there some expert in the military? Or was it the military dogs? Whoever it was, their abilities were terrifying. And then, the tall, thin man lowered his head, his mind replaying the moment he'd stabbed at that little boy. He had clearly aimed for the boy's heart. He had definitely stabbed down. So why was the boy completely unharmed? It was as if his dagger had hit some kind of barrier. Was there something strange about that boy, or was there something wrong with himself? He couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Chen Han and Shang Zishi drove back first, leading the way. The others followed behind, carrying the crates and escorting the drug traffickers. But as soon as they got out of the car and entered the base, they saw the lights blazing ahead, with several people standing there. Shang Zishi squinted, recognizing one of them as Lin Chushi, who had stopped him that afternoon. Next to Lin Chushi was an older man who bore a resemblance to him, looking to be in his 60s. Shang Zishi had a vague guess about his identity. On the other side stood another man, about 50, with a square face and sharp features, but when he looked at Shang Zishi, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Officer Liu, Deputy Officer Lin. Chen Han recognized them and saluted first. Shang Zishi followed suit, confirming the identities of the men before him. Officer Liu was, of course, his father's old friend and the highest-ranking leader of their base. Lin Chushi needed no introduction. The older man beside Lin Chushi was Lin's father, the second-in-command on Huancha Island. Truth be told, at Lin's father's age, he should have retired long ago. But when he was about to retire, he pulled some strings and became a cadre who, due to work needs and good health, could continue working. The state had regulations allowing such people to delay retirement. Lin's father was one of those who'd postponed retirement and was still on the job. In fact, though he was in his 60s, he looked quite young, almost as if he and his son Lin Chusher were close in age. But it was obvious that Lin's father was the deeply calculating type. Although there was always a faint smile on his lips, Xing Zishi couldn't sense any goodwill in it. If anything, it was scheming. What were these people doing here in the middle of the night? Aside from Officer Liu, Xing Zishi didn't think the Lin father and son were up to anything good. And clearly, they were waiting for them. As it turned out, Xing Zishi's guess was right. As soon as Xing Zishi finished saluting, Lin Chusher immediately spoke up. "Chenhan, Xing Zishi, do you realize you've violated regulations by misusing military resources?" Lin Chusher stared at them, his tone full of reproach. Chenhan instantly understood Lin Chusher was targeting him and Xing Zishi. That's why they were waiting here in the middle of the night. Chenhan frowned and replied, "Misusing military resources? I'm not sure what you mean by that." Lin Chusher, you. Chusher, don't get worked up. Explain things slowly to Officer Liu, Lin's father said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So Lin Chusher immediately recounted how Chenhan and Xing Zishi had misused military resources to rescue Xing Zishi's child. At the end, he added, "I objected to it this afternoon, but Chenhan and Xing Zishi still mobilized so many resources to save that child. I really don't know who gave them the nerve." Of course, Lin Chusher knew exactly who had authorized it. But he was pretending not to know he wanted. "It was me." Sure enough, as soon as Lin Chusher said that, Officer Liu spoke up. He didn't hide it, after all, it would be easy to check, so there was no point in denying it. At this point, Lin's father chimed in, "Oh, so it was you, Officer Liu. Well, let's just leave it at that then. Let's just give Xing Zishi and Chenhan a warning and make sure it doesn't happen again. No matter who it is or how high their rank, anyone who breaks military regulations must be punished." Lin Chusher insisted stubbornly. By now, Chenhan and Xing Zishi could see right through it. Lin Chusher and his father were playing a double act, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Their real goal was to target them and Officer Liu. After all, it was Officer Liu who had authorized the operation. They'd heard before that Lin's father was jealous of Officer Liu's position. Now it seemed to be true. At this point, Lin's father turned to Officer Liu. "Officer Liu, what do you think?" Officer Liu glanced at Lin's father, but didn't say much. Instead, he turned to Chenhan and Xing Zishi. "Report what happened tonight." Lin's father and Lin Chusher frowned. Officer Liu didn't seem the least bit flustered. Did he trust Xing Zishi that much? Or had he already heard something in advance? Impossible, right? "Yes, sir." Chenhan saluted. Then he began his report. He started with how Xing, Yada, and their dogs had detected something suspicious. Then he explained how they'd arrived in time to save Xing and capture the drug traffickers. Father Lin and Lin Chusher were both stunned when they heard this. No way. That gang of drug traffickers really was hiding on Huancha Island, and they were actually caught by Chenhan and Xing Zishi. Then, what was the point of them being here? The father and son's faces immediately turned ugly. Officer Liu nodded, looking at Xing Zishi and Chenhan with great satisfaction in his eyes. He knew it, if old Xing was willing to speak up, his son couldn't possibly be unreliable. And he had chosen to trust them. When Chenhan and Xing Zishi went on to talk about how the drug traffickers had planted bombs on Huancha Island, and even set them to detonate on a timer, everyone present tensed up. At this moment, their subordinates started returning one after another. A large box was carried in. "These are the bombs that gang of drug traffickers buried on Huancha Island. There are about 30 of them in total. All of them were set to go off at midnight tonight. Quite a few were even hidden in busy urban areas. But now we've found and defused them all. Officer Liu, the dogs from Zishi's family are truly incredible, better than our military dogs. Every single one of these bombs was found by their dogs." Chenhan was visibly excited as he spoke. Xing Zishi's gaze also drifted, intentionally or not, toward the Lin father and son. "Luckily, we managed to defuse all the bombs in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Don't you agree, Commander Lin? As soon as Shang Zishi said this, the Lin father and son's faces grew even darker. Especially Lin Qiusher, whose expression turned downright grim. Of course, he understood the implication. Shang Zishi was referring to how he hadn't allowed Chen Han to authorize the deployment of troops that afternoon. Right now, Lin Qiusher was filled with regret. He never would have thought that the military's intelligence had failed to uncover that the drug traffickers were hiding on Huancha Island, or that they'd planted so many bombs. Over 30 bombs, scattered all over Huancha Island, set to explode at midnight. And yet, they hadn't received a single piece of information about it. If it hadn't been for Shang Zishi's intervention, would they have only found out after the bombs exploded? Wouldn't Huancha Island have been blown to pieces? And the civilians on the island would have suffered heavy casualties. Not that he cared much about civilian casualties. But if something happened to Huancha Island and its people, those in the military district would definitely be severely punished. Thinking of this, Lin Qiusher broke out in a cold sweat. You could say Shang Zishi had helped them avert a major crisis. But Lin Qiusher didn't feel the slightest bit grateful toward Shang Zishi. In fact, he even resented him a little. Since Shang Zishi was so sure the drug traffickers were on Huancha Island and had even discovered the bombs, why hadn't he reported it directly to him or his father? Instead, he'd gone over their heads straight to Officer Lu and taken all the credit for himself. Lin Qiusher knew just how dangerous this gang of drug traffickers was, and that capturing them would be a huge achievement. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He forced a smile, the words squeezed out through gritted teeth. Well, it's not like I received any intel about this. If I'd known, I would have given the order to arrest them right away, Lin Qiusher defended himself. Shang Zishi raised his eyebrows slightly, the curve of his lips tinged with mockery. So, may I ask, Commander Lin, does this count as unauthorized use of military force? Lin Qiusher, does Shang Zishi really have to keep harping on this? Of course not. Of course it doesn't, Lin Qiusher replied through clenched teeth. Then what was the point of him and his father waiting here until midnight? At this moment, Lin Qiusher felt like a complete fool. And his resentment toward Shang Zishi only deepened. Before, it was because Shang Zishi was the man his young wife liked, so he felt jealous and unwilling. Now, it was pure resentment. He also thought Shang Zishi was just too lucky. How did it happen that the drug traffickers really were hiding on Huancha Island, and they even managed to find all those bombs planted on the island, letting Chen Han and Shang Zishi take all the credit? Lucky. So damn lucky. Lin Qiusher looked at his father. Father Lin's expression wasn't any better. When Lin Qiusher glanced over, Father Lin shot him a look, the blame in his eyes obvious. Of course, he wasn't blaming Lin Qiusher for not authorizing the order that afternoon. He was blaming him for letting Shang Zishi and the others turn the tables on them. Now, how was he supposed to bring down Officer Lu? Useless. Haha, so it was all just a misunderstanding then. It's fine, as long as the misunderstanding has been cleared up, Father Lin said with a smile, despite his inner frustration with his son. He might be a bit slow, but he was still his son, and he had to stand up for him. Chen Han and Shang Zishi said nothing. Even Officer Lu remained silent. Actually, Lin Cheshi's actions could be seen as both serious and not so serious. On the serious side, his refusal to authorize action could be considered dereliction of duty, potentially leading to major casualties and would warrant punishment. On the lighter side, he was simply uninformed, and in the end, nothing bad happened. The threat was stopped in time. In the end, Officer Lu handed down a punishment to Lin Qiusher that was neither too harsh nor too lenient. A demerit. Lin Qiusher hadn't expected to be given a demerit. He wanted to protest, but when he saw his father's expression, he held back. Father Lin knew that Officer Lu was actually being lenient. If they really wanted to pursue it, Lin Cheshi's punishment would have been much worse. But Father Lin was still indignant. Clearly, this Officer Lu had known what was going on all along. He'd set a trap for the two of them. Cunning. Truly cunning. All right, it's getting late. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll go over the details tomorrow, Officer Lu said. But wait, Officer Liu, there's something else, something very important. Chen Han quickly stopped Officer Liu as he was about to leave. At that moment, the soldiers carrying the boxes arrived. Officer Liu and the others saw the large boxes. What's this? Officer Liu asked, puzzled. Sir, you have no idea, Zishi's dog, Thunder, is absolutely amazing. Just when we thought we'd finished defusing all the bombs, Thunder sniffed out that there were still more bombs on Huancha Island. Chen Han recounted the events vividly. And sure enough, we ended up fishing dozens of big boxes out from under the sea. These big boxes were actually left behind by our nation's army when they retreated. What? Both Officer Liu and the Lin father and son were shocked. Left behind by our nation's army when they retreated? What could possibly be inside these boxes? Sir, why don't you guess what's inside? Chen Han deliberately kept them in suspense, shooting a glance at the Lin father and son. This achievement is sure to make you green with envy. Director Liu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Xiao Chen, stop keeping us in suspense. All right, then I'll open them up and show you. With that, the big crates were opened one by one. When Director Liu and the Lin father and son saw what was inside, they were utterly stunned. This is, Lin Chushi was so shocked he stepped forward for a closer look. Guns, ammunition, and piles of gold bars. Were these all left behind by our country's army when they retreated? Director Liu also stepped up to inspect, and soon spotted the letter. Xiao Chen, Zishi, it looks like you two have done more than just one good deed this time. And not just any deed, a huge one. Do you realize the value of these things? It's far more than what you see on the surface. This is of great significance. You two are really lucky. Zishi, your dog is just... Director Liu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When Chen Han first mentioned that it was Zishi's dog who found all the bombs hidden by the drug traffickers, Director Liu had already felt it was a pity that Zishi's dog wasn't a military dog. But now his dog could even sniff out explosives hidden under the sea, leading Chen Han and Xing Zishi to find these crates. Clearly, this dog must become a military dog. And it must be rewarded. Xiao Chen, Zishi, just wait for the commendation from above. Who knows, maybe you'll get a first-class merit. Director Liu praised them. Meanwhile, the Lin father and son were filled with jealousy. Originally, Chen Han and Xing Zishi capturing the drug traffickers had already cost them both face and reputation. Lin Chushi even got a demerit because of it. But now, Chen Han and Xing Zishi had dug up the military supplies and gold bars left behind by our country from the seabed. They knew exactly what that meant and how much credit it was worth. Why did this credit have to go to the people they disliked the most? Why couldn't it go to them? Even just a share would have been nice. Especially since the Lin family had been entrenched on Huancha Island for years, shouldn't they have been the ones to discover this? Of course, the Lin father and son saw more than just that. Especially Lin Chushi. Looking at those military supplies and gold bars. If he had found these things privately, and no one else knew about it, he certainly wouldn't have handed them over so easily. Keeping these for the Lin family's development would be worth far more than a first-class merit. That's right, if Lin Chushi had found them first, his first thought would have been to claim them for himself. Unfortunately, these things had been hidden under the sea off Huancha Island for years, and yet they'd never found them. Instead, it was Xing Zishi, who'd only been on the island for less than half a year, who discovered them. Such luck left them speechless. In the end, the crates and the drug traffickers were all handed over to Director Liu for processing. He would also be responsible for reporting to the higher-ups. Of course, the higher-ups would definitely want to question Chen Han, Xing Zishi, and the others involved. That was standard procedure. Meanwhile, Xing Zishi could finally go home, bringing Amber and her pups along. Amber and her pups had been busy for a long time and were now exhausted. As for the credit, Xing Zishi didn't really care much. He was anxious to get home, worried that Ning would be concerned about him. Sure enough, from a distance, he saw that all the other houses in the family compound were dark. Only his house was lit up. Seeing this, Xing Zishi felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Ning was waiting for him to come home? He unconsciously quickened his pace. Sure enough, just as he was about to reach the gate, the door suddenly opened, and a slender woman appeared in the doorway. "You're back." Gu Jianning's face lit up when she saw him. "I just heard footsteps outside. They sounded like yours, so." Before Gu Jianning could finish, Sheng Zishi strode forward and pulled her into his arms. "Amber and her pups. Oh dear, the master and mistress are showing off their love again." Amber shot the pups a look, quickly herding them inside so as not to disturb the couple's private moment. Gu Jianning, however, noticed Amber and the pups. "Amber, I've prepared food for all of you. Don't forget to eat." Amber barked in response. Soon, Amber led her pups away, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, with his face buried in his wife's neck, breathing in the fresh scent of her hair, Sheng Zishi felt a peace he'd never known before. "Wife, I'm home. Come in, I've already heated water for your bath. You must be hungry after working all night. I'll go get you some noodles after your bath." Gu Jianning was as organized as ever. "All right, I'll go wash up first." "Okay." "Wait." Just as Gu Jianning was about to head to the kitchen, Sheng Zishi grabbed her hand. Seeing her puzzled look, he leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. Gu Jianning smiled, lips pressed together. "This man. All right, go on." And then, Gu Jianning turned to the kitchen, not seeing the deep affection and tenderness in Sheng Zishi's eyes as he watched her under the moonlight. Sheng Zishi went to take a shower. Afterwards, he felt much more relaxed. He liked to keep clean if conditions allowed. He'd bathe every day. Only when he was on a mission and it wasn't possible would he skip it. As soon as he finished, Gu Jianning was ready to bring over the bowl of noodles she'd just made. "I'll take it." The bowl was full, with a fried egg on top. Steam was rising from it. Afraid she'd get burned, Sheng Zishi took the bowl from her. In the living room, the couple sat across from each other at the small table. Sheng Zishi asked, "Where are the kids?" "Already asleep." Both asleep. "They wanted to wait for you, but you know how kids are, they get sleepy easily. They fell asleep in the living room while waiting, so I carried them to bed," Gu Jianning said softly. As soon as she finished, Sheng Zishi picked up some noodles and held them to her lips. Gu Jianning paused, then smiled and took a bite. It was Sheng Zishi's habit. Every time he ate, he always wanted Gu Jianning to have the first bite. It had become a routine. After she ate the first bite, Sheng Zishi started eating in earnest. After a busy night, he hadn't even had dinner, so he was truly hungry. "Don't rush, eat slowly," Gu Jianning urged, worried he'd burn himself. Sheng Zishi shook his head, indicating he'd be careful. "Wife, your noodles are delicious." Gu Jianning smiled. She wasn't good at cooking anything else. Whenever Sheng Zishi was home, he did all the cooking. The only thing she ever made was noodles. Maybe because she'd made them so often, her noodles had turned out quite well by now. Of course, it was only a bit better than the other dishes. Gu Jianning was rather picky about food, so even when she ate it herself, she found it a bit lacking. But this man, no matter what she made, he always ate it happily, with genuine delight. And Gu Jianning could tell that he truly meant it when he praised her cooking. This left Gu Jianning both amused and exasperated. "I wonder if Xingxing will be able to sleep peacefully tonight." As Sheng Zishi ate his noodles, he couldn't help but recall the scene he'd witnessed when he rushed over. When he arrived, what he saw was that tall, thin man stabbing Xingxing with a dagger. No one knew what Sheng Zishi felt in that moment. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. He couldn't imagine if anything had happened to Xingxing, how would he ever explain it to Ning? How devastated would he be? He'd been so frantic that he'd forgotten Gu Jianning had already given him and the children protective charms. Ning had told him about the charm's effects. It wasn't until he saw that Xingxing was unharmed and noticed the broken red string that he suddenly remembered. He was overwhelmed with relief. He knew how miraculous those charms were. And he knew that this miracle came from his wife. In the past, he'd worried about Ning's abilities. He was afraid these powers might harm her. He also worried that if her abilities were ever exposed, what would happen to her? But now, thinking about how much protection and help these powers had brought to their family, Sheng Zishi felt as if there was someone he knew, secretly watching over them. He felt truly grateful. and he hoped this protection would last forever. What exactly happened back then? I sensed Xingxing's charm shatter at that moment, Gu Jianing asked anxiously. Shang Zishi was surprised. Ning could actually sense the charm breaking all the way from the family compound. She must have been so worried and anxious at the time. He couldn't help but reach out and hold Gu Jianing's hand. Don't worry, everything's fine now. Then tell me what really happened. I asked Xingxing, but he was vague. Shang Zishi understood Xingxing must not have wanted his mother to worry, so he hadn't told her the truth. Naturally, Shang Zishi didn't want Ning to worry either. But seeing how insistent she was, he knew he had to tell her. So Shang Zishi briefly recounted what had happened, without going into too much detail, afraid she'd worry even more. Gu Jianing could tell. She sighed. These two, father and son. She felt helpless, but also touched. She knew they were only trying to spare her from worry. Since both father and son were safe and sound, she didn't press further. Seeing that Gu Jianing didn't ask any more questions, Shang Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been worried that if she pressed for details, he wouldn't know what to say. He didn't want to lie to her, but he also didn't want her to worry. Thankfully, Ning let it go. To change the subject, Shang Zishi started talking about what happened afterward. After all, it was Ning who had first shown him the future newspaper. And the contact lenses were also given to him by Ning. When Gu Jianing heard that all the bombs had been defused and the drug traffickers had been caught, she finally relaxed. Thank goodness. The casualties she'd seen in the newspaper from her previous life wouldn't happen this time. That was wonderful. But you said you used the contact lenses and saw a lot of bombs hidden underwater, and then you all went diving for them? Gu Jianing asked in surprise. Yeah, but you'll never guess what else we found. When Gu Jianing heard that they'd actually fished up dozens of large chests, filled with military supplies and gold bars the Our Country Army had left behind during their retreat, she was amazed. It's fantastic that you found those, she said. She really hadn't expected it. It's all thanks to the contact lenses you gave me. Otherwise, we never would have found them. If they hadn't discovered them now, who knew how long it would have taken, or maybe they'd never have been found at all. So you all really accomplished something big this time. Xingxing and Ya really stumbled into this by accident. Yeah, both Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi were filled with emotion. If Xingxing and Ya hadn't decided to leave the military compound to buy a birthday present for their mother, they wouldn't have run into the drug traffickers, Lei Ting and Hong Ying, or smelled the scent of drugs and explosives on them. None of what followed would have happened. As for the future newspaper Gu Jianing received, it just so happened that her system had upgraded that very day. If it had been a day later, or if she'd chosen a different reward, the outcome might have been just like her previous life. So, despite the danger, things had turned out for the best. Shang Zishi then mentioned Lin Chushi and his son. He brought it up to remind Gu Jianing to be careful, since Zhang Qiumei had married Lin Chushi. Now it seemed clear that if Lin Chushi and his wife ever got the chance, they'd definitely try to harm them. So he had to warn Ning to stay alert. I know. Gu Jianing was well aware that Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Qiumei were hostile toward her. Their malice had even triggered her warning system. She definitely needed to be careful. It was getting late. So the couple didn't talk much longer. After Shang Zishi finished eating, he sat for a while to digest, then went to bed with Ning. But that night, Shang Zishi brought both children into their bed, letting them sleep between him and Ning. He was afraid that after what happened during the day, the kids wouldn't sleep well. Especially Xingxing, he'd faced a drug trafficker's knife head-on. That scene, even Shang Zishi found it terrifying. Let alone Xingxing, who was just a little over 2 years old.